generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Oh, yeah.
Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Databanks. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fire.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. the industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within construction, nano-nets, filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. And the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The level hidden cages, you can't unstage stitches. Cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in getting hard, routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only feel can chalk and see.
Think hard. Fungus and paper being pulled apart. Watching moon sign. Yeah. Check it. I talk stupid shit cause my brain's not in compliance with my tongue. But I won't speak when I push your eyes in with my thumb. If those aren't threats, you type diss me on the net and I'll horse brand jack piss me on your chest. Envision crystalline on a breast. Let me snort 16 and have a fasted soda 15 off your flesh. And you ain't even heard the best of this. By the time they found my suicide in the woods, termites already built a nest in it. I felt so deep in depression pins. If I looked up, I don't think I can see the sunlight peering through the press. There's a girl in my bedroom, dead for days, gagged in a dress with slits, neck is slit. And for the last 2 weeks, I slept with it. Cop the basement collection kit. Better have stolen from your parents and use the money to buy gel pens and mescaline. Fucking pessimist. That's why every time I get the spit, I'm always pissed and everything is negative. I'm swallowing cyanide caps. You envy a sheep with my kin suck leftover pussy juice like a Boston vacuum. Eat the flat fumes. I missed 2 shows headlines due to nearly flatlining on coke in the bath. By the time I even make a wax, I'll have to be pushed to the mic stand in a wheelchair like Cobain putting long sleeves over stamp wounds. Apparently drugs are the cool topic to talk about when making cash sweat. My next show will be my promotional funeral banquet. And on stage there'll be a motherfucker called a blended. My next album when I lay dead from drug abuse in a casket. So vote for Jack, he eats his own and bites to a tree hug his neck just to chip off their adrenochrome. A dying king so sick and thin when he breathes in you can see his bones. He's too weak to leave tractor posts, farmlands and mobile home trailers, cemeteries, reservoir banks, shotguns and campers, Indian reservations, rowboat oars and anchors. In a one-room summer home dusted, call me a junkie. Tennis racket stance, hands bloody, khakis and husk puppies. Short sleeve common rugby, jumpy, Theodore Bundy. Yellow punch buggy, brunette in front seat. Crowbar and bungee, Dun's dummy. With boyish charm and a smile that screams trust me.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we got a very important stream for you guys, sort of detailing a lot of a lot of information that would help you view, right, the present situation that we're in, right, in a sort of a new light. Okay, because it's obvious that most people are not seeing with the right perspective. And this show is not a overly negative or overly positive sort of rendering of different materials, right? But I think it would be a sort of realistic view, right, about the current situation, right, in which we are not afraid of the future, right, and we're not trying to go back to the past, right? So these are two aspects of the things, right? No faith in the future, right? No belief in progress, right? But we certainly don't romanticize the past either, right? The past is immutable and the future is non-existent, right? We know that there is a sort of oneness, right? Within relation, right? And there's a sort of infinity within any sort of oneness that exists, right? There's infinite divisions within a finite boundary, right? So indeed, knowledge is infinite, right? So we don't measure our constraints of life by knowledge, right? Because knowledge is unbounded, right? We have to measure our understanding of life by tangible moral outlooks, moral values. Right? And one of the points that we've been making is the more that knowledge goes up, right, the more the values goes down, right? And it's been sort of the ideal in life to propagate knowledge, right, at the expense of values, right? And so we have the technical rising up at the expense of the human, right? And so this sort of thing. So we've sort of detailed a rise here, right, of several elements, right? The first couple elements would be a sort of shift from religion and art to politics and science, as it were, right? So we're sort of giving a overarching view of the architectonic, right? And of course, most people have problem taking a view at the overarching situation, right? And the problem is that people want information about what's going on, right? But if you don't fix how to see the information or how to organize the information, right? Because obviously there's organization and intelligence, right? There's focus, and then there's the ability to switch attention between things, right? And this sort of idea about, as it relates to logic, which is content, okay, and rhetoric, which is context, contextualizing the information, right? It seems like most people, right, they want to know what's going on, right? They want the answers to what's going on. But even if they found out all the available information, right, it wouldn't change their outlook, right? This is the thing. It would only derange their outlook, right? So this is the thing, is that you can't unknow something, right? You can't unsee something, right? So information already has an impact according to the way we perceive the information that we encounter, right? And so, the main thing is not to gain, more information, but to change the way you see the existing information, right? Those are actually two different sort of ways of looking at things, right? And of course,
most people do not have the correct perspective, right? So it doesn't matter what they find out what's going on, right? It doesn't matter how much information they compile about what's going on, right? About math and science, theology. You know, they could list all the philosophers, list all their theories, right? But of course, we will have no way to contextualize, right, the information, right? And of course, we're living in an era of content plasticity, right, and information overload, right? You know, total plasticization of content and total maximization, right? Okay, of information, right? People are being bombarded with information, right? So yeah, so this is all happening, right? So when we look at the architectonic, right, the greater, you know, view of things, right? You know, the greater perspective of things, right? We're looking at the you know, mainly how you know, how it relates to all areas of knowledge, right? So we don't believe in a compartmentalization of knowledge and information, right? And we don't actually believe in the progress of knowledge either, right? So these are two things we firmly reject here. Okay. These are two things we firmly reject here, right? So there's so this idea of progress, right? It's a sort of temporal dislodging, right? And we have another idea, right, of universalism, which is a sort of spatial dislodging, right? And what it means is that man is sort of expecting, right? He's caught in a sort of expectation of the future, right? And this is because of the acceleration of technological growth, right? So it shifted time, our view of time, right? Right. Whereas our creation of an artificial environment, right, and of a global technosphere, right, sort of separated us from nature. Okay, and we gave various explanations of this sort of, you know, great separation from nature, right? Okay, it's been sort of the thing that we've been curtailing. Also, the development of this view of progress, right? There's sort of two alternative directions we're going on, right? Okay. And of course, we mentioned some key thinkers throughout history, right? That might okay, and we also looked at a lot of their work, right? So we looked at a lot of thinkers and a lot of their work, right? If I could sort of recap very quickly. Okay, because we have a lot of new ground to cover today, right? With the people that are here. So we'll figure it out together, right? Yeah, so we've been on quite a journey, right? Okay. But if I can recap, right? Okay, we have been obviously analyzing the pre-Socratics, right? And this whole concept of the principle within nature, right? This concept or this extrapolation of this concept of natural law, right, within the pre-Socratics, right? So we talked about how this arche or this ruling principle, right? Okay, that's mentioned in John, right? The ideas of John are sort of a culmination of sort of Greek and Jewish ideas, right? And he says there, en arche kai hon logos, right? Meaning in the beginning, there was the logos, right? Okay. Now, this idea, logos, right? Okay, it's constantly caught in a battle between pneuma and nous or whatever, right? Between spirit and mind, right? As I've sort of laid out, right? right? But of course, there's a third element that's sort of creeping in, right? Thanks to the sciences, right? And that's soma, right? Pneuma, nous, and soma, right? Which is the material, right? Form, right? Right. Whereas Aristotle said there's two things that exist side by side, right? One is form and the other is matter, right? So he came to the conclusion that matter is eternal, right? That matter always existed, right? Okay. And of course, when the sort of pre-Socratics were looking for the ruling principle, right? It moved from nature to spirit, right? Actually, it moved from nature to mind to spirit in their sort of investigations, right? Okay, because they thought that God or mind was embedded within nature itself, right? Okay. But they began to think of more and more abstract principles, right? So you have one idea. Okay, this is kind of like Plato's idea, right? That rationality is like beyond nature, right? Because it's kind of like geometry, right? Okay, it's these super essential forms. Whereas Aristotle argued that form exists alongside matter. So last time we went through three thinkers, right? Okay, let me pick this up. Kind of where we left off here, right? Okay, we got Thales, Anaximenes, Anaximander, and Anaximenes, right? Okay. And I'll kind of go over their writings in a second here, right? But as they sort of moved along, right? They moved into sort of more ontological. They shifted through ontological transcendence, right? Separation from nature into an abstract principle that rules over the natural forms, right? Okay. So for Thales, all is full of God. He was sort of a quasi-pantheist, right? But for Anaximander, right? There's a sort of ontological separation between the indefinite, this chaotic thing that stirs the natural forms, right? That it steers them, right? So there's a notion of control, right? And sort of acting upon nature, right? And then we see that Anaximenes brought it back into the form of nature, right? He brought it back to nature in the form of air, right? So you have the appearance of the four elements, right? In Anaximenes, right? He sort of talks about how different elements are formed, right? Through this principle, right? So you already have the sort of inklings of this notion of natural law forming, right? Okay. Now, of course, the pre-Socratics are not Greek, right? right? They're from Turkey and Italy and different places, right? Okay. Aaliyah, I think, was in Italy, right? I think Heraclitus was from Turkey, right? I think Thales was also from Turkey, right? And this is also where Paul was from, right? I'm talking about St. Paul, right? Okay, who used these words like pneuma, right? Obviously, he was familiar with the concept of the logos, right? He may have talked to John the Apostle. He may have corresponded with him, right? I'm not too keen on that history, but they both are from Turkey. Okay, they both were familiar with the Greeks. They talked to the Greeks. They argued with the Greeks, right? Okay, they argue. Okay, and of course, Christianity spread to Europe, right? Okay, and so did different things, right? Like Neoplatonism and Zoroastrianism. All these things spread to Europe as well. Okay, all these things spread to Europe as well, right? Right. So you had things like, the Manichaeans influencing sects like the Albigensians, right, and the Cathari, right, right, during the 11th century. And what else do you have? You have the rise of Aristotelianism in the Islamic world and in the Christian world. Right? The rise of Aristotelianism in the Islamic world and the Christian world, right? Sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather here. But in terms of this notion of ontological transcendence, right, of spirit or mind over the material world, okay, this got really ramped up, okay, in the sort of 11th to 14th century, right? In the 11th to 14th century, got sort of hugely ramped up, right? Okay, so you have all of these theologians, right? Jews, Christians, Muslims, right? Arguing with the god of Avicenna, right? A Persian philosopher, right? He could have been influenced by the Mutazilites, right? And Zoroastrianism, right? But he came up with a rather arcane philosophy or perspective, okay, quite early on, this guy Avicenna, right, in which he sort of formulated the roots of empiricism or empirical knowledge, in that he justified the notion of causality, right, through the notion of contingency. Now, we saw that Pannenberg was hugely concerned with this word contingency, right? Because if you have contingency, you have necessity, right? And for the next 500 years, right, for the next 500 years, right, all the philosophers would use Avicenna's definition, right, of God as a being whose essence precedes existence. Right, this was a definition used by Spinoza, Leibniz, and Descartes to describe God, right? It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence for them to expand on God using this Aristotelian notion, right? Because this was this was the influence of medieval philosophy, right? Because obviously, right, they want to discount medieval philosophy, right? They want to call it the Dark Ages. But obviously there was huge advancements made. It wasn't like the world was asleep from ancient Greece to the Renaissance, right? Okay, you're not you're not conversant with history if you believe that, right? Okay, something even something like Tartaria is more likely than that, right? Okay, I would believe that rather than, the world was dormant from ancient Greece to, the modern times, right? Sleep for 1,000 years, right? None of that knowledge, right? All those people that built all those great buildings, right, in the medieval times and, expounded on math and astronomy, right, and occultism, and they created huge systems like, and expounding on these guys like Paracelsus and all these guys, right? I mean, come on. What year was Paracelsus? Here, hold on. Let me look this up. I know he was pretty early. 1493. 1493. Right? So he was earlier than the what we would call the European Renaissance, right? Right? And the same thing with Isaac Luria, right? Isaac Luria, who was expanding on the thoughts of Maimonides, right? And I'm pretty sure that Maimonides argued that God is a necessary being, right? Okay, just like St. Thomas Aquinas argued, right? But they wanted to put reason as a mediator between God and nature, right? So man was sort of a mediator between God and nature, right? Through the use of his reason, right? As Philo said, Logos is the firstborn son of God, right? And he also talked about the notion of wisdom or the Sophia, right? Right, so these notions were already talked about by Alexandrian Jews, right? Alexandrian Jews were already combining the Bible with Greek philosophy, right? Okay. And they were doing it 1,000 years before Avicenna ever picked up and wrote anything, right? Okay, before Muslims conquered, before anything happened, right? Okay, so yeah. So yeah, so it's fascinating, right? When Rousseau, we were talking about Rousseau earlier, right? Rousseau has a quote in his Discourses on Inequality, right, where he quotes the Caliph Omar, right? Burning down the Library of Alexandria, and he says, if there's anything in this library, right, that agrees, right, with the Quran, right, then it's extra. If there's anything that disagrees with the Quran, then it's heretical, so we don't need it, right? So this entire library of information is extra, right? So they just burned it, right? And of course, Rousseau is sort of praising his decision, right, saying that science and art and letters, right, they lead to the corruption of taste and the corruption of social mores. So we have this idea about cultural refinement, and of course cultural refinement can exist in a high stage in a low technological state, right? In a low tech civilization, there could be a high mode of cultural refinement, right? This is what Mumford talked about, right? Right, the mega machine, right? It's based on cultural refinement. It can be used, based on simple tools, right? But the mechanical order is much different, right? The mechanical order incurs a totalitarian system and design, right? But before that, we had all sorts of notions of the state as the machine that speaks for man, right? Okay, Hobbes saw the state as a mortal god, right? Right, the artificial man is a mortal god, right? These are the words, or to paraphrase Hobbes in his Leviathan, right? Talking about the commonwealth, right? And of course, they idealize the state as a sort of divine institution, right? And this was partly accelerated, right, by the followers of Swedenborg, right, and occultists, right, people who are followers of the Messiah Shabbatai Zevi, right?
Can I ask something quickly? Can you briefly touch on why Voltaire did not like Rousseau's discourse on origin of inequality? Because I haven't read Voltaire yet. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
You can
sure.
briefly
Yeah, sure.
touch that.
Yeah, I could bring up a bunch of resources on that. So Voltaire lied about Rousseau, right? He accused him of like burning down a theater in like Geneva, Switzerland, and I mean also Diderot, right? Diderot said that that if you read you know, the discourses or something like that, right, that you would be you know, like that you should like crawl around on all fours, right, like an animal, right? So yeah, so Rousseau was sort of seen as a sort of intellectual foe to Voltaire and Diderot, who tried to destroy his reputation, right, publicly, right? They wrote against him. They said his denial of like science and technology and stuff. You know, they really did disagree with his philosophy, right? So yeah, and that's seen in the Encyclopedia, right? We saw that the Encyclopedia sort of promoted scientific totalitarianism. You know, they had sort of Lucifer on the cover of it, right? So I think the ideas of the French Revolution, right? Although there's some influence from Rousseau, I think it's mainly a lot of influence from Voltaire and Diderot, who sort of influenced and sort of supported the parliamentary, you know, project of governance, right, and all that sort of stuff. So after he was sort of discredited, right, in Geneva, he sort of went to London, right, where he met the philosopher Hume, and he was very suspicious of the philosopher Hume, right? He thought he was like spying on him and opening up his mail and stuff like that. Right? And of course, a lot of this stuff is there in Will Durant, right? His you know, information that he brings forward on Rousseau, right, which is biographical information. You know, I'll have to send it to you. It's very interesting. But yeah, Voltaire and Diderot, right? They had certain philosophical, disagreements with them. To the extent that Diderot, complained that Rousseau's, sort of promoted barbarism, right? Like, in his rejection of civilization. So yeah, so they were not on good terms, especially, and Rousseau was sort of, he didn't really attain a lot of celebrity in his lifetime. You know, he was kind of infamous in his lifetime, right? Yeah, the guy sort of had a painful life. You know, he's like Nietzsche or something. You know, very painful life that he had.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap with his views and Teddy in many areas.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And yeah, so Rousseau was sort of rejecting the project of Enlightenment philosophy, right? And I think he's a single most guy who influenced Romanticism. So yeah, he's an interesting guy. His whole idea about pastoralism, right? He obviously thought hut society, and the village life, and the pastoral life was a high ideal for human, life, right? And some of these ideas were taken from the philosopher John Locke, right? Because see, Locke, right, he really takes this whole section out on the natives, right? So so Locke talks about the native and people and their freedom, right? And how much freedom they have, right? Living in nature, right? He does this to sort of refute Hobbes, right? Right. So Locke is really not liking this idea of bellum hominum homines or whatever. I mean, right, that like I mean the war of all against all or whatever, right? I mean this great concept that Hobbes has, right? That man, because he thinks it's kind of a shitty view of man, right? Locke is sort of more for like a Christian ideal, right? So he kind of thinks that man strives to be good even in nature, right? So he talks about the freedom of the Native Americans and sort of I mean obviously Rousseau sort of expands on this.
Well, let me
Yeah.
show an interesting parallel. You know this already, but the Taoist and the legalist had very similar dispute also. The
Right.
Taoist
Yeah.
and legalist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean the Taoists and the Confucianists I mean the legalists, right? It's like three things about
Yeah.
I mean three ideas about cultural refinement and I mean law, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
legalists,
yeah,
the legalists saw human nature negatively, like Hobbes,
exactly.
basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Yeah, and we will be reading some of their interesting writings. Right, I do have some of the writings of the legalists to compare with the ideas of Confucianism. Obviously, we didn't have time to read Mosey, right? But he has some interesting thoughts that sort of mirror, the ideas of Plato. Um, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, this idea of you know of freedom, how much freedom is found in nature, right? Hobbes thought not that much, right? And this pairs off with this negative view of human nature, right? Um, then you go to Locke and he sort of saw more freedom in nature, right? Freedom in nature sort of linked with human goodness, right? And then you get to Rousseau, right? And Rousseau says, well, the sweetest sentiments of man, right? He sort of invents this notion of the noble savage, right? And he says that nature actually influences the constitution of human societies, right? Sort of like an anthropologist, right? Whereas Hobbes sort of believes in this baseline equality between all men, right? Okay, Rousseau sort of invents this idea that there's this unique, sort of cultural anthropology to man, right? So obviously, so that brings us to, where we're at today, right? Right. Because we saw how the ideas of, especially on our Tuesday shows, right? Right. The ideas of, Rousseau, who's almost like the last of the great political thinkers. Okay. Okay, you got Machiavelli, right? Hobbes, then Locke, then Rousseau, right? In this sort of list of four guys that are sort of reinventing, political science, right? And they're sort of really reinventing this notion of universal rights, right? And how man's universal aspect sort of relates to the state. And why are they doing that, right? Is because the universal aspect of man was related to the church before, right? But God was removed from nature, right? And this notion, that human reason was the bridge between nature and the divine, was sort of sublimated into this concept of the state, right? Because the state was the sort of epitome of human reason, right? Okay, so man started to idealize in the state the same thing that he saw in the church, right? Which was a connection between nature and God, right? Okay, even the way the churches look, right? They're meant to bring heaven down to earth, right? Okay. But now it's the state that does that, right? The apotheosis of the state. Okay, and man, the notion of the universal man, right, arriving, right, and sublimated into the notion of the species being, right? The universal mind was turned into the collective mind, right? Right, and the notion of the universal man or the archetypal man was turned into the species being, right? But it's the same notion, right? Because it's used to promote the same basic concept, which is separation from nature, right? Universal ideal. And a sublimation of the natural under human reason, right? So all of these key themes, right? Which actually Ellul brings up in his Betrayal of the West, right? Right, he says the West has created this system that subsumes all other systems, right? And in that, it's sort of subsuming its own identity, right? Through this notion of reason and progress. As aligned with the notion of liberalism and individualism, to where man is reduced into the collective herd, right? Atomized through techno-humanism, techno-liberalism, right? Right, this great thing that sublimates human values through technical means. And of course, the alignment of the state, right, with this notion, right, was preceded by the notion of the apotheosis of the state and the notion of progress. And the universality of these means, right? The universality of means, right? Right. So I hope I've helped you guys shift your perspective and how we've sort of gotten to understand these notions, right, that have became so prevalent, right, through techno-liberalism, right? And some of the main thinkers, and of course we have looked at some of their writings, some of them in great detail, okay? But if I could go back to, where we've come to after this, right? Right, and of course we talked about August Comte. Okay, his notion of the theological to the metaphysical to the scientific or the positivist, right? Age, right? That's sort of its philosophy that handed religion over to science, right? And people think that they can undo the damage by sprinkling a little philosophy on top of it, right? But I'll repeat that again, right? In a much more clearer fashion, right? Religion has been hijacked by philosophy, and philosophy has been hijacked by science. You can't undo the damage of science by making it more philosophical, right? That's too soft of a move, right? Too soft of a move. You're going to have to hit it where it hurts, right? You're going to have to hit it where it hurts. Right? Doesn't give a damn about your philosophy. Doesn't give a damn about your ideology. Doesn't give a damn about your theology. You know? So we need to focus on the architectonic, right? Right? We need to focus on history, right? And technology, right? And all of these areas. Okay, the symbolic reference frame, right, has been hijacked.
Yeah, I feel like Rousseau, he argued for like a middle stage between pure nature and full-blown egoistic society, which was the happiest and most stable. Like I got that from the book. And I think like we tipped way more to the egocentric, science and the egocentric industries, basically technique. We tipped way more there. And it's kind of infected and corrupted everything, It does probably tie back to like Royal Society and other stuff like that. It definitely seems that way.
Yeah, so I'm gonna open up some of this stuff with Skolomowski. We're gonna take a deeper look at sort of how we got into this problem. And we only got one little piece left, right, in the work eco theology, right? So we'll save that for our Wednesday stream, right? But we're going to move on to a different text, the participatory mind, and read excerpts from that, right? And take a look at some of those ideas, and take a look at why, another great problem, right, which is consciousness, right? Science denies that consciousness exists, right? So they deny the greater portion of human experiences, right? Yet they want to derive a science that speaks for man, right? So not only have they contributed to the desacralization of nature, the desacralization of knowledge, right, and the loss of the sacred, right, altogether, but they can't mediate the experiences that are so very dear and so very close to all of us, right, which is our conscious experiences, right? So another area where science has dropped the ball, right, is in philosophy of mind, right? It's also dropped the ball in the great area of the loss of the sacred, right? We've really delved into that, right? Right, seen so much in these crazy notions about the apotheosis of the state by people like Marx, right, who believe through scientific totalitarianism, right, and scientific socialism, right, that utopian design would be brought to Earth through technology, right? Some of the crazy ideas that these guys had. That you bring the kingdom of God on Earth through through a global technosphere, right? Incredibly dangerous LARPs that we should all be concerned with. Right, but of course, this ties into Hegel's notion of the apotheosis of the state, right? Right, that the state would become, centralized in the sort of divine affairs of man, right? But of course, there was a link between God, king, and people, right? That was uprooted by the idea of universalism. That was hijacked by the idea of the technological society. And now we have the birth of techno-liberalism, right? To quote ellul, Liberalism gave birth to its executioner. Right? Slave gave birth to its master. Right? Okay, so we're here. Okay, they're constructing, right, the Tower of Babel, right? And nobody's even, nobody's got a problem, right? Nobody cares. Right? You talk about it, right? And of course, you're crazy, right? So this is the deal that we're dealing with here, right?
Yeah, I've been arguing with that kind of stuff with my friend from Slovenia for over 6 to 8 years. I believe around that much. But yeah, that's what we're moving towards, like a new kind of Tower of Babel, basically. Well, we already have it, to be honest. The data servers are basically like Tower of Babel, and they're monopolizing data. And I mean, that's what Klaus Schwab says, data is the new gold, basically. Data is the new gold.
Yeah, so let me play a song for you guys. Of course, there's a lot of videos here made by Emperor Lorp, made in Empire's image. Right? So yeah, man. Blessings to the homie. And yeah. Yeah, I think this is a funny video. But yeah, anyways, yeah, so I'll come back and break this down more, right? But yeah, we're trying to give a history of sort of science and philosophy, sort of look at the ideological components, right, that sort of led humans to believe that, nature is A, desacralized, and B, that man has mastery over it, right, which led to sort of the technological, world system, right? And of course, this is the epitome of man's power, right? It's the objective factor of power in our age, right? And conformity in our time is nothing more than conformity to a technological system. And so we're looking at the structure of power, right? Both ideological, psychological, okay, and physiological, right? In its manifestations. All right. Anyways, let me play this song for you guys. Right. This is Blood Money mixed with Scorpionic.
Word up, New York, yo, word up, 25 to life, yo, recognize, word up, yo, understand, yo, New York, get the bloody money, dirty cash, live niggas, smoke weed, the car seat stabs, you monkey walk, I'm hunchback, sneak quiet, talk about me gossip, scared to death when I pop up, I'm fouler than gas, so don't bust when they supposed to, been around you, claim close, but wasn't close to you, your setup was weak, you coming, I saw you cut corners, snake type shit, tie you up, seal your lip, wrist bleeding, cowboy roll, choke the throat, put the bogey out in your face, now your face lays like ashtray face, save a gat on my waist, get a guard for space, shoot you up above waist, if I ain't got beef, right here, or right there, ice grill there, should've set it off right there, CNN, war report, right across New York, guard I'm Indian style, knees bent, militant, y'all the world know, Noriega from Iraq, people me Syrian, keep it real, that's that, get stabbed in your back, my man, Alley Cat, little cousin from Jamaica, brown skin thug, thug blood, yo, we stuck in the game like it's a drug, my pops was a thug nigga, was on the streets too, Uncle Wise dipping since 82, back on the street, 107 got brew, I see you, come see you, right and scroll, to the rest of the fam, locked and hold, at age Hey, money come first, snatch first, go to church. Yo, that's not me. Mommy, I'm cursed. Iblis, glamorous, diabolic, devilish. This game real, realer than you think. Just think, spots get rushed, knives get touched, police bust. Yo, what happened? Police kick door. Yo, we was rapping. Your wife, what? Dressed and decent, 100 crackers. Son, it's the 110 precinct. New York, get the bloody money. Dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed. Car C stash, you monkey walk, on horseback. Sleep quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up. Yo, time zone, cabrón, maricón. Bitches calling me up, trying to set me up. Like a Dina, kid, they from Medina. Emmanuel, keep it scared to sell. General, click the cartel. When niggas get locked, who you think they call for bail? Shorty legs mad smooth. Son, I'm left struck. Pussy plus dick could only equal a fuck. Fatty banging, tearing alive, my chain hanging. We waiting, conversating, Iblis Satan, illegal life. Watch police on bikes, like stealing shame. They monkey wrench the whole game. A stress day, police watch to 12K. While I smoke, shorty sip, Chardonnay. I lay back, cognac, and I don't even drink like that. I sell crack, yo, my ISIS, gleam type me, sell the fiend, shoot guns, parallel, pistol, bust well, kid, whatever. Desert storm, like bad weather, click together, keep gaps under the lever. You lightweight, what? I'm heavyweight, whole weight. Yo, it's jail niggas coming home, taking this shit. Yo, illegal business, the niggas got dealt with, got smoke. Guard body cat, he sniff coke, yo, he's on time. Think about drinking his wine, regulate 9-9, get my crew out, survive shootout, tactics, keep gas under the mattress, you play a hater, my team a bunch of regulator, set you up, you won't make it to the elevator, you never been to jail, I'm jail scene, niggas seen, me in jail since 13, shooting up scene, real niggas take cream, New York get the bloody money, dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed, car seat stash, you monkey walk, I'm hunchback, sleep quiet, talk about me gossip, scared to death when I pop up, New York get the bloody money, dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed, car seat stash, you monkey walk, I'm hunchback, sleep quiet, talk about me gossip, scared to death when I pop up,
Word up, I rap around family. Big money, big joy outlaw.
That battle, yo. CNN once again, control method,
Big high, hell murder. Real visible, not divisible. Noriega, nigga.
Yeah. Pretty silly video, definitely. Can't believe AI made that, definitely. A lot of weird themes in that one video. I don't know if you guys noticed. Very strange.
Sheesh.
Yeah, shout out to Lorp. Yeah, let me put this out. Yeah, we got a bunch of his videos today. Let me put this out here.
Yeah, that video actually reminded me of something, you know, at the end of 2001, A Space Odyssey. I feel like maybe that has like some Kabbalistic significance. I'm not sure if you ever seen that film, but
Right.
yeah, like he
Yeah, I've
transforms
heard a
into,
lot. Yeah.
yeah, that ending is kind of strange, you know, like it does seem to tie into the messianic stuff to some extent. The ending of 2001.
Yeah, I heard a lot about it. You know. So especially Bill Cooper did an excellent special on that movie. And in the Masonic themes and you know, he gave like an hour just on the opening segment. Like there's like cavemen and all this stuff. So if I could get up in this, you know, and of course I may have only time to read like 2 or 3 of these. Right, but it'll bring us to some interesting concepts. Okay, and expounding. Now, if you guys looked at the first part of Wednesday's show, right? Now we kept getting thwarted, right, by the audio malfunction, right? So we had to end the show twice. Okay, so yeah, so you know, it was incredible, right? So yeah, so I mean, I only did it for 6 hours there, right? But the first part is sort of okay, you know, there's like just the pre-Socratics, right? Then the second part we did is sort of Skolomowski, Pannenberg. I looked at some of Mumford's stuff, right? We read some of ellul, right? And that second part, there was lots of sort of disturbances and stuff, right? So we had to like sort of just wrap it up. But yeah, but I try to get like at least like 4 good, like solid, like recorded hours, of good material, right? Usually we record for about 6 hours, right? I try to host as many discussions as I can, right? So ideally we'd have at least half of the 6 hours be discussions, right? So we only be presenting for like 3 hours, right? But yeah, I'm not in a rush to present anything, right? But I am in a rush to sort of have conversations that center around the topics. The type of topics that we present, right? So as I've presented in the first part here, right? It's sort of about a view of nature, right? And of course, a lot of the pre-Socratics, right? They had different views of nature, right? So we looked at Thales, right? And of course, he's seen as sort of a sage and a mystic, right? But he's also sort of a scientist, right? And this idea that he said that all are full of gods, right? And this idea that he also said that nature changes, right? That there's a universal principle in nature, right? And he defined existence, right? Like he said, of the things that are, right? Right. He said, changing in its attributes, this day state is the element and principle of things that are. Right. So he's talking about change in nature and how this change comes about and how there's an underlying principle that defines this change. Right. So there's several things there. Right. There's the archy, which is the ruling principle. Right. There's nature with a capital N. Right. Which is the thing that's enduring this change. And then there's existence. Right. Which is sort of nature plus the ruling principle. Right. And that in itself, it doesn't change. Right. It shouldn't. Right. Right. So existence, right, nature, and also the ruling principle, right, or the archy, right, as we said, in arche kaihon logos. It's kind of like archetype, right, the first part of that word, archy, right, right. So yeah, so they have this idea. Okay, now let me read one of his main lines. Now, obviously, he's a sort of a scientist and a mystic, right? Sort of studying nature, and he's sort of talking about how spirit exists in nature, right? And he's saying that this soul or spirit exists in all of nature, right? So he's sort of a pantheist, right? And of course, he thinks that it's got something to do with water. Okay, we talked about how water or ether, right, is sort of defined in Taoism, right? In Taoism, it says the highest good is like water, right? Okay, in the story of Ketu, right? It says consciousness said, "May I become many," and became light, Light said, may I become many, and became water. Right? So this 3-step thing, right, that we're talking about, right? And of course, this water is most likely some sort of ethereal substance. Right? It's more like dark matter, or like the stuff that we're all swimming in, right? Stuff that is more dense than matter itself, that it can hold matter, right? Okay, so this is water or fluidity or motion, right? The main thing he wants to describe is motion. Right now, in terms of Anaximander, right? Let me read this part, right? Okay, this is also from Thales, right? How could I forget, right? Is this notion of attraction, right? He says, from what has been related about him, it seems that Thales too supposed that the soul was something that produced motion, if indeed he said that the magnet has soul because it moves iron. Okay, so this idea of the complexity of mind being in things because they desire certain things through motion and all this type of stuff, right? So he's looking at this idea, right? Okay, next we have Anaximander, right? And I went over all these last time in great detail, so I'm gonna like go a little bit quicker this time so we get to some new guys, right? Okay, he reduced the complexity of the cosmos to one thing he called the definite. The indefinite. Sorry, the indefinite, right? It's kind of like chaos, right? Okay, he said it's chaos, right? This abstraction, right, introduced into Greek philosophy the notion of supersensible reality. This is the people who wrote this textbook, right? Saying that. Okay, it's a pretty interesting statement, right? Okay, they're saying that the idea about the ruling principle is getting more abstract from nature itself, right? It's becoming like super sensible, right? So it's belonging to like a new order, right, that exists beyond nature, right? Okay. Now, let's check out what he says. Okay, because he says things that are perishing and things will come to be according to necessity. He also uses the word that the indefinite, right, or the first principle, steers all things, right? Says it contains and steers all things. So this seems to be very much akin to the words of Heraclitus, right? Who said that thunderbolt steers all things. Right? So Anaximander believed that there's a sort of chaotic, indefinite force that steers all things. Very, very similar to Heraclitus, right? Okay. And he also believed in evolution, right? Okay. Okay, so he's one of the first people we have on record that sort of talked about evolution, right? That was sort of separated from this notion of reincarnation, right? Because even Pythagoras, as I explained, he believed in reincarnation, right? As we'll see, right? Pythagoras believes in reincarnation, right? And as a consequence, I believe Plato got him. Got it from Pythagoras to believe in the idea of reincarnation, right?
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, and they also believe that, then reincarnation can, that humans could become dogs and stuff like that, right? So human spirits and animal spirits were interchangeable, right? They believe that, right? So, when you go to Plato and Aristotle, right, they didn't believe things like that, right? Because, or at least it doesn't really make sense for Plato, right? Because, the human being has a sort of rational soul, right? So how to be exchanged with the animal soul, right? So I don't know if he believed that we could be exchanged with animals, right? But Pythagoras certainly did, right? Pythagoras certainly did, right? For Aristotle, I think he kind of left that stuff behind. Right? It was kind of more scientific, right? Right. I think he would think that, the the soul is sort of like this perfection that exists, right? He did believe in the soul, right? But he thought that, obviously humans have different souls than plants or animals, right? But yeah, for Anaximander, he said, you know, and this is pseudo Plutarch, right? It says he declares in the beginning humans were born from other kinds of animals, since other animals quickly manage on their own, and humans alone required lengthy nursing. For this reason, in the beginning, they would not have been preserved if they had been like this. Okay, so you got this idea, right? And you have this notion of necessity, right? Okay, so you have some new ideas being added there, right? Now let's go to this guy, Anaximenes, right? Anaximenes, right? Who believed that air is a god, right? And also he adds this notion of the four elements, right? That air becomes fire and water and earth, right? And so obviously he thought the soul was air and this breath exists around the entire cosmos, right? So he's bringing it back to nature instead of the notion of ontological transcendence, right? Thales, Anaximenes are kind of like into the notion of God existing within nature, right? Or the spirit existing within nature, right? Whereas as you go down the list, right, there's a notion of ontological transcendence, right? That God or mind becomes separated from nature, right? In a sort of quasi-dualism, right? Okay, Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans. Okay, let's read some of this that it says about the Pythagoreans. I got two different sources on Pythagoreans. So let's see what we could come up with about the Pythagoreans and some of their history, right? Now, obviously, he had a cult where you had to vow, silence, and you'd be watched, right? Then you'd be led into the inner chamber and get to meet the master, right? So, all the disciples of Pythagoras had to take a vow of silence, and of course they believed that, that Pythagoras was the son of Hermes and all this crazy stuff, right? So they're an interesting group, right? So yeah, it says here Pythagoras was born in 570 BCE, right off the coast of Asia Minor, right on the island of Samos, right, which was near Miletus, right? So he's near Turkey, right? Okay, which is about to be taken over by the Persian Empire. Right, and it says, dissatisfied with the rule of Polycrates, the tyrant whom Persia supported, he left the eastern Mediterranean in 530, finally settling in Croton on the coast of southern Italy. Pythagoras' emigration westward had important consequences for Greek philosophy, since it brought Pythagoreanism to Greek colonies. Interesting. Interesting. It brought Pythagoreanism to the Greek colonies of Italy and Sicily, and it finally flourished over the course of a century. Pythagoras himself helped ensure this longevity, right? Right, because Plato, right, he was writing around, I think, 300 BC or something like that, 340 or something like that, right? I think so, right? So it said Pythagoreanism developed into a religion. Devotees employed rituals, dietary restrictions. Right, they were like vegans, right? Because they believed in reincarnation, right? Contemplation of divine cosmic order, hope of purifying their soul, preparing them for future reincarnations. So foreign to the traditional religion of the Greeks, the doctrines of ascetic practices seem to have been influenced by the religions of territories under the Persian control. For example, in the Indian province of Gandhara, the doctrine of reincarnation had emerged much earlier. Interesting. And just as Zoroastrians divided the cosmos between two opposing forces, those of good and light, and those of evil darkness, so did the Pythagoreans, who added mathematical opposites, odd and even, to the dualistic division of the cosmos.
I apologize for asking, but what book is this from again?
It's a random textbook that I have. It's called Introductory Readings in Ancient Greek and Roman Philosophy, edited by C.D.C. Reeve and Patrick Lee Miller.
Thank you.
So yeah.
I have one book on the pre-Socratics. I need to read it. It's by Mick Carahan or Richard McCrahan, Philosophy Before Socrates. I need to read that. So I read some of it already, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. And obviously it develops independently in I think it develops independently, right? Because if you read you know, sort of Buddha and Confucius and Lao Tzu and all these guys, it's clear that they have some pretty deep-seated notions about the cosmos, about the ruling principle of the cosmos. Obviously, Lao Tzu says the Tao is the ruling principle of the cosmos, right? So he established that there was an arche or a ruling principle, right? Just like the pre-Socratics did, right? So they had comparable philosophies, around 600 to 400, right, BCE, right? So there's comparable stuff going on in the East, right? And of course we've touched on a lot of it, right? But yeah, but it's interesting how the notion of nature becomes more abstracted, right? There's a ruling principle. It becomes separated from nature through this notion of ontological transcendence, right? And of course, this idea of dualism, right, becomes firmly established, right? Mind becomes separated from matter and nature and all of that type of stuff, right? So this is an interesting shift, and it points to how we ended up in this sort of materialistic, phase that we're experiencing today, right? So yeah. So obviously, a lot of the Greeks that were obsessed with these foundational concepts, right? They spread to the Alexandrian Jews, right? Which spread, right? Okay, to the medieval philosophers, as I stated, right? Okay, and obviously those notions, okay, were passed along to the ideas of the Enlightenment, right? And most historians are going to trace the ideas of the Enlightenment, right, science and liberalism, to the modern world. Okay, so you have these great pillars of so-called Western civilization, right? The Rome and Jerusalem, right? We're sort of cataloging how this came about, right? Right, as I said, right, sort of, religion was handed to science through the hands of philosophy, right? Okay, we moved from religion and art to science and politics. So we're sort of, cataloging this great shift, right? So yeah, let me move along here because I got a couple sources here that I want to get through, that I think are, pretty significant to understand these problems, right? Honestly, right? So yeah, so we'll get into it. Yeah, okay, let me see this here. Where am I at? Okay, yeah, mathematics. Mathematics is the inquiry with which Pythagoras is most commonly associated with nowadays, thanks largely to the theorem that bears his name in a right triangle. Right. So what's really funny is that they think that Pythagoras like invented the notion of that, right? But obviously the people who built the pyramids like knew that that's possible. I don't know. Although the theorem had been known already by the Babylonians. Oh, okay, so they admit that, right? But yeah, don't you think people besides the Babylonians knew it? It's kind of stupid.
It's like the case of revisionist history and a lot of history being lost. So Pythagoras ends up getting credit.
Right. Okay, so it says oh, okay, so he may have developed the first proof of it. Okay, so that's all he did. Like other Greeks, they did arithmetics with pebbles in the sand, forming shapes by arranging them with the help of carpenter's square or gnomon. Okay, I'm pretty sure they use that in Freemasonry, right? Beginning with one pebble, for example, they surrounded it with a gnomon, adding either an odd number of pebbles along its edge, making a square or even number, making a rectangle. The Pythagoreans associated limit with odd, but unlimited with even, and plurality. Further associating the first set with goodness and light and the second with evil darkness. Okay, so there's sort of a fundamental dualism, right? Based on matter itself, right? How matter is divided. But there's also these transcendental notions, right? So this is an extremely important shift, right? Where you could sort of have the one and the many, right? Being and becoming sort of interlinked through the system. So it's obvious why Plato saw this preferable. Right? This notion that there's a good and the bad, it could be both transcendent and work in the material world, right? Okay, and it's based on the fundamental aspect of reason, right? Which is that one is good, two is bad, two is unlimited, one is limited, right? One is based on, I mean, two is based on one, right? Contains it within itself, right? Yeah, so yeah, what a fascinating notion.
Yeah, that also parallels set theory with the empty sets. You have subsets of empty sets, and that can give rise to elements in set theory.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I think the set, some of the set was based on the notion of a pyrrhon from Plato. That Cantor based the notion, I think it's from the Philebus of Plato. We actually discussed this earlier on our show. Pretty interesting stuff. So, yeah, that the number exists both as a whole and a multiplicity, right? That it's both one and many, right? It's a fascinating concept, right? A pyrrhon, right? The oneness or the wholeness of a number, right? Versus its multiplicity, the infinity that exists within it, right? The number of sets that exist within the number itself, right? So it's interesting. So further associating the first set with goodness and light, the second with evil darkness, they seem to have prescribed a contemplation of the former and prescribed that of the latter. Such contemplation involved the study not of arithmetic and geometry, but also of music and astronomy. Music and astronomy. Taking, and this is another thing that Plato promoted, right? He said that certain ratios or forms of playing music, right? Certain like musical systems or certain forms of musical theory were like evil. The other ones were good because they were based on sound, like mathematical proportions, right?
That's pretty nerdy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff.
But it has some truth to it, because I remember seeing a study or something, if you play like rock, bad heavy metal to plants, they don't really like it. They prefer more classical music to plants.
That's interesting. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So yeah, they definitely wouldn't like Spooky Saturday. But
Sad Chumbo.
right. But yeah, I think actually Rousseau invented his own, a musical system. Right, he's an interesting guy. Right, he also invented the romance novel. Right, he's kind of an interesting guy. Right, he wrote like these stories, right, of like a female from the first person perspective. Right, he was kind of like one of the first people to write a fiction tale with a female protagonist. He's an interesting guy, Rousseau, right?
I did very much enjoy reading Discourse on the Origin of Inequality. It was a fascinating read. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's an excellent piece of writing.
I agree.
Wait, Rousseau is quote unquote inventor of the romance novel?
I think so. Yeah, he kind of like
Oh
innovated
man. Oh man.
Yeah.
Throw out the rest of his stuff.
Yeah, like what's that guy? Flaubert or whatever, right? The guy who wrote Madame Bovary, right? It's interesting. But yeah, So yeah, the music structure and form, right? They had this obsession, right? Okay, now this is very important, right? Abandoning the Milesian quest for the material substrate of the cosmos. Okay, so you finally have a departure, right? I don't know. I think, I'm pretty sure Anaximander abandoned it. He said it was like chaos that steers all things, right? Looked like he abandoned it, right? To me, it kind of seemed like he abandoned it, right? So yeah. So material substrate for the cosmos. Then the Pythagoreans emphasized the cosmic order and structure. In fact, Pythagoras was said to have been the first to use the word cosmos. That's huge, right? Which means order in Greek, refers to the whole world, right? So not nature, cosmos, right? Discerning cosmos from the movements of the heavenly bodies. Discerning cosmos also in the movement of the heavenly bodies, his followers even assumed, that these movements created harmonies, so-called music of the spheres, right? And that's talked about in Plato's Timaeus as well, right? Plato talked about that, right? Harmony of the bodies, right? I mean the music of the spheres, right, or whatever, right? This is the thing, right? He referred to. The goal of all Pythagoreans was to imitate their master, by engaging in philosophy, studying the cosmos, assimilating its order, thereby purifying the soul. They hoped also to achieve a divinity like his. The program of purification and divination, along with several of its central doctrines, seem to have exercised considerable influence on Plato. Okay. So let me read this other source I have on Pythagoras. Whoops. Okay. So 6th century, right? Originated in 6th century. Pythagoreans established the Pythagorean community in ancient Greek colony of Croton, right? So we read that too. In modern day Calabria, Italy, right? That's where Pinoid is from, right? Circa
Yes,
500, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. It's from Calabria.
Yeah, circa 530. Right. Early Pythagorean communities spread through the Magna Graecia. Already during Pythagoras' life, it is likely that the distinction between the acousmatikoi, those who listen, who is conventionally regarded as more concerned with religious and ritual elements and associated with oral tradition, and the mathematikoi, those who learn, existed. The ancient biographers of Pythagoras, Iamblichus, 245 to 325 AD, and his master Porphyry, 234 to 305 AD, seem to make a distinction of two as the beginner and advanced. As the Pythagorean Cenobites, that's right, Cenobites, practice an esoteric path like the mystery schools of antiquity. The adherents of acousmatikoi following the initiation became mathematikoi. It is wrong to say that the Pythagoreans were superseded by the Cynics in the 4th century, but it seems to be a distinction mark of the Cynics to disregard the hierarchy and protocol ways of initiatory proceedings significant for the Pythagorean community. Subsequently, did the Greek philosophical traditions become more diverse. The Platonic Academy was arguably a Pythagorean Cenobitic institution outside the city walls of Athens in the 4th century, as a sacred grove dedicated to Athena and Hecademus. Academos or Academos. The academy, the sacred grove of Academos, may have existed as the contemporaries seem to believe since the Bronze Age, even pre-existing the Trojan War. Yeah, according to Plutarch, it was the Athenian strategos general Kimon Milkiadu, 510 to 450, who converted this quote waterless and arid spot into a well-watered grove, which he provided with clear running tracks and shady walks. Plato lived almost 100 years later. Okay, so the Achaemenid destruction of Athens in 480, 479 occurred. The Second Persian War. All right, I'm going to skip some of this. It says, following political instability in Magna Graecia, some Pythagorean philosophers moved to mainland Greece while others regrouped in Rhegium. By 400 BC, the majority of Pythagorean philosophers had left Italy. Pythagorean ideas exercised a marked influence on Plato. Pythagoreanism was revived in the 1st century, giving rise to Neo-Pythagoreanism. The worship of Pythagoras continued in Italy as a religious community. Pythagoras appeared to have survived as a part or deeply influenced by Bacchic cults and Orphism. So this is where they get the Orphic Pythagoreanism. Right. So the rites of Pythagoras combined with the rites of Bacchus or Dionysus. Which is an interesting twist, right? Because isn't that also like nature worship? So if you can imagine, I would think that some of the mystery schools and some of the nature worshipers, because obviously in the city, right, they kind of had like different gods, right? They had gods of commerce and warfare, right? Athena and Apollo and stuff, right? So when you get into Orphic Pythagoreanism and the Eleusinian mysteries, they got sort of different gods, right? It's like Demeter and the gods that control nature, right?
Would you say Sophia also, or is that later? Sophia.
I don't know. I don't know if the Bacchic cults had goddess worship, right? But yeah, I mean, they had goddess worship just in Athens, right? So they all worship goddesses, but I don't know if Sophia, especially, right? I don't know. I kind of think that Sophia was like maybe, at this time, definitely Philo talked about Sophia. So we're gonna get into some of that later too. I got a sort of a different article on Wednesday that links up Gnosticism and Judaism. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's interesting. So yeah, Pythagoreanism is fascinating stuff. And obviously Plato's sort of sorry, I'm sneezing a lot. sort of under the weather today or whatever. Feeling a little
Retro.
feeling like scratchy throat or whatever. So yeah, it is what it is. But um, but yeah, I may play some music in a minute here, but I'm going to continue reading this for a second, and see how much of this I can get through, right? But yeah, the Bacchic rites, obviously, right? Pythagoras was already well known in ancient times, right? Obviously they mentioned the Tard theorem, the Pythagorean theorem or whatever, right? Much of the surviving sources of Pythagoras originated with Aristotle and the philosophers of the Peripatetic school, which founded historiographical, academic traditions such as biography, doxography, and the history of science. Interesting. The surviving 5th century sources of Pythagoras and early Pythagoreanism are void of supernatural elements, while surviving 4th century BC sources on Pythagoras' teachings introduce legend and fable. Right. They sort of said he was like son of Hermes, right? The followers of Pythagoras kind of thought he was a god, right? And if you didn't like sort of believe that in their cult, they'd sort of kill you for it, right?
Oof.
Right. I think they said like one of the platonic solids was like sacred, and like you couldn't talk about it, right? They kill you, right? So yeah, they were a special sort of cult for sure. Here's some familiar faces. Right. It says the surviving 5th century BC sources on Pythagoras and early Pythagoreanism are void of supernatural elements, while surviving 4th century BC sources on Pythagoras' teachings introduce legend and fable. Philosophers who discuss Pythagoreanism, such as Anaximander. So I was correct in assuming that Anaximander was sort of like, he'd already sort of graduated in terms of ontological transcendence, going beyond nature, right, to these abstract principles, right? So maybe that's because he was influenced by Pythagoras, right? A bunch of other guys that, Andron, Heraclides, Neanthes. I've never heard of these guys. Had access to historical written sources as well as oral tradition about Pythagoreanism during the 4th century. Okay, they said in the 4th century, Pythagoreanism was in decline. The earliest surviving ancient sources on Pythagoras and his followers is a satire by Xenophanes. Xenophanes was a monotheist, right? On the Pythagorean beliefs of the transmigration of the souls. Xenophanes wrote of Pythagoras that in a surviving fragment from Heraclides, Pythagoras and his followers are described as follows. 2 other surviving fragments of ancient sources on Pythagoras are Ion of Chios and Empedocles. I think they like erased the quote there. Yeah, I want to know what Xenophanes said of him. But yeah, Yeah, there's a lot of shit like erased from this article. Oh well. Empedocles described Pythagoras as, quote, a man of surpassing knowledge, master, especially of all kinds of wise works, who had acquired the utmost wealth of understanding. In the 4th century BC, the sophist Alcidamus wrote that Pythagoras was widely honored by Italians. Widely honored by Italians. Early Pythagorean sects were closed societies, and new Pythagoreans were chosen based on merit and discipline. Ancient sources record that early Pythagoreans underwent a 5-year initiation period of listening to the teachings, acousmata, in silence. Initiates could only could through a test become members of the inner circle. However, Pythagoreans could also leave the community if they wished. Iamblichus listed 235 Pythagoreans by name. Among them, 17 women whom he described as the most famous, quote unquote, women practitioners of Pythagoreanism. It was customary that family members became Pythagoreans. As Pythagoreanism developed into a philosophical tradition. Okay, I'll read some more of this in a minute. Or maybe next time. I don't know. Let me actually move to some music. I'll play a song for you guys. And we will be back in I think like 3 or 4 minutes here. And eventually I'm gonna move on to Skolmowski here. So we'll see in how we'll see how the time either eludes us or what we come up with here. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I see it's a quiet night. Not that much participation. I will drop the link again. Right. Seems like not too many viewers, not too much participation tonight. But yeah. So I wonder what everybody's up to. But yeah, we'll see what's going on. But yeah, send this link out if you guys can. We'll see what happens. Obviously, yeah. So I'll play a song for you guys.
Who fucks up ad-libs? I don't know. Me. Hey yo, I send this to all of my corporate corpses, trying to abort the thoughts and coming out wildin', dumbing out time to off the office. I was surely sort of twisted, worked out a TV studio. Audio assistant, easy, do my duty, though at times was in a mean mood. How'd I gotta be cool? I was on the brink of fiends, droop, living at the green room. Made a brother the same color, but beyond neon. Pushing me to pee on, barking the dreams to be gone. Tending to the talent, and many they haven't. And he was especially a challenge when he be like, God damn it, can he hear his vocal? As he cuffing it, how my mic sound. Thinking on the low is perfect when he put the mic down. Clown stand steady, really wanting subservience. Sound man burying, thinking I'd fucking murder them and steaming as I'm watching through. Leaving on some high pursuit, gotta win. As these cats be modeling what not to do.
Six in the morning and the walls closing. High noon calls and the walls on him. Kings at the ready, now the walls won't win. Storms on the harbor like a harbinger of gore. Right, gore's my harbinger, part of the art of war. Right, get your doors darkened by the house of card carpenters who never never thought a slave could be a Spartacus and more. Pencil sharpener with a resume for the carnivores. Take important conference calls and corner office walls. Still a buck is a buck and he punched numbers. 5 punch, just say no to company functions. And he ducked into the dungeons. Nothing says kill it like a day of fetching paper clips and staplers for the privileged. 2 lives, one is yours for whores. One is where I wanna be when you begin regretting yours. And I poured in with a large coffee tardy every morning to a man who took authority beyond what it was for. How you gonna pay the rent? Day job free. Make rap records, matter of fact, thanks. In the morning and the walls close in. High noon calls and the walls on him. Kings at the ready, now the walls won't win.
In a hospital gown, day off from being tied down to recreation. Swinging a paddle and no patience. Raping the competition, the smothered in pain and sin. So we pound you out in table tennis like Wang and Kim. 2 strains within just to stop the minute. Interaction, sleeping, bugs documented. He's lingering insane pain, dinner in his vein. Colors blown out around the doctor's finger in his brain. With a needle enabled to beat him in a fetal position. He crafted a path to escape his condition. Would cling to the white walls of psych halls in his mind. Soon led the words he would speak to the world in time. But not before more injections strapped to the bed. To the psychotropics to call to the rack in his head. When his wrist released, he wrote tunics to Snoop through day of release. Said depart from me, I never knew.
In the morning and the walls close in. High noon calls and the walls on him. Kings at the ready, now the walls won't win.
All right. We continue here on the road here. So it says Pythagoras had been born on the island of Samos at around 570 BC, left his homeland at around 530 BC in opposition to the policies of Polycrates. Before settling in Croton, Pythagoras had traveled throughout Egypt and Babylonia. In Croton, Pythagoras established the first Pythagorean community. In the early 5th century BC, Croton acquired great military and economic importance. Pythagoras emphasized moderation, piety, respect for elders and of the state, advocated a monogamous family structure. The Croton Council appointed him to official positions. Among others, Pythagoras was in charge of education of the city. His influence as political reformer reputedly extended as other Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily. Pythagoras died shortly after an arson attack on the Pythagorean meeting place in Croton. The anti-Pythagorean attacks were headed by Cylon of Croton. Damn. Wanted, right? For historical crimes. Cylon of Croton. You murdered Pythagoras. You vile son of a bitch. Crazy. Pythagoras escaped to Metapontium. Oh, wait. Maybe not. So I guess the attacks didn't kill him, right? After these initial attacks, the death of Pythagoras, Pythagorean communities in Croton and elsewhere continued to flourish. Around 450 BC, attacks on Pythagorean communities were carried out across Magna Graecia. In Croton, a house where Pythagoreans gathered was set on fire, and all but 2 of the Pythagorean philosophers burned alive. Damn. Pythagorean meeting places in other cities were also attacked. Following the political instability in the region, some Pythagorean philosophers fled to mainland Greece. 400 BC, majority of Pythagorean philosophers had left Italy. Archytas, Arcytas, remained in Italy, and ancient sources record that he was visited by a young Plato in the early 4th century BC. Okay, now it lists a bunch of Neo-Pythagoreans. I'm not going to read that, but it says here, according to Cicero, Philolaus was a teacher of Archytas. Who they say taught Plato, right? Anyways, philosophical traditions. Following Pythagoras' death, disputes about his teaching led to the development of 2 philosophical traditions, Pythagoreanism in Italy, acousmatikoi and mathematikoi. The mathematikoi recognized the acousmatikoi as fellow Pythagoreans, but because mathematikoi allegedly followed the teachings of Hippasus, the acousmatikoi philosophers did not recognize them. The acousmatikoi were superseded in the 4th century as a significant mendicant school of philosophy by the Cynics. And a religious community survived and mixed in with the Bacchic rites. And it was revived in the 1st century BC, giving rise to Neo-Pythagoreanism. Okay, so it explains the acousmatikoi, the mathematikoi. The mathematikoi seems like they're more like Plato's school. Right? They got arithmetic, geometry. It says in the mathematikoi tradition, Pythagoreanism, the earth was removed from the center of the universe. The mathematikoi believed that the earth, along with other celestial bodies, orbited around a celestial fire. This, they believed, constituted a celestial harmony. They mention this guy Archytas a lot, Archytas. He apparently was a mathematikoi. So that means that I was right to assume that the mathematikoi were the ones that influenced Plato. Perhaps they also were the ones who combined with the Bacchic rites, right? Because it seems like in Plato's writings he mentions the Eleusinian mysteries, right? So maybe the mathematikoi sort of combined with the Bacchic rites, right? Could have been Archytas who showed Plato, who initiated Plato into the Eleusinian mysteries, right? Could be. Could be. So drop the link here. See if anybody wants to come up. But I appreciate you guys. So yeah, let's move on. See what else they got here. Rituals. Pythagoreanism was a philosophic tradition as well as a religious practice. As a religious community, they relied on oral teachings and worshipped the Pythian Apollo, the oracular god of Delphic oracle. Pythagoras preached an austere life. They believed the soul was buried in the body, which acted as a tomb for the soul in this life. The highest reward a human could attain was for the soul to join in the life of the gods, and thus escape reincarnation in another human body. Like the practitioners of Orphism, a religious tradition that developed in parallel to Pythagoreanism, Pythagoreanism held that the soul was buried in the body as a punishment for the committed offense, that the soul could be purified. Whoa. Sounds like Protestantism. Aside from conducting their daily lives, yeah, that sort of seems like what could be sort of later combined with the Gnostic teachings, right? Soul sort of trapped in the body, right? It's like the divine spark of the Gnostics, right? Okay, so yeah, this is a very interesting thing, right? That Orphics think that the soul is trapped in the body, right? Which is what Plato writes in the Phaedo, right? He's sort of talking about this idea, right? So yeah. So rituals to attain purity. In 4th century Greek historians and skeptic philosopher Hecatus of Abdera asserted that Pythagoras had been inspired by ancient Egyptian philosophy and the use of ritual regulations and his belief in reincarnation. Early Pythagoreanism was based on research and accumulation of knowledge from the books written by other philosophers. Pythagoras' philosophic teachings made direct reference to the philosophy of Anaximander. Wait, what? So Anaximander mentioned Pythagoras, and Pythagoras also mentioned Anaximander?
They weren't contemporary, were they?
Yeah, I suppose they were, I guess. Anaximenes of Miletus. Anaximenes also mentioned Pythagoras, apparently. Another guy, Pherecydes. Never heard of him. Hippasus. Hippasus was the guy that they earlier said that they combined their teachings with. Hippasus. Yeah, but that is interesting because Anaximander and Anaximenes of Miletus, them studying Pythagoras, right? It sort of means that Pythagoras influenced the earliest of the pre-Socratics. right? Pythagoras, in his teachings, focused on the significance of numerology. He believed that numbers themselves explain the nature of the universe. Numbers were the Greek world of Pythagoras.
Would you say that influenced gematria, like via the Alexandrian Jews?
Yeah, I
Right.
wonder if they developed that. I wonder when they developed that, right? You know, because
Interesting to explore.
yeah, because I have heard that Hebrew, that the letters are numbers, so that it just that is how the language itself is structured. So it's interesting. Yeah, because the Hebrew system of letters is also a counting system. So
That's actually kind of creepy, to be honest with you, because it
yeah,
kind of ties into. Well, I don't want to get into it too much, but it's like computational. You see what I mean? That's
right.
yeah, it's creepy. It kind of explains people like Marvin Minsky and all the other transhumanists. Yeah, huh.
Yeah,
Didn't know that Hebrew is both numbers and the
yeah,
language.
yeah. That's why they say that you know, God is tetragrammaton, right? In Greek, right? Because it's a numerical, you know, because it's like pi or something. You know, like Yahweh actually is basically like translates to like pi. So it's like, so it's tetragrammaton, right? So it's interesting, right?
In the East Asian traditions, 4 is associated with death. Did you know that? But 4 seems to be holy in Judaism, because the Tetragrammaton refers to 4-letter Hebrew name, but in the East Asian cultures, 4 is associated with death. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that
Did
is
you know
strange.
about that? About the 4 and stuff, or no?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. It's just interesting. I just want to point it out.
Yeah, I knew a little bit about that for sure. Um, yeah, for destruction, right? So yeah, yeah. Let's see what else I got. Early Pythagorean philosophers such as Philolaus and Archytas held the conviction that mathematics could help addressing the important philosophical problems. Oh, check this out. It says um, um, the one was related to the intellect and being, 2 to thought, and the number 4 was related to justice. Because 2 plus 4 and 2 times 2 are even, right? So that's interesting. Symbolism was rewarded to the number 3. Pythagoreans believed the whole world and all things in it summed up in this number. What are the odds? Yeah, where's unseen when you need them, right? The triad had for Pythagoreans an ethical dimension. Man, that's 2 W's for Christianity here, right? Right. One is that the soul's trapped in the body, right? Just like Paul says, right? The second one is that 3 is the defines all of existence, right? The triad had for Pythagoreans an ethical dimension, as the goodness of each person was believed to be threefold: prudence, drive, and good fortune. Geometry. Pythagoreans came up with 3 of the 5 platonic solids: tetrahedron, the cube, and the dodecahedron. They also revered the pentagram.
Ruh-roh.
Did you know that in Iran there's a cube of Zoroaster? That the cubes also held significance in early Zoroastrianism. Cubes.
Right. Yeah, it says they discovered it, right? It says, or not discover, but it says they had it as one of their platonic solids, 3 out of 4.
Yeah, it's interesting. The symbolic significance of the shapes. Yeah. Or the
Right. Yeah, right. They got a pyramid, you know, a cube. They got a pentagram. You got all your friends, the party here. I mean, it's crazy. The combination of Babylonian algebra and the Pythagorean arithmetic provided the basis for Greek geometric algebra. By attempting to establish a system of concrete and permanent rules, Pythagoreans helped establish strict axiomatic procedures of solving mathematical problems. Pythagoreans pioneered the mathematical and experimental study of music. Pythagoras and his students experimented systematically with strings of varying length and tension, with wind instruments, brass discs, and same diameter of different thickness, identical vases filled with different levels of water. Pythagoras is credited with discovering most harmonious musical intervals, created with simple numerical ratio. The octave 1 2, the fifth 2 3, and the fourth 3 4. The sum of those numbers 1 2 3 4 equals 10.
So, since we're talking about symbolism quickly, well, I'm not going to change the topic, but it is related to what we're discussing. I don't want to change the topic. Sorry, I'm a little tipsy.
No, it's all good. No, go ahead, please.
Can you tell me about the Orphic egg? What the significance of it is? The egg with the snake that entwines around it. What is the symbolism of that? And how does it tie to Orphism? I'm just curious. You know what I'm talking about? The Orphic egg.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like yeah, is it tied to Mithraism or?
Oh no, it's tied to the ancient Greeks, the cosmic egg. There's been in a lot of ancient civilizations. Here, I'll give you the Wikipedia because it is tied to a lot of different traditions. It's kind of like the swastika. You see the swastika everywhere. Swastika is not, the Nazis appropriated it. It wasn't really meant for that kind of stuff, but it's kind of like that, the cosmic egg. You see in Chinese mythology too, believe it or not. The HUNDUN was tied to the cosmic egg also. The HUNDUN.
Right. Yeah, I was about to mention the HUNDUN thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think.
You see it all over the ancient world. Even in ancient Greece, you see the cosmic egg and the Orphic mysteries.
All I wanted was a sandwich with eggs and ham.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings to the homie. Yeah, I got an idea how to use the idea that you sent me in Neuro. So, we may talk about that. If you send me a message, I may figure that out pretty soon. I got like a new channel I'm thinking of working on called The Juiceable. So yeah, we may attempt to monetize that channel for all of us and try to
The Gaseable.
test monetization and different functions that go along with that. But yeah, so we may do that very soon, but not on this channel, on a totally different channel that we may try to do. Right. So this is a whole thing here. You know, it's a big baby, right? So figure out if we can put the pieces together here. So far, it's just in my head, but yeah. So we're going on with this Pythagoras. But yeah, Orphic Pythagoreanism tied to the Eleusinian mysteries. You know, I think it's tied to this group Mathematikoi, and obviously tied to Plato, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
Orphic. Yep.
Let me just read this because it's tied to that. So basically, in ancient Greece and the Orphic mysteries and the Eleusinian mysteries, they believe there is a primordial chaos which over time solidified into an egg. I believe that's a very ubiquitous theme. You know, as is with an egg, a creature began to grow inside until at some point it broke open to produce a human that was both male and female, androgynous, named Phanatius. Yeah, named Phanatius. So it seems that all the androgynous stuff and all the hermaphrodite stuff you see in the Kabbalah, maybe that has precedence in some ancient Greek stuff. I apologize for interrupting.
No, it's all good. No, it's definitely tied to what we're talking about because so it's not off topic, but the thing is that it's like, you know, because you said it's the chaos that formed into the egg. That's huge. I don't know. I don't think people know how huge that is, right? Like instead of order being there, it's like chaos just being there, right? So chaos being the mother of order, right? You know, that is huge, right? And the primordial chaos, right? Existing before order exists, right?
Yeah.
That's huge.
Also, this is maybe tie into that, but if you know, there's a game called Hades, and that's based on like Greek mythology, and you know there is chaos in that game too, and it's kind of a hermaphrodite in that. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah. That's another thing. Is that the Orphic Pythagoreans, their god was a hermaphrodite.
Yes.
In real time, they believed in that gay shit. Right. So yeah, they had a hermaphroditic god, Phanes Protagonist. Right. So yeah, very interesting type of concept. Right.
But it may have Proto-Indo-European origin. I'm not sure because this egg stuff really go back to the Proto-Indo-European, probably ancient North Eurasia or something. Ancient North Eurasia, because you know the Indo-Europeans, they had a lot of ancestry from these guys from Siberia called ancient North Eurasians, and they were highly influential. I think swastika came from them and other stuff. A lot of this mythology came from them too. You can look them out, ancient North Eurasians, for example. We all have their ancestry in different degrees. You know, those guys were probably like the Hyperboreans, but I don't, you know, saying ancient North Eurasians or something. It's made like metaphorically, you know, the ancient North Eurasians.
I just wanted to say that also Berserker pushes that with the Baelet egg, and that even in the Hell realm that there's extreme order, that there's order among the demons with the God hand. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
The Freemasons and the occultic people take the stuff we're talking about right now very seriously. You know, they take it seriously. That's
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree 100%.
Yeah, Meno says I mean Socrates says to Meno, right? This is Meno, right? This is a Platonic dialogue, right? He tells him like, look, you'd know what I was talking about if you experienced Eleusinian mysteries, right? So he's saying like this form of initiation, right? Initiation into these rites gives you like knowledge of, you know, like the transcendental realm, right? Essentially, is what Socrates is trying to tell this guy, right? Which is like a wild statement. It's like you're reading a work of philosophy, and it's like, oh yeah, you'd only know if you took these mushrooms or something, or whatever. It's kind of like
that sounds a lot like Griffith. You know how the the brain dude basically told him, like, the only way you'll understand any of this is to do what we're telling you have to do. And I mean, look at Griffith. He had absolutely no problem doing it, even though he'd grown to love the band of the Hawks and everything. You know, the man had absolutely no qualms, you know, seeking his dream. So
Yeah, and the guy's named Griffith, right? You know, it's crazy. He's like half animal, half angel type of thing. Wild.
Yeah, that in Zoroastrianism, many people think that Ahura Mazda was the most powerful, but that's not true. Some of the older scriptures say that Vayu was the heir, and Vayu Vata conquers both Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, and it was simultaneously angelic and demonic at the same time. I can give you the source of that. You know, Vayu Vata, and that's what I'm saying. This stuff,
and that's what they do with Griffith after he transformed. They literally make him an angelic bat demon.
Yeah, I'm saying that the air is associated with chaos in ancient Proto-Indo-European beliefs from the Aryans that came from the steppes and Siberia, the ancient North Eurasians. You know, that's my theory right there. You see what I'm saying? Because you see that Zoroastrianism too. Vayu is the Indo-Iranian god for air. You see that in Hinduism also, and you know, it's simultaneously angelic and demonic. You know, that's why I mean that this stuff I tend to have decent background in, more the Indo-Iranian side of things. But I can give the source for that if you're interested. So, you know, Vayu Vata is kind of interesting, but I wouldn't really say, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, here's the source for it. You know, the reason this is from the Yashta 15. The reason that I am called Vayu is that I pursue, attain, conquer both creations, both that which Spenta Manu created and that which Angro Manu created. So yeah, you can see the parallels right there with the Greek mythologies with Vayu, which is both Indian and Persian in origin.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, it's just it's crazy how this is like this. You know, it's got like Indian, you know, Greek, like Zoroastrian, like it's like all crazy. Like this Orphic Pythagoreanism is really a wild thing. Wild type of system here. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, and it really shows you just how diverse the ancient world was, right? You know, so yeah, let's say Pythagoras pioneered the mathematical and experimental study of music. I read that. Pythagorean tuning is a system of musical tuning, frequency ratios of all intervals are based on the 3-2 ratio. This ratio is known as the pure perfect fifth. It is chosen because of its most consonant and easiest to tune by ear. As Novalis puts it, quote, the musical proportions seem to me to be particularly correct natural proportions. Okay, this seems like a huge paragraph right here that I really want to read. It says, the fact that mathematics could explain the human sentimental world had profound impact on the Pythagorean philosophy. Pythagoreanism became the quest for establishing the fundamental essences of reality. Pythagorean philosophers oh my god. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm a little bit under the weather today, as I explained. Like a scratchy, definitely a scratchy throat or whatever. So I apologize to you guys. I mean, if I coughed in anyone's ear there. But yeah. So it says the belief that the essence of all things are number and that the universe was sustained by harmony. According to, so this is sort of interesting distinction from Democritus and Leucippus, right? Atoms in the void, right? Instead of numbers and harmony, right? yeah, so it's pretty interesting, right? But yeah, I'm still very interested in this chaos thing, right? And of course, when we get to Heraclitus, it's going to become front and center. According to ancient sources, music was central to the lives of those practicing Pythagoreanism. They used medicines of purification of the body, catharsis. It's literally what it's called. Music for purification of the soul. Interesting.
Mm.
Yeah, Nyx from Greek mythology is also connected to the chaos, right? Nyx, the NYX, I one about the Mother Night or something. Or you don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but yeah, it sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I can read some of the codex. I'll just read this quickly. This is from the game Hades, but it ties to Greek mythology.
Yeah, sure.
Even Nyx, our Mother Night, comes from somewhere. Even the Olympians above, and the Master himself. Eternal though they are, they come unto this world after they or their ancestors sprang from the darkness of chaos. Here within the underworld, we are closer to chaos than the mortals and the gods above, closer to that first long forgotten primordial consciousness, oft forgotten now or believed dead and gone. Yet as all of us residing in this realm are well aware, the dead survive internally and thus are closer to the gods. Perhaps then all of us exist and make our choices precisely as chaos envisioned in ancient aeons past. I have a few more to read, but it's not that long. Nyx certainly seems to think so. From little she has said of her parent, it seems the two broke ties at some point, not for any specific cruelty, but as a wolf cub leaves her pack, seeking her own way. Thus, having grown apart, their connection weakened and fell. All they now share is a solitary fate. Oh yeah, this is better. Yeah. Let me read this and I'm done. Untold aeons ago, infinity yawned wide, and from that chaos sprang forth night and darkness, and the deepest reaches of your world. All else sooner or later followed, desire, the sea, and so on. That single point of origin remains ever watching. All living things in the end are one family sharing this exceedingly uncommon ancestor. So it's talking about how chaos is like the ancestor, and then Nyx came about, and from Nyx came the desires, eros, and the sea, and so on. But Nyx is like the goddess that came after chaos. I think I can send Nyx here. Depends on the Orphic mystery school, but some Orphic mystery schools did place Nyx after chaos, the night, basically, kind of like the darkness beyond dark, or the womb of the Buddhas, or something like that. May Nyx. That's kind of like the dark goddess or something. Because some Tao translations of the Tao Te Ching do treat the Tao as like a darkness beyond dark. Kind of something like that. Like, it's interesting. Maybe that's more tied to Nyx, NYX, or something from Greek mythology. I sent the Wikipedia about Nyx, so but you can see it. I think she is closer to chaos or something. Yeah. I mean, depending on the school or something. I don't know. I have to double check or something.
Yeah, so yeah, it kind of sounds like the Egyptian goddess Nut, right? I think that one's a night as well, right? The Egyptian goddess for night is also, a darkness.
Talking about all this moon and night stuff makes me think of Moon Knight itself, the comic book character, and it's interesting that his god is of a bird.
Yeah, it's also and Nyx does come after the chaos in Hesiod's Theogony. From chaos arises Gaia, Tartarus, Eros, and also Erebus and Nyx, making Nyx a child of chaos. So chaos does have some children in Greek mythology. Nyx then bears Aether, brightness, and Hemera, day, with Erebus. So it does seem you can make the argument that Nyx is closer to chaos as a child of chaos. See what I mean? So that's interesting kind of thing. I think all of this has like Proto-Indo-European origin. There's actually a theory that Taoism was heavily influenced by Tocharians. You know about Tocharians? Like there's an argument from some people. They claim that the symbol for the Tai Chi, or for the That Dao De Jing symbol, I forgot what it's called. Right now it escapes me. I think it was called Tai Chi. Yeah, Tai Chi. Yeah, it came from maybe the Tocharians, or was influenced by the Tocharians. So, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Maybe.
I mean, doesn't the yin yang kind of play into all this too, because of the mixture of the light and dark?
Yes, the yin yang. I was talking about yin yang. Yes, it
Oh,
plays into all of that. Yeah, the yin yang may have had Tocharian influence too, or at least they were involved in it. Yeah, I mean, like the ancient North Eurasians, spread out all across the Eurasia. The ancient North Eurasian, like they were like really spread out a lot. In the ancient North Eurasian. It's kind of interesting. That's why you see the swastika everywhere. I mean, the swastika was not originally a symbol of, hate. It was originally a symbol of maybe.
Yeah, same thing with the Jew star and the pentagram, apparently. Right?
Yes, Japanese had the star too. Yeah, the Japanese had that star. Star of Seimei. Star of Seimei. I'm not even into the occult, and you can see that I know quite a bit. I'm not even into the occult. I don't really like the occult yet. I seem to know a bit for some reason. I don't know how I know that.
Yeah, I know. It's weird how we stumbled into all the knowledge we have about the occult. Right?
It's like accidental Gnosticism or some shit.
Right, we get accidental splash. I think it happens to anybody who really wants to look into things.
Okay, I have a funny dream to tell you all. I know this may sound ridiculous,
sure.
but I'll just tell you. I had a dream once. I'm kind of embarrassed to say. Super Mario appeared in my dream, and he let out his hand, and I grabbed his hand, and then he looked up to the stars, and I was flying in the stars with Super Mario, and he's taking me up to an initiation. And Super Mario was speaking in this Italian accent about leading me to initiation and stuff like that. And it's like all hermetic. The dream was all hermetic. Like I was flying in the clouds, and then there was the sun. And so I was like, what the hell? And then there were the black and white checkerboard floor. I don't know. I feel like a lot of this, popular media does exist to initiate people.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, no, it's just a crazy ass dream I had. I guess Dark Lord is really right. I guess this is weird. Accidental initiation or something.
No, I don't want to throw in that LARP, but the games like the VR Hitman game, every time you complete a level, your information is loaded up to the leaderboard, and I got a strange amount of likes on the times that I've gotten on, and 2 of them have been from people who work from Hitman, so. I'm not sure the kind of control that these people have with the data that's uploaded to the game systems, but I'm pretty sure these people can go back and watch how you play the game. So, I mean, I would definitely say Hitman is an initiation game simply based on the fact that they do pay attention to people who are extremely efficient with weapons, and especially in VR, because that's what they use to train most people nowadays. Now it's virtual reality. They don't really waste the resources to go out there and put soldiers with, tactical gear when you can just throw them into a large room, connect them to a bunch of VR systems, and have them play laser tag in VR. So,
yeah, I want to buy the Hitman because you keep mentioning it, but I'm waiting for a sale because right now it's pretty expensive. So I'm waiting for a
it
sale.
is. But Hitman is probably one of the most in your face. Let's just tell you how we control certain aspects of the real world, like with the recent one I made about the Charlie Kirk stuff. You're not going to sit here and convince me. Once you go and listen to what that politician is saying on that level, and then you go and you actually pay attention to what the other characters are saying, there's a lot of stuff in that game that's in your face where people who don't pay attention go and play that game. Oh, it's just a game where I can walk around and shoot people. But when you actually take time to pay attention to the dialogue that's being put in your face, you're not going to sit here and convince me that this is just simply a video game that's being made for someone to go and play. Especially like I told you earlier, when the very first message that pops across when you put in Hitman is this game is created by different people with different theologies, religions, and all that other stuff. So, and then you go and you look at some of the background stuff of what they put in there. The characters that they put in there, like one of the characters, it's a lawyer wearing red shoes. Well, we all know what red shoes means. So what's the symbolism? He's the only character in the whole fucking game that has extremely red shoes. So, choose all I'm gonna say is when you do interact with this stuff, just be careful to not let it seep into your mind, because that stuff can eat at you. Like with the masquerade parties, putting in your face that these people go to ancient, parties, and wear masquerade masks. But I guess because Tom Cruise played in a movie making fun of it, no one believes it. So you just got to be careful. 'Cause, that stuff is
Like
definitely
some,
occultic magic. It for sure is.
like some bacchanalia shit or something.
You know what I honestly think? I think a lot of these games like Cyberpunk, Detroit Become Human, all these, because remember, the game Detroit Become Human gives you a Turing test while you're playing the game. And the entire time that you make moves in that game, every decision that you make that alters your future, by the end of the game, the AI that studies you that entire game gives you your test results. And I'm telling you, it's pretty interesting. So if you haven't tried out Detroit Become Human, it's a very lengthy game. It's more of a movie than it is a game. But
Like
again,
Metal Gear Solid style, maybe.
there's some action scenes, but it's a storytelling base. Like where every decision you make will affect something in the future. And to me, I think they want you to sympathize with them, but more or less it's probably both. Either they want you to sympathize with the synthetics that they're going to roll out, or they're going to want you to try to become synthetic. Because by the end of that game, I'm not going to lie, I actually had pity for the androids by the end of that game, because they do so well to make you feel human toward these robotics, that when you go and you see the woman, the Kara female about to be dismantled and taken apart,
It's not gonna work on me. Let me just tell you.
Well, that's
If the
good.
robot came on me and begged for forgiveness, the robot said, "I have feelings," I'll still break the robot apart. You see what I mean? That's the kind of. But anyway,
I agree, but people without that kind of discernment will go and see her about to be taken. Now, where me, the very first time I did it, I had no problem letting her die. I fucking laughed at watching her die in that cutscene. But the point is that there are people out there with a type of mentality who go and play and watch that type of media and consume it. Where, someone like me, I can get on Hitman and go and take out the entire level of people and watch me shoot their heads in. And to me, it's funny because I know in real life I'm never going to actually want to go out there and do it. I can do it to a bunch of video game characters, but there are people who go and put on the exact same game and use it as an actual training simulation, so that way they can go out there and do it in real life. So, there are people who have the ability and the mentality to be able to consume this content, see the LARPs, interact with LARPs, try to tell people about LARPs, and not let it, like when I was growing up, you can't play violent video games because you're going to grow up to be violent. I can't tell you how many times I watched Leon S. Kennedy get ripped open by a licker, or a zombie, or Claire, or another violent video game, all the way up until Grand Theft Auto, and I was allowed to play that at a young age. Never once did I ever go out there with a gun, get in a car, run somebody over. So I think that's another thing about video games and this type of media. What a lot of people don't realize is that I like rap music.
Conscience, man.
That too.
Soul.
But you're interacting with content that, especially I think if you already don't have a religious basis, it's to initiate you, so that way when their New World Order, even though it may take 100 years for it to happen, like with every other social conditioning tool, it's just so that way when it's like we are saying about the rollout theory, by the time it happens, you're probably going to have no choice but to take their pill, if you want to call it that. By the time it happens, yeah, by the time it happens, you've done consumed the material, you've done seen it so much. Like in reality, like with the alien things, yes, I'm not gonna accept them, but how many people who think they reject aliens, but if the pressure is applied enough, it'll happen. Same thing with iRobot. Well, we have a robot for every 5 humans. Well, I reject it. Well, you can't reject it, you have to take it. Well, what happens if I don't? So I mean,
Android lives matter too, bro.
Android. Let me.
Well, I don't know about you, Reddington, but I don't think I want. I don't think I want a Terminator that has a literal nuclear battery sitting in the car with me.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm not. I'm different from other people. I'm going to extend moral consideration to animals, especially higher vertebrates like ravens and wolves, and even elephants, but not robots. Never. I'm never going to extend moral consideration to robots, ever. You know, that's going
I
too
don't know,
far.
man. Like that
Okay,
one photo that TML had with the gun pointing in the robot's face, was kind of intense.
It's fine by me. I'm gonna destroy the robots. I don't care.
So are you saying that you're Detective Spooner? You know, you told the robot to save the girl, not you, but it ended up making the logical choice that it had to save you?
No, I put the organic above the mechanical. That's what I do. You know, put the organic above the mechanical.
Wait,
You know,
That's
I
what I'm
care
talking about.
I care about organic life. I don't. Even if we make a robot, I'm not going to extend moral consideration to it, no
we
matter
gotta
what.
stop. We gotta stop K Reno from making the robot rapper, I guess.
Okay.
No.
Oh,
Sad
well,
to know.
that's gonna be a problem in the future. Oh, this kind of debate. TML, you had more reading to do. I mean, I don't want to interrupt you or people interrupt you. You have more reading
Yeah,
to
I'm
do.
sorry. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
No, it's
well, we
okay.
kind of lost the plot on that one.
No, it's okay. I went overboard with that. And turns out there's a lot more. So there's no way I can focus on that for the next hour. So I have to move on to Skolmowski. So
Skolimowski.
So yeah. So let me get some coffee. I'll get another Emperor Lorp video, and we'll get into that. Yeah, he has his own music on them. You know, so you guys go check out his channel. You know, I don't know what the name of your channel is anymore. You changed it so many times. I think it's Emperor Lorp.
Yeah, it's still Emperor Lorp. And as far as me down in the comments saying I had to show my face for any credulence, that's retarded. Go tell that to the Illuminati. Let's see if they need any credulence for their faces not being shown.
Yeah, man, like all them damn people hiding in the shadows.
Well, at least Reddington and the shadows that I try to hide in, I burn sage to keep the actual shadows away. So
Okay.
which is funny because I do actually have like a bunch of sage in here in my drawer. It's just, good Lord, I cannot stand the smell of it. That is some of the worst stuff in the world.
Oh, really?
Well, you know
that's
what
funny.
they say. They say if you smell sulfur, it means a demon's in your present. And I can't tell you how many times that it has smelled like a rotten egg. So
Yeah, I put it in my cannabis. So I've been doing that for a
Put
long time.
sage in
for
your
reals?
cannabis?
Yeah,
I've heard of people doing that. I've heard of people who smoke a lot of
That's
Kush
wild,
and
bro.
stuff would do it. So
Yeah, I put a lot of sage in the cannabis, and
hell yeah.
All these names are so weird sounding. Like,
But dude, it helps. I can tell you, dude, that ever since I've used sage, that dark presence that was here, I probably got it about a month and a half ago. And, you know, I have to admit, man, it doesn't seem like it's as eyes on as what it used to be. You know, I definitely believe that they're like dementors that once they've latched onto you, they're there for a while unless you're, you know, actually capable of exorcism. Because I don't think me telling that thing to leave me at 9 years old really ever actually left me. Not with the things that I've experienced since then. So,
Ruh-roh.
well, I definitely believe it. They're like a dementor, you know, they're right there behind you, always sucking out your happiness and your joy and whispering sweet nothings in your ear.
You don't want the Dementor's kiss, bro. No good.
I've had a few conversations with people who actually have heard voices, and I can tell you that, you know, the voice I hear is definitely my own. So if I'm committing atrocities, it's not because some, you know, imaginary sky daddy told me to do it. Which, if you actually go ahead and have a conversation with some people who are insane, who have been, you know, like actually, you know, institutional, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, you know the point. for hearing voices. Some of them are actually very intelligent. That's the weird part, is that a lot of these people are really not that stupid. So maybe there's a connection with it, like they say about the schizophrenia.
I mean, it's because they have a less layer of protection that normal people shield themselves against reality. That's how Ernest Becker was putting it. They have less of a filter put on reality.
And I've noticed a lot of people who have experienced trauma in their life have had some type of spiritual experience. So, there are a lot of things that seem to be linked, whether or not why some people have the experiences and some other, because like my wife, experienced childhood trauma, and she has seen, a gigantic evil demonic schnauzer when she was evil. I mean, Jesus Christ, when she was younger.
Before you slip on that one,
dude, I've been busy, and I got so much to get out. But then she's one of them people who would take pictures of when she would go out there. Okay, if you're out here, show me your presence, and would feel like a goosebump, and then take a picture where she thought maybe it was coming from. There has been a few times with the pictures, what's in the picture shouldn't be there. There's like a red glare that looks almost like, a shadow that shouldn't be standing there. And there's a few things that she has seen. She's like, with that pair of eyeballs that I saw in the woods,
the shades.
But I mean, again, what's the point of that? Why is it that, is it the veil lifting? I mean, is that why that, like them people claimed about that alien that was supposedly recorded where all them police cars showed up? I mean, because I can tell you, there's a lot of people who live out there in the Nevada desert and stuff who every single night, when you pay attention to the live streams and the police radio out there, there's people constantly calling about strange lights in the sky. So, that's why I say I don't think they're going to be able to hide stuff much more longer. You can't keep sitting here telling people that the military is getting grainy videos of aircraft flying around and we can barely keep up with them. But yet, every single day there seems to be no precedence of intelligent life. They're going to have to do something with that eventually.
It's going to be strange times.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to keep going on. I don't know if I'm going to be able to be on here long.
Yeah, it's no worries. Obviously, I appreciate your time. And so let's get into this video, and I'll go grab this coffee. And thank you to the 21 people that are viewing the show currently. I know maybe a great portion of those are hate watchers or feds or whatever, what have you. But hopefully you'll absorb.
Bots are seething because Avian's gonna dismantle them.
Yeah, some bots as well.
He can see us. He can see us.
So there's a mix of people in there. There's probably 10 real audience members or so. I don't know. I actually don't know. But so let's see what happens. But here's a song for you guys. Okay, one of my favorite songs. And the video edit here is by our friend here. But blessings. I really like this song, Hidden Chambers. By the group Royal Fam. It's a legendary group. But
I be Sir Roy, you the highest emperor in this rap shit. Acknowledge my charisma in the way I format shit. Drop jewels, my science is beyond Einstein's theory. E equals MC square. I make rappers leery, my brain weighs 7 and 1/2 of power. Mics get melted down, verbal warfare. I'm louder, mad militant. I'm known as a secret agent. Royal frontier, I'm swinging like a cavalier. Authority, black knight soldiers are guarding me. Royal Fam live performance held at the Carnegie lyrical chest. Pawn takes queen, I'm faster. Tournaments get deleted by the grandmaster. Precise, nice with mics when I manifest. Something got to give in this biz for the non-stress. Finesse
fast. Sounds be flowing like movie credits. You know the rules, where you fam always fucking say. Deadly blows, my foes get marinated. Knowledge is infinite, my mind stays saturated. I hang with pharaohs with crossbows and arrows. Knights with shields that ride horses with saddles. Real philosophy revealing ill prophecies. My ways and actions shows and prove true equality. We conquer continents, hemispheres, and land masses. All you ever get is stage passes. So you wanna be an entertainer, vocal arranger. Step inside the battle zone, prepare for danger. It's us against 1,000 men. Who's the remainder? Royal fan, Wu-Tang Clan, the hidden chamber. While you be eating pork, my thoughts be traveling through galaxies. Excalibur, professional, flowing gradually. I battle thee. What? Who goes there? Brave heart, executioners dressed in war gear. We never fear. Lungs expand when I inhale. Sentences make sense. Lyrics giving details. Snakes in the mall. Or rhetorical assault, entourage attack. Your religion's caught war. Infection starts. Inject hearts with poison darts. It's the Ming Dynasty. Master of royal arts. Hidden chambers. My third eye preparing for the third world. Put your fists up. I'm making moves with my bishop. So seize them. Intruders trespassing borders. Commence the revolution on the mic. These are the orders. Medina lords, crowns and swords be the symbols. The underground passageway leads into the temple. So send a message, request a general for duties. A thief near the castle with the emeralds and rubies. Round up the soldiers, protect the main gate section. A fleet of royal men throwing spears in all directions. Release the cannons, let off, set off the firearms. Evacuate the premises, explode them with the bombs.
You know, when I make videos like that, it's because the good things about that stuff, even though Dragon Ball Z can be extremely occultic, Akira did bring many childhoods to life with Dragon Ball Z. So I guess if anything, I'm just trying to keep the goodness about certain qualities of things alive. So if we are going to be all wiped out, and the humanoid freaks, 1,000 years from now get to go back on YouTube, maybe we'll look at that and be like, oh, maybe that time was good. So, I don't know. I appreciate you though.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z was cool. Yeah, I watched Dragon Ball Z a lot as a kid, and I noticed stuff like Attack on Titans and even Naruto and Dragon Ball Z in that video. It was an interesting video. Yes, the song went well with the animations. Yeah.
And I can tell you that as much as I love Dragon Ball Z, unfortunately, it is very satanic. So.
Are you sure? Like,
it is. It is. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you have a guy literally named Mr. Satan, who's the hero of the earth, and everyone basically worships him. And in some videos, in some drawings, Akira has literal 666 across the cars, and a majority of the early Dragon Ball series, Goku shows his nuts half the time. So I don't know about you, but that's a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think he's making an interesting point about the press and the media with that character, Hercule Satan. I mean, he's making an excellent point.
Right. Do you have evidence that Akira Toriyama was involved in Freemasonry or anything like that? Like, Japanese tend to be kind of moon to people. They're like,
I don't, but I mean, look, dude, I love the Resident Evil series. I grew up with it. If I could be stuck in a universe that's a nightmare, I'd probably choose Resident Evil 2. But the point is that, growing up, and then you realize that what these people are putting in your face is a lot more than just your favorite character. Oh, and how convenient. What's the color of Leon and Claire?
Well,
red and blue.
Influenced more by American pop media or Western stuff. Like Akira Toriyama was the type of person to consume a lot of media from the West. You see what I'm trying to say? Maybe they're influenced by Western stuff.
I mean, I agree, but he also became one of the highest grossing anime, creators. And I believe in this world, you don't get catapulted into any type of stardom or fame or fortune without taking some type of deal. Yeah, I'm one of those kind of people. Whether or not it's a Johnny Blaze with an actual contract, and if you touch the contract, a piece of your blood will fall off, even if you don't mean to sign it. I don't know, but go ask some of the most rich and famous people in this world who apparently has technology that don't disturb fucking palm trees. So either that's the technology of the devil, or that's aliens that came to probe your ass.
I don't know.
Why are they so like obsessed with assholes?
Well, you don't want to actually get me going down that X-Files theory. If you go, I'll tell you one thing. If you've seen bits and pieces of the X-Files, go back and rewatch where the aliens, and I'm using air quotations, when the aliens have him on the spaceship and he's dead technically and they're experimenting on him. Apparently, according to the alien science, it's easier to do certain experimentation through the rectal cavity than it is going down the throat. Just leave it at that. And if you go and read some of the X-Files about abductions, again, there's a reason why they constantly call it anal probing. Or they're a bunch of gay guys or gay aliens. One of the two. Galians, there you go.
Galians.
I don't know. They convinced people in the 50s that they were coming and mutilating cows and dumping the bodies. So I don't know what to tell you, dude. I didn't live during that time, so I couldn't have been psyoped back then. But, I know people who served, they're dead now, but, people who served in the military back then, and they were very hush-hush about a lot of the stuff that happened around the time of Roswell. So, I mean, if you really want to believe the pictures of that dude sitting there holding pieces of what looks like fucking aluminum, you go right ahead. But I can tell you what I saw that night wasn't fucking made out of any aluminum. So.
Gray Galians.
Well, I think that's you've seen that game Mars Attacks, right? That came out in the early 2000s. I mean, again, it's just another conditioning tool.
Oh wait, no,
maybe not Mars Attack. It's no, I'm sorry, Destroy All Humans. There you go. My bad. Wrong aliens. But they basically put in your face that the Men in Black of that universe, just like they put in the X-Files, is allegedly helping the aliens to.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that Japanese have some certain customs that in the West we would consider weird. Like, they take, they go into like tubs with their kids.
Yeah, I know they're known for showing nudity, but I mean they also block out genitals in porn, so make that make sense. But Goku's penis is okay because he's a kid.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is as innocent it may seem on the surface, I don't know about you, but seeing Goku as an adult now, it makes me uncomfortable knowing that I've seen the dude's balls and penis, a majority of my young life, because that's what the majority of Dragon Ball started out on.
There's no doubt that Akira was a pervert, though. Like, he was a pervert, but I don't think he had links to any, like, Freemasonic stuff or like.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but I can tell you, Avian, that if I go and if I created something like Dragon Ball, unless I'm trying to put in your face what's going on now that I'm inside the system, I would have no need to call the man named Hercule Mr. Satan, constantly put 666 throughout my series since I've been making it, and then the first 20-something years of the series is all about a half-naked monkey kid. So I don't know what to tell you, but if I'm creating something that's supposed to last for generations, I don't think that's what I'm going for.
That monkey kid stuff is based on Journey to the West, though. That monkey kid stuff. That's based on Chinese classic mythology. Journey to the West.
And also that they want to sit here and preach that Dragon Ball Z preaches this the sanctity of life, but yet every single time that people die, you can just go and get the Dragon Balls and bring them back from the dead. So in reality, just like Bulma using the Dragon Balls to make her butt and boobs bigger, it's just in your face. We use the power that's around us for our own benefit. If you really examine Goku, he's not really a good guy. He really isn't. So I mean, again, it depends on how much you want to look into it of a social conditioning tool. Because whether you want to believe it or not, that Goku and Vegeta mentality affects a lot of men. It really does. The more alpha male aggressive type of men choose Vegeta, where people like me, the more laid back, goofy headed, like to choose Goku. So, I mean, it is a psyoping tool at some level. How many women would choose Bulma over Chi-Chi? So again, it just depends on how you want to look at it. Sure, it could have been just a series the dude made to make money and create something for the world, but I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I think everything that is produced, if you're given a doorway to mass produce media to the public, it's for a reason. It has a message. So you tell me why Mr. Hercule, his real name is technically Mr. Satan, and, you know, he has control over the mass media of the world, and everyone basically worships him.
I don't know. You know, sometimes, you know, some, you know, creators could attend certain things. Like maybe he's criticizing the fakeness of Hercules. You know, Mr. Satan was a very fake man. You know, he's like, he's not meant to be someone you look up to, Mr. Satan in Dragon Ball Z series.
But that's not true
He's
anymore.
meant to be a
But
joke.
now he's actually one of the most popular characters because he's not that Mr. Hercule. I only care about the fame. Now he'll give away his money to Goku whenever, you know, Goku needs money. So I mean, it comes down to the perception, just like with what that Lucifer TV show was doing when it came out. You know, on the Lucifer, I had to admit, I sat down and watched the entire thing, and by the end of that show, except for the whole him sleeping with men thing, you know, he seemed like a dude that I would actually want to go out to a bar and hang out with. That's what they're trying to do. That's what I believe.
No, I actually agree with you on Marvel films and even Hitman, but I think, you know, some, you know, like Akira is it was just a regular dude, a mangaka. You know, Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball began as manga artists. I don't know if we have any evidence or like he was involved in the occult or whatever. Like, I don't really think he was. You know, like,
Okay, well,
he was a perverted man.
lots of black and white checkerboards, but okay, yeah.
Really, like if you can give that, that would be a big mind-bending twist, like from Dragon Ball.
I would have to dig through the almost 30-something years of the franchise. But I mean, again, if you pick up on symbolism, there's a lot of symbolism and subliminal messaging and imagery. And, you know, go look at GT and some of the things like when, you know, in GT where he goes and has Pan get turned into a doll. And the guy who's messing with Pan while she's is a doll is sitting there basically licking his lips as he has a child doll in his hand talking about undressing her. So I hate to tell you, but he's most likely, you know, one of them. I'm sorry, but you don't put those kind of themes. You don't put those kind of themes in your stuff if you're not in it. Like with the, you know, hentai about the tentacles. You don't put octopus things in a Japanese movie unless you're picking at the hentai stuff. So everything
about that octopus stuff, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, the Japanese are weird people. You know, I respect them greatly, but they do have different norms from us. Like if you look into their wood block paintings, they have, you know, octopuses, you know, like raping women and stuff like that. Believe it or not, you can see it in their wood block paintings. I'm not trying to say that.
Well, I mean, yeah, every culture has their taboo niches when it comes to that type of stuff. But again, it's when it's being put into media that can be given to kids. You know how many young kids were watching Dragon Ball Z? How many young boys and girls who are being exposed? Like, you know, how would you feel in today's time if a cartoon like Dragon Ball Z came out and you saw nothing but, you know, monkey boy penis?
Yeah, well, I would not let someone younger than 12 years old watch Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z. I think stuff like, you know, Harvest Moon or, you know, Story of Seasons or like, you know, just more like tame stuff. You know, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, the manga, you know, it is kind of perverted in some spots. I'm saying that I don't know if Akira had like connections to the occult or Freemasons. You know, it's hard to tell. You know, but I do agree that.
I'll just put it this way, Avian. At no level has, when I've seen in anything where people have managed to get it to go across the world, whether it's a cartoon, music, or movie, almost all the time it has a subliminal message, whether it's in the imagery and the audio or, you know, symbols on the screen. You had to, you know, when you're sitting there and you're seeing all the beautiful colors on Dragon Ball Z, you know, you had to do a lot more than just pay attention to the dialogue. Look for the background things, the very small details. There's a lot of stuff in there. I mean, there's penises. I mean, look at the buildings of the fucking towns that he makes for the cities. I don't know about you, but they're a little suspicious about how they look like balls and penises. But anyway, so the point is, you know, how much do you want to read into it? But that goes about everything, dude. I believe that everything that you consume in this world on a mass scale at some point is some type of social conditioning tool to get you to do, act, think, be.
I agree to a large extent. I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes you gotta be careful because, you know, this is due to different cultural norms. I'm not saying you should let your kid read Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, you know, because Akira was perverted. You kind of get that sense from that one series, Dr. Slime. I think it was called Dr. Slime. That one, it has a lot of perverted stuff in it. Or was it like something else, like the one with the android girl? I mean, I forgot what that was called. Akira made that one. That one is very perverted. Like I've seen some of that one. Yeah, the one with a real Dr. Slump. Yeah, Dr. Slump. But I'm trying to say that I think you're right about predictive programming for the stuff the Westerners make. Like I don't know, like Marvel or like Marvel. Definitely Marvel is involved in predictive programming, and the stuff
Pixar, things like Pixar, Disney.
Yeah, Disney too. Yes, definitely. But when it comes to like the East, like the mangaka artists, like Akira, sometimes it's just due to their weird norms, and I don't think that culture should mix that much. I'm kind of like I'm social conservative. I believe Westerners deserve to retain their own culture, because when the artist, I forgot his name, Takahata, or someone else, I don't think it was Takahata, but someone went to the Tove Jansson, or someone, not Tove Jansson, I forgot who it was. Yeah, but anyway, they showed some artwork to a Western artist. I think it was Astrid Lindgren. Yeah, Astrid Lindgren, who was Swedish, and she didn't like how the kids were nude and were bathing with the men or the parents. Because that's normal in like Japanese culture and even Finnish culture. That's actually something the Finns and the Japanese share in common. So sometimes it's due to cultural rifts. You see what I'm saying? Because cultures do have differences. You know what I mean?
Okay, but is it cultural for Goku to lift up Bulma's dress and pat her pussy to feel for balls? So sexual assault's okay because Akira puts it in his cartoon.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, the Japanese. Hey, if you look at their woodblock paintings, you know what I mean. They really are kind of sexually libertine. They are kind of more libertine than other races. Like that's just the way they are more libertine. Libertine, kind of more relatively speaking. That's just the way they are.
It's one way to put it.
Yeah, the Japanese at least, but probably not the Chinese or Koreans. But the Japanese have historically been more promiscuous, for lack of a better word or something. That's just the way they are, or whatever. From what I've seen, but whatever. I'm just saying that I agree with you on predictive programming, but sometimes it's good to be a little bit more, show some more, I don't know, more forbearance when looking at East Asians or something. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I don't want to argue about it too much. But,
it's fine. It's just general discussion. But I just say that we're all living in a matrix, so everything you look at on a screen is part of it. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I agree with that definitely. But sometimes there are little holes in the matrix, or little glitches in the matrix, or whatever. Sometimes.
I mean, sure, but I have yet to see the ocean glitch out or a bird get stuck in the sky. So.
Oh, I think I've seen something close to that bird thing.
Yeah, but it depends on how high the bird was, because technically there are some wind streams that keep birds up in the sky, even if it seems like it's close to the ground. Apparently, that's a real thing. But again, I don't believe in the actual matrix shell. So
I just want to clarify one point. I myself am socially conservative. I'm more Western or more, more like kind of Middle Eastern. Like I'm more socially conservative about this. I'm not libertine. I'm not a libertine. I just want to get that out of the way. I'm not really into that kind of crap, like swinging. I really hate swinging crap, and I don't like that shit. That's just personally my thing. I just want to make that clear. I'm not really like the Japanese like that. Personally, that's just my personal thing. I just wanted to make that clear. Yeah,
it is funny that you mentioned that. They really are known, especially back in feudal Japan, for their swinging.
Yeah, you can say that again, really, because some of the woodblock paintings I've seen are like, what the hell? Like, really, like, I do like their woodblock paintings of nature and stuff, but some of the more sensuous stuff, or some of the more like, I don't know, more like degenerate stuff. It's just them. I mean, I respect it, let them be as they are. I don't want to impose my way on them. It's just not my kind of thing. I prefer like being socially conservative, because that's what I was raised with. I'm a more socially conservative, personally speaking. Yeah, more socially conservative.
Oh hell no!
What the hell is even that?
I don't know. I just say everything that take it with a grain of salt and perceive it as what it's not really. That's one of the ways that I woke up to a lot of things when a lot of the things that were being put in media and the movies and stuff, in the games and stuff, I hate, as much as I hate talking about it, that was the very first thing that woke me up to it, is watching a Saturday morning cartoon. And then when you go and look at Cartoon Network and you go and look at what their, banner is, well, it's black and white tiles. So, once you see it in one thing, it's in everything, and then that leads to the next thing, and that leads to the next thing. So, when I see something like about with Dragon Ball Z, I just see it as, I guess it's because I'm a Christian. I just see it as they're trying to social condition people to accept the Antichrist. But what does it say about Goku? So, Goku is considered basically God on that planet. So, I don't know. I just think that as much as it can be for fun and the shits and giggles, I think everything is just put out there to no matter what part of the world you're in, it's the social condition is for this new world order, which is, you're not going to have any God at all, or you're going to have the one we have, and you're not going to allow to have any culture, any individuality. You're not allowed to have emotions. If your little brain scan goes off and we see that your perspiration's gone up a little bit, take them back to the scan room. So I don't know. And I think social media is one of the biggest ways that they're helping and getting it done, because if these are real people in some of these comment sections on both Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok that I have seen, it's a lot worse off than what we think. So,
Well, let me say something. One thing Jesus and Buddha both taught is against sexual immodesty. Like they don't encourage stuff like infidelity or like crap like that. So that's something Jesus and Buddha overlap with.
yeah, well, YouTube openly promotes slutty Halloween costumes, but then turns around and says that you can't, say a certain word without being, silenced. But this person's getting 250 million views on her showing Halloween costumes. So
yeah, that's 100% a problem. I 100% agree. That stuff is social engineering. Definitely, that's not even up for debate. That stuff is real 100%. Like AshleyMadison.com, that kind of bullshit. I agree with you on that. Dude.
I saw a hat. I forget where I saw it. It said on the hat that it was like, it said "Make PDFs afraid again." I think I agree with that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's not something I like to talk about, but I'm telling you, man, the normalization of it, it's concerning. That's why at all costs, I will die on that hill. My son will not go to a public school. I will die on that fucking hill. My kid will not go to a school where there's multiple teachers who are in that school right now who had that kind of ideology. I don't care what you do in your life, but it's very, it's not everywhere, but I can tell you, dude, it is falling back. There are some places where the studies are showing that people aren't going into it no more. But
going to shit, man, it's so bad. I'm so glad, and I can't even imagine what it's like for these kids growing up with this shit school system now.
Well, it's like I heard a good few years ago, the first way to get to a nation other than just their children, well, I mean, the school system.
I have some crazy stuff to show regarding that. Some very crazy stuff, if you want me to. But I don't know, because we're kind of derailing,
no, it's fine. It's no worries.
Way past derailing now.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I know we did like 3 hours.
Let me
and a bunch of stuff.
Let me get it here. Damn, where did I put it? I'll show it in 1 second. Yeah, put it in downloads, I think. So I'll show it. Damn it, like where I put it. Yeah, basically, I'll just send the images. Well, let me give me 5 minutes. You guys can keep talking. I'll find it. But basically, I'm gonna show you just what terrible things they're doing to kids now. You probably already know, though. Anyway, this guy is yeah. Anyway, I'll just give me 5 minutes. But you guys can keep talking again.
I guess I'll respond to me in the comments saying that I can't do that to him. He needs to experience the world. I can tell you my son experienced the world without having to go to a public school system that will literally not care if a person brings a GU into the school. So no thanks. Anyone who has their kid in a public school right now, I understand if you have a job or you can't afford a babysitter, or like me, you don't trust a single fucking human being in this world to trust your to watch your kid for you. But yeah, sorry, I have one child, and I would do everything on this earth to keep him safe. So he's not stuck in a box. Don't worry.
Yeah, can you see my screen? Like I just share my screen or whatever. Like it's really bad for kids now. I really feel bad for kids. You know, like can you see my screen or something? Yeah, okay, yeah. So I'm gonna show you 3 images. You know, first I'm gonna start off with the tame stuff. You know, look at this. This is like for kids. You know, like this is all just inclusive diversity stuff and stuff encouraging kids to be gay or whatever. Like this is the kind of stuff they're marketing to your kids. When I go to like at Barnes and Noble, this is the kind of picture books they promote for kids. You know, let me see what else. Then you got this, you know, like more of it. You know, I've actually seen worse things than this in the Barnes and Noble. Like they're trying to encourage your kids to change their sex, their, you know, stuff like that. And that's why I couldn't publish my picture book with my wife. My wife was really into that picture book. You know, she illustrated it and I wrote it. You know, my wife is a very loving, kind person, but you know, they're just trying to encourage that kind of crap. And now I'm gonna show you the kind of stuff they want your kids to do. You know, this is a real picture. You know, this is like demonic. You know, it's pure demonic. And I'm drunk too, and I still think it's super demonic. Like a little kid holding an LGBT flag, and oh, this is gross as fuck. You know, like whoever did this to their kids should be executed and stuff. You know.
Oh, let's calm down, son.
Yeah, we definitely can't say that. Yeah, we definitely can't say
sorry
that.
about that. Like, sorry. Like,
allegedly.
Like,
Views of the panelists do not.
Yeah, you can't see me.
The channel.
Yeah, like whatever. Yeah, I'm just kind of high right now. Not drunk. I'm drunk. Yeah. See, you can see the image. You know, right there. Like, I try to go in. I cannot zoom into it because I didn't do the full share. I'm gonna share it again, and then you can see the images I shared because I didn't do the whole screen. There you go. I'm gonna share it again. See, now I did. I don't support any violence or anything. You know, you can see my screen. Like this time you will be able to see everything. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Okay, so you can see that the picture book.
Get that disclaimer up.
Yeah, so you can see that it's worse in the actual Barnes and Nobles. You know, like they have inclusive diversity stuff. They have stuff encouraging kids to change gender. I read some picture books because my wife was illustrating one, and they actually encourage non-traditional family unit. Like I read one picture book, the Caldecott award-winning author, and he had 2 moms. You know, we believe that he had 2 moms, and it conveyed subliminally. And you see this too. They're promoting diversity in the picture books, but at the same time, it also encourage non-traditional family. And this is what they're encouraging our kids to do now. You know, it's gotten that bad. You see what I mean? This is how bad it is. You see, this is disgusting. This is demonic. You know what I mean? It's not right. This should be illegal. You know what I mean? This kind of stuff. But that's what they do. You know what I mean? And that's all I wanted to share. You know, like you know, that's how bad things have gotten. You know, like if I were a parent, I would be very paranoid now. But that's why one reason why I personally choose not to have kids, because yeah, it does feel demonic, you know. Like if I were a parent, I would be very pissed right now. Like I would be really getting a pitchfork and stuff like that. But I'm not trying to honeypot anyone or whatever. I'm just speaking honestly or whatever. And I'm kind of tipsy too, so I'm more real right now and stuff. You know, I'm a very real guy. You know, I'm very honest. Even when I'm drunk, if I get blackout drunk, I would be arguing the same stuff largely. You know, I mean, that's the kind of man I am, largely, I guess. But you know, I'm not perfect. Sometimes I get very pissed and I have angry outbursts. But yeah, that's the kind of guy I am. You know, for example, I'm just, you know, I am neo-Lamarckian and I am a social conservative. I'm socially conservative. You know, I guess if you say I'm more right-hand path or something like that, if you say something like right-hand path, you know, I don't think stuff like promoting, you know, that kind of shit to kids is a good idea. You know, they don't go to furry convention or going to some kind of, you know, like freaking whatever, you know, like the gay stuff, you know, like I mean the G stuff, you know. I know I gotta keep tiptoeing, you know. I gotta keep tiptoeing. That's what I gotta keep doing. I gotta be careful of offending people, but I'm sick and tired of it. You know, it's really hard. You know, like I have to avoid the J word. I have to avoid mentioning 2019, I have to keep tiptoeing, but that's the way it is.
But you see, but you see that just you saying that is how I know how rigged the system is. See, we had to be careful with what we talk about. But right now, there's a gaming channel, which I won't name it. There's a gaming channel out there that really isn't even about gamings, and their entire, almost every time they make a video or make a post about a new game that came out that's woke, it's all about shit talking the Jays, gays, lesbians, pushing the whole, gay, cut off your penis type of thing. But yet he has, 1 million subscribers and gets, hundreds of thousands of views. So, that again comes back to how much they're controlling. That his channel is completely okay. He can get on there and make a 20 or 30-minute video trashing a quote unquote AAA game and get paid and promoted by YouTube. But, if you say a certain few keywords, oh, well, your stream is unavailable.
Yeah, let me tell you this, like that's
insult
just the
to
way.
injury, bro.
That's just the way, like I have this friend, okay, and I have had a rocky relationship with him for years. Not the Slovenian, but he lives in rural Arkansas, okay, and he was in a gay relationship with a Jewish Chinese or whatever. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want to get in trouble, and also I do respect him somewhat, but I don't really like him. He's kind of like, like he kind of like the Antichrist or something. I don't know. Like we've been arguing for over 10 years, but he is intelligent about some stuff like philosophy and stuff. But I don't know. I tried to tell him about the predictive programming. I tried to tell him that I don't know. I don't think this, liberal stuff is good. It's good to be a bit more socially conservative. At least a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because this is not good for social stability. But he doesn't agree with me. He's just a white guy from Arkansas. Been arguing with him for over 10 years, but he's okay.
Well, Avian, you have to see it from the lens that I've seen it since it first came out under Obama. I just see it as a more clinical and ethnical way to reduce the population. If you can convince a bunch of people to not have kids, then you've reduced how much of the population since it's begun. I mean, how many kids haven't been born, or how many kids have been aborted, or this or this?
Yeah,
I hate to say it, a lot of people don't even understand that. There's millions and billions in dollars in aborted baby parts. So again,
the first time I talked to you, okay, you sound 90% identical in your voice to my friend. You know what I mean? And that kind of like bended my mind a little bit.
Like
yeah,
secret. Do you have machinations going on here or something?
No, I ain't gonna lie. I've been told before that a few people have said that. So I don't know.
I was gonna say something, but I
for you to
forgot.
talk to him or something like that because he's kind of messed up or something. I don't know. Like I think it's better to stick to Jesus than, promote that kind of stuff. You don't want stuff like gay pride parades that kids are exposed to.
I mean, look, yeah, I'm not sinless. I'm not one of the Christians who can sit here and cast a stone because I'm no better than a man who goes out there and wears a dog mask and parades, with a butt plug up his butt. I'm no better than him in the terms of my sin. But
I don't know about that, man. Like that's going too far. Sometimes you have to put some limits. I mean,
I agree, but in my eyes, no sin is different to God. So I mean, maybe God does consider some sins worse than others, but I mean, he does say. Hang on. He says, let whoever offends one of these little ones. It's better that you tie a millstone around your throat and throw your ass into the ocean than to offend one of my children. So
Yeah. Okay, that's just you. I'm a Buddhist, but if I had to pick between Islam or Christianity, I'm going with Islam. I mean, because in Islam, at least my dad, he's a Quranist. I'm not gonna tolerate that shit. I'm gonna throw that fucking stone. You know what I mean? I'm throwing that stone at the gay pride parade people. I don't care what people have to say. We threw stones as Persians at the Jews in Isfahan and other stuff. I don't care.
As much as I may agree with you, we cannot say stuff like
okay,
that.
sorry. I have to.
It's all good.
Okay,
we just can't say
that's
like.
why it's not good to get drunk.
Stuff that alludes to violent and.
Yeah, I apologize. All of what I'm saying is in satire. I'm just joking. Nothing I say is serious. Okay? I'm just a big joke. You know what I mean? That's what I am. Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know if we're still live. It says 3 viewers, so we may have gotten our video taken down. Let me see.
Damn it. Gosh, sorry about that. I don't know. I need to be careful.
No, we're still here.
Still live.
Yeah. So
Okay, I'm just joking. You know, it's just a joke. You know, it's all a big joke. You know, it's just a joke. You know, people parading
yeah,
around.
but see, once you say stuff like that, the view count does go a lot lower. So it is what it is. It's kind of
Chill
weird.
and
Like,
son.
yeah, they'll kind of like manipulate the views based on what you talk about. So I've seen that as well. But yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Adrian. Sorry.
I've been doing this for 1 year. You know, not 1 year, 1 month. So I still need to improve
Right.
my
No worries.
tech. Yeah, I need to
I
improve
still
my.
do it. I still do it, dude. Trust me. I'm very aware of the words that you're not supposed to say, but because I'm so passionate about the subject, I slip up. You know, T-Mail has to correct me every once in a while. So
So even when I get drunk, I'm not the kind of person to go do stuff like, I don't know, sleep around or like do degenerate transgressive stuff. I'm just not that kind of person. You know what I mean? That's not the kind of person I am. You know, I just tend to lose my filter a little bit. That's it.
I guess it just depends on what each person's limit is.
Yeah, I don't really like the liberal dystopian stuff personally, you know, and it's just a joke what I just said, you know, whatever. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, more.
Everybody has a breaking point.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The alphabet agencies should know that.
Yeah, then that's the way they are. They should have psychological profiles on people who don't matter, but they don't care about the stuff that does matter. You know what I mean? That's just the way they are. You know, like yeah, but that's the way they are. And making life harder for everyone. Making life harder for everyone. Yeah.
right, it's like what Hobson says in his song. What if Jesus was a facade? That means the government's God. So I mean, you know, in some grand scheme, when you really look at like what the whole supposed Men in Black, really what the real job of the Men in Black is to investigate any and all supernatural phenomenon and anomalies in I'm using air quotations, in the protection of mankind's best interest. But in reality, you know, I'm not seeing the evidence to the contrary. So, you know, just personally, I don't believe that any single agency that's out there that's being funded by any type of entity that's not your local community of, like, you know, heroes who go out there and make sure there's no crime in your neighborhood or local city. You know, most of these places, from the talks I've had and just from the evidence, I mean, mass surveillance on every single level. I mean, yeah, if you don't want to say you live in a LARP, by all means, but I mean, there's half of the, well, maybe not half, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe 8 or 9% of the population around you works for federal agencies, and they all spy on you. So, you know, it's
a sad state of affairs. There's no doubt about that. It's a sad state of affairs, and then we have the issues with technique, you know, and with technical necessity, and then we have these elites that just make life harder for everyone. You know what I mean? And then we have more pressures in terms of working. You know, it's just things get worse. You know. Yeah, that's just the way it is, you know, like that's just the way things go. You know, I'd rather be a farmer, you know, or something like that, just tilling the fields than getting up and looking at all this, you know, pride parades and then driving to work and working 8 hours doing bullshit. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is, you know. But yeah, that's the way life is, you know. It's kind of like
I mean, yeah, it is the way life is, but it's only because, you know, whether or not it's the devil or it's greedy humans who, for whatever reason, they've somehow managed to do what they've been doing since time immemorial. I mean, that's the biggest problem. Like, we're so used to the way that we humans have been told how we're supposed to live that, you know, by the time that we maybe could revert back to what we naturally should be, it probably would be too late. I mean, most people really can't even use the toilet unless it flushes. So, you know, there's just, to me, there's not a lot of evidence that a majority of people can, you know, go back out into the woods and hunt a deer if they really needed to, or, you know how to, you know, fix a broken bone and make a splint if their arm's broken and they're stuck out somewhere with a broken arm. Or, you know, if you got to cut off your arm because it's stuck under a rock, you know, do you know how to, you know, tourniquet your wound in order to be able to at least try to cut off your fucking arm? So, I mean, you know, I think even the most basic survival skills have been eroded. And I'm not saying it's everyone. There's lots of people who know go out there and hunt, but you know, I think instead of teaching kids how to go and continue working in a rat race, how about we teach them to take care of the earth and how to plant and to stop using chemicals and everything? But you see, that's never going to happen. It's just this continuous, you know, war machine, as Kiss would sing. So,
yeah, I 100% agree. You know, 100% agree with what you just said. I'd rather be taught self-sufficiency skills, self-reliance skills, than be taught working a stupid ass desk job for like 8 hours a day.
it's just to go make someone who's got so much money have more money. So I mean, that's all it is. That's really all it comes down to.
Yeah.
Everyone who's not an ultra rich person is just trying to get to that level, knowing that in reality you'll never get there unless you're going to be like Mark Zuckerberg and create mass surveillance social media platforms.
Yes, that's
You basically
100%
have to
right.
do what
That's
they
really
tell you.
the gist of it. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you, Lone Wolf. You know?
No, you're right. It is. I mean, in every single situation, that's what has happened. In every single situation, usually those with the bigger guns, the brighter fire, are usually the ones who win. But I mean, that comes down to, is it because that there's really more than them, or they're smarter than us? I don't know. But I mean, like Hopper says in, you know, The Bug's Life, you know, does it come down to that once the ants realize that there's more of them than there are grasshoppers, you know? But again, you know, I don't think a majority of people would be able to synchronize any type of mass anything in order to be able to, you know, so you're just going to have to learn to adapt to the system that we're in. And if it's, you know, alien probing your butts or head in a jar, you know, I don't know really what to tell you if they're giving you an ultimatum of it's yay or nay, either you do it or you don't. So I mean, we haven't lived in that world yet because there's death every single day. But I mean, whether or not we're going to live to see an actual, you know, utopian new world order go like Matt Damon up into Elysium, I don't know, but I'm seeing at every single level that that's what they're pushing, and
Let me tell you
everything that's
this,
new that's coming out.
Let me tell you this, man. Okay, you know, I'm not a perfect man. You know, like I have some areas that you can call sin, but my heart, like there's like some kind of light in it or something. And when I really want to like have peace, I play something like Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town, the original for Game Boy Advance, not the remake that made everyone buy. You know, that's gross. You know, because the original was great. You know, if you want to see what my ideal society is like, then play Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town for Game Boy Advance. I know that's a weird thing to say, but like that conveys like, you know, the Teddy's ideal vision or something like that. It's closer to it. You see what I'm saying? You know, I just want a nice community, you know, just farm, you know, get some good stuff, give it to my friends in the village. That's all I wanted, you know, like, but now what I have is I'm just stuck in this room, you know, all day, and I'm just reading books. I'm so disconnected, you know, I mean, from everyone, from everything. All I do is just play games, read books. I have no sense of connection with anyone. I haven't spoken to anyone outside of, for over 10 years, like 10 years. I haven't had a friend for like 8 to 10 years. You believe that? I haven't spoken to anyone. All I've been doing is going to school and just staying in this room and reading fucking books and playing games endlessly. It's like I'm lost in dreams within dreams. You know what I mean? That's how alienated I am. It's not like I'm really living something like that, but at the same time, I have my attachments. You know what I mean? But you know, like I don't know what I have to do. Now I have to work 9 to 5. How do I have time for anything if I work 9 to 5 next week or something? You know what I mean? I just don't know. It's a mess. How did things reach this point? You know what I mean? Yeah, like why was I born during this time? You know what I'm saying? But whatever, it's okay. I have to be realistic. I have to be calm. I have to understand why things are happening as they are. It's kind of weird, you know, to be living in this kind of time.
Joseph Campbell has entered the chat.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not Asian. I had a pseudo accent because I was bullied when I was younger, you know, and it kind of led to trauma. But I've gotten over it. But I have a pseudo accent for that reason. You know, it's a pseudo accent. You know, maybe it's from brain trauma. Maybe I've had traumatic brain disorder. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, like I don't know. I don't know, like what the hell I'm doing. You know.
I don't think you're as crazy as what you may think you are.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I am. I don't know what I'm doing. You know, it's just and my memory is getting worse too. You know, I don't even remember what I was doing 1 month ago. What the hell I'm talking about? You know, like, you know, I have my attachments though. You know, it's just attachments. You know, I have my attachments. It does
That's
feel like a dream.
most people don't remember what they were doing a month ago. Not in any
Yeah,
great
to be honest.
Yeah, this modern world is a mess. You know, TML, I apologize for interrupting you. Like, we've been talking a lot, but I feel like TML wants to read stuff. You know, and it's not good to interrupt him and let him read stuff. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
it's all
Like,
good. It's all good.
it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I've already told him multiple times if he wants me to shut up, just say shut up and I'll shut up. I'm very big on respect, even on panels and stuff. I'm one of them people. Whoever owns the panel, he runs it. If I go on too much, tell me to shut up, I'll shut up. That's how genuine of a person I am. So
That's good. Yeah, I do respect you. You know, I respect you. I respect Lone Wolf. I respect you. I respect most people here. You know, I mean, I don't have everything figured out. I have my biases. I have my beliefs. You know what I mean? But I don't cling
but
on.
that's everyone. But that's everyone.
Yes, yeah, that's right. You know, yeah.
But I think, in all honesty, I think they force these type of platforms to be where people like us feel like we have to go, because in reality, when you go out into your communities, I'm going to tell you, there's many people in my town and city who might somewhat feel the same way about a lot of the subjects. But I can tell you, I walk up to quite a few people and point out the chemtrails, and they're just meh, meh, meh. So I mean, it is strange that it seems like you when you get online, you find people who are more open to the topic. Whether or not they have nefarious means is yet to be seen yet. But I mean, it is strange that when you go out here in your daily life and you try to bring these conspiracies to light to certain people, and it's just like they really don't care. Oh, I got to get to the store and get my eggs and milk. I have to go to work. I have to go put gas in the car. I have to go walk the dog. I mean, it is hard to sit here and live in a world where you understand how pressing an issue is, but in reality, you can't do much more than live in the issue that you're dealing with until, the issue, you need a tissue. So,
I would say one thing Russell didn't analyze, when I read his book, is how agriculture is decoupled from the community now. Like, agriculture has a sense of dissociation from the community now. In the past, I feel like when people grew stuff, they would get, like, I don't know, a basket, of what they grew, or maybe of the meat they butchered or whatever, and they would go to the village and they would just like hand out the stuff and they would get money in return, or like something they barter, maybe bartering or something. But now there's a sense of disconnect with everything we do. I mean, like, that's really the biggest problem, that disconnect between agriculture and between the village, the community, or is really when things really spiraled out of control. That's why the elites do everything in their power to erode the local farmers. They don't want stuff like local farmers growing their own shit or butchering their own cows or whatever, and then giving it to people nearby, because by doing that, they strengthen the local community, and you don't want the local community strengthened. And that's why Joel Salatin is a very interesting man. Joel Salatin. I'm gonna read him in the future too. When you disconnect the agriculture from the Veshu were important too. The Vesha, whatever you want to call it. I don't agree with Evola on that. The Vesha, the farmers, the people who grow from the land, they're important too. Maybe because they are very like intimately connected to the village. But now we are broken off from that because there's a disconnection. That's what happens with mass production. With mass production comes the erosion of the local community intimately connected to the agriculture. You get what I'm trying to say here? Yes. That's the thing. That's the thing the elites are really against. They don't want tight-knit community. I mean? And the more you promote that, the more they will look for ways to sabotage that. They will look for ways to sabotage the local farmer. And I know because I'm a friend with a local farmer. I've been buying raw milk from him for many years, probably over 10 years. I like raw milk. I also get some meat from him too, like old fowl. What I mean? His name is Carlton Farms. You can look that up, Georgia, Carlton Farms. But that's not really like leaking anything because I'm not giving precise information, so it's fine. Carlton Farms, he's a good man. stuff like that. But they are
Maybe
trying
it's,
to attack
the spelling. I'm not sure of the spelling.
I'll just tell you over a private chat. Private Carlton Farm. He's a good man. That's the point. Like, yeah, they attack local farmers. Bill
Well, I
Gates.
mean, one of the one of the number one things that anyone's going to know is that you control the food, you control the people, and most of these people, unless they got it all, automatoned already, they use the local farmers for it. And I can tell you up here in my local market, back when I was a kid, the local market up here in my town square was huge. You probably had 10 or 11 people who'd be standing out there selling, homegrown vegetables. But now there might be, on a good day, 4 people standing up there selling homegrown tomatoes, squashes, and stuff like that.
100%, yes. You get, when you analyze that more causally and philosophically, I think you will understand. You trace that to the the leaders or whoever is pushing that, and you'll get the conspiracy, or you'll get what's really going on, because they are attacking local farmers. They don't want people to be self-sufficient. They don't want people to be relying on their local community and supporting each other and having a tight-knit ethos, or ethnos even. That's really the root of when things spiraled out of control. That's when things really spiraled out of control. Bill Gates is like a front man, right? You say he's a front man. That's true. But he is attacking the local farmers. That's really undeniable to me. They're trying to they're trying to monopolize all this farming and the local foods. They want people to all rely on their distribution systems for food.
Yep.
And a lot of times.
Oh, what's wrong, Avian? You don't want a ration card?
Yeah, 100%.
You don't want to live in the Last of Us universe where you get ration cards, and if you don't have a ration card, you don't get to eat.
Yeah, I don't want that. No, that's not my preference. That's not what I like.
I don't know. I mean, regardless, eventually, if the system does come about, I mean, how do you move around it? Because, I mean, we all, whether or not you want to call the Bible real about the whole, you're not going to be allowed to buy, sell, or trade, if they're able to somehow get that type of a grip around the world where, you literally cannot buy, sell, or trade anything and it not being known about,
Yeah, they talk about the Bible and the Pali Canon and all the Taoism. All of them are united in one thing. I wouldn't say I'm not a perennialist, but one thing that's important is for the agriculture or the farmers to be closely connected to the village or the community. Because that's been the case for most of history. But when you decouple them, and then you make it to where you're eating bananas from Costa Rica, or that's very unsustainable and it's wasting a lot of resources. Yep. Yes, you see what I mean? Yep. That really fucks shit up. That's really crazy. That's really the root of what I see as the issue. When you make the produce and the farming and all of that, the food we eat, as being dependent on the global distribution system, rather than the local sustainable farmers within your vicinity. That's really the fucking issue. You see what I'm saying? I realized that when I was fucking 16 years old. And I've been thinking about this stuff for almost, almost 20 years. 20 years I've been thinking about this stuff. That's really that's really where I began as a person, from the agricultural food and from the local farmers and their connection to the local community. You see what I mean? That's really fucking important. When you disconnect that, that's a big deal. You see what I'm saying? That I'm drunk right now and I'm talking about this. You can see
No,
how
I agree. I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the medical system. Barely 100 or so years ago, the doctor would come to your house, and the doctors back then, even if you were poor, some of the doctors still gave you the medical care, even if you were poor, compared to nowadays. I mean, yeah, if you have poor man insurance, you still get seen by a doctor. But I can tell you, the level of care, when I was a kid was a lot better. When I went to the doctor and my parent took me to go to the doctor to go and get something taken care of, I didn't have to go and see 3 or 4 or 5 other fucking doctors. I went to see this specific doctor, and maybe they had to send me to one other doctor. But, in the medical system today, like I said earlier about with like someone like my aunt, I've literally witnessed someone like my aunt. Well, of course she's, a millionaire, but still the point is you live in a world where even in the medical system, your quality of medical care is based on how much you can pump out. So,
Exactly. Let me tell you this. This is why I don't, I made peace with Pinoy, and I agree with Pinoy on a lot of things, but I don't agree with everything. But Pinoy is 100% right about this stuff. This stuff is what I've been focusing on for a long time. And that's that kind of stuff. Is kind of important when I'm talking about the agriculture and how it's supposed to be coupled with the community. That's a very important point.
Yeah, disable everyone, get everyone to not, I guess get the farmer to see the shekels instead of the community. But I know that
100%, right, yes.
not all the farmers are like that. There are a lot of farmers who despite the corporate people coming constantly to them, they do reject them. But then shady shit seems to happen with their farms. So
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Through Dark Lord. Yeah, you got it.
Nothing like some espionage and sabotage.
Make the farmers see the community before the shekels. That was a very good quote. I'm gonna keep that in mind. That's right. You got it. The community. The communal erosion from post-industrial age and modernity is really over the top. Because it's not normal. Like I'm just staying in my room for years. Just walking in my house and just it's not normal because I'm so disconnected from people, so alienated, over the top alienated. You believe that? That's the way it is. And I know something is wrong. Because I'm honest enough to say this is not the way man was meant to live. This is not the way man was meant to live. All I do is just wake up, do some read a book, or maybe do some homework in the past when I was taking school, and then I just do shit, on the computer, and then I go walk outside of bed. I don't know, but that's not normal. You know what I mean? That's not the way people have lived. It's just in a fucking room. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just that this idea is important too. Maybe if you can recommend me books more, I'm planning to read Joel Salatin also, and some other thinkers. Joel Salatin is a very noble man from what I've read. He's a very noble man of integrity. In fact, I would call him an Aryan. Spiritual Aryan. Yeah. But I'm not saying that in the Nazi way, but yeah, yeah, that's the way I like Joel Salatin.
No, I agree with you, Avian. I think, I've met a few rich people in my life, and they seem happy on the outside, but their kids are snobby, horrible, egg rotten assholes who literally use and abuse everyone around them. And even they themselves, despite the fact that they have a house that is so large that they would have to hire, 7 illegals to come and clean their house for them. Even their marriage, my aunt and her husband's been married a good while now, and she's not happy in her life. That woman has enough money that she never has to work a day ever again in her life, and basically admitted to me that she can't even sit down to enjoy the money, and yet she doesn't even wear a smile on her face. And she has more money than I'll ever begin to understand to have. And and you can tell she isn't happy having it. She worked for a company that, whether or not she had to get on her knees for any of these positions, I don't know, but I can tell you that she worked in some very powerful positions, and she went to many countries and did many business deals in different countries. And you can tell, like, when you go and try to have a conversation with her, and you go and ask her certain prominent questions about the company she's working for, and then you go and ask her what her husband told you a few years probably before they got married, and then the look she gives you, and she just kind of like blows it off, then you're just like, well, then what does that tell you? If someone like her wears a fake mask of being happy even though she's fucking rich, then I don't know what to tell you. But I think that's really the real LARP, is that they whatever box they can put you in.
Let me tell you this: true happiness, I'm working from my own framework, influenced by other thinkers. But let's say you're a farmer, okay, and you're growing stuff locally and sustainably. You get some tomatoes, you chop up some cows, and you put it together or whatever. Then you go to your local village and you see the smiling faces of people. You hold up the basket, and maybe they barter some things, or they give you, like, I don't know, some currency or whatever. I don't know, like, and then you just give it to them. But then you see you're helping your community, and you're getting something back from their smiles. You see, I mean, that's why I like the story of seasons games, and also why when I was 16, I was reading tons of stuff from Mercola, and even I knew about Joel Salatin, I think so. But the point is, you see the immediate consequences of your actions from tilling the fields, from growing shit, stuff like that. We don't have that anymore. Basically, we don't have that anymore. That's the way things
I
were.
agree.
Like,
I think that's one of the things why they push microtransactions, and a lot. It's not just the gaming community that they've pushed microtransactions on. There's a lot of movie streaming platforms that do that stuff now. And I remember a few years ago, there was an article that came out where they were actually thinking about banning not just microtransactions but loot boxes in games, because it was causing kids and even some adults to like form a gambling problem. Like there was people going out here and kids stealing thousands of dollars of their parents' money to buy these loot boxes for a chance to get a fake piece of item, and that's the kind of mentality that I think they're trying to push, on a lot of people with that YOLO lifestyle. Go and put all your money in the beautiful gumball machine, and if you're lucky, you might get, the special gumball. So, what I mean is, when it comes to applying to community, it seems like, they want you on this fast track of, like we all know that, convenience stores and Walmarts and stuff are designed a particular way. The designs and the way they put the placements of the advertisements and the food are set that way you go to a particular type of food. So, I do find that when it comes to like especially here with my local farmers market, they don't do TV advertisements, but the local Walmart here does, and I think that the Walmart market here does. I think it's very strange, and they have a big business. It's a pretty big business, but yet they don't have a TV commercial here locally. I think that's strange.
Let me tell you this. This is from Masunobu Fukuoka. And he had this cool quote. There's two quotes I will read to you. The ultimate goal of farming is not the growing of crops, but the cultivation and perfection of human beings. That's one quote. The second one is, when it is understood that one loses joy and happiness in the attempt to possess them, the essence of natural farming will be realized. The ultimate goal of farming is not the growing of crops, but the cultivation and perfection of human beings. So let's analyze that. So when you grow the crop and you put it in your basket, and then you go to your village and you see the people, your friends or your relatives, or even everyone in the village who's a part of supporting each other, and then you give them the tomato, and you see they're happy, and you're happy too. That is a spiritual thing. That is a very
correct
spiritual thing. Yes, but we don't have that anymore. Yeah, so I like to keep things simple, and that's really the biggest issue to me, that kind of disconnect between agriculture and farming and the village, and I've been talking about this for over 20 years. Maybe I'm a Vaishya or something like that, because I'm more like a spiritually realized Vaishya when you get down to it from Evola. That's why I'm kind of, maybe I'm like a Vaishya, you know what I mean? Vaishyas can be spiritually enlightened too. They're above Shudras, maybe. So in a way, I am above a Shudra. I know that 100%. So yeah, that's the thing, maybe. Anyway, yeah, I got kind of drunk and I was saying it. But that decoupling, that disconnect is really bad. And that's when things spiraled out of control. That's really what I think. When things truly spiraled out of control, that disconnect between farming and the local community. I mean, there isn't even a local community anymore. But that's the reason.
No, I can agree. Even I remember when I was a kid, all the families in the neighborhood knew each other. This parent trusted this parent to look over their kids, even if they weren't home and they were outside playing around, in the neighborhood. I know when I was growing up, my aunt and uncle felt completely fine letting me run around in the neighborhood, because why? Every single parent in the neighborhood hung out with each other, did barbecues. And I'm not saying that it still doesn't happen, but I can guarantee you in my city, there's not that many people who get together for a community thing, unless it's the city holding some event and it's, something for everyone to go out and, and show themselves in. I mean, like, we do have a few gay pride rallies here, but we have a cruise night here where everyone comes around from the different surrounding cities and drives all their nice souped up cars. It usually draws everyone in, but that's my point. Like, people only seem to want to come out to these community events when there's beer involved, which is, at some of the events they do offer free beer for the adults. So I mean, that's really, I do agree, that sense of community. Like in the early 90s, all the movies you see of the the projects or the ghettos, or even some of the white neighborhoods, everyone in the neighborhood having a barbecue in the cul-de-sac. You really don't have that a lot. And maybe that just does stem from them trying to alienate everyone. Even someone, myself, I just choose not to trust human beings. I know how cruel, evil, and vile, your best friend can be. So, I've just learned that in this world, you have to be careful when interacting with any person, whether it's, person individually or an entity. I've worked many jobs in my life, and I can tell you, none of them jobs gave a rat's ass about me. They only cared about, are you here on fucking time? And did you clock in? And don't be on your phone. But, I can sit here and sexually harass all the women in my store. So, I don't know what to tell you. I think at every single level, no one really knows how to be human, to some extent. None of us really know what it means to be human. We're all grasping for a way to try to at least rationalize, what it means to be human. Like I was saying earlier, what really makes us human? Is it the hobbies that we choose to put our time into? Is it, because, our parents gave us a name and we grew up with a personality? So, I mean, maybe in reality, we can't do much more, Avian, than probably what we're doing now, and just try not to become insane in the fucking process, to be honest.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Yeah, that's 100% true. We definitely see eye to eye here, what I mean? Since, this is really what I see as the crux of the issue, really. This stems from all of this,
Well, that's how they get you into the pod. That's how they get you into the pod, Avian. Get you away from everyone and put you in your pod all by yourself.
I think every other issue stems from this, really, like this disconnect between the agriculture and the local community, and then that spirals out of control and leads to communal erosion. And I feel like, even though I'm drunk, I'm saying that, yeah, that's what I agree. I do my best. I'm not a perfect man. I've made many mistakes. I've said some things I've regretted. Yeah, I just do my best. But really working on a farm would have been better than just going to school endlessly. I got 2 bachelor's degrees, got a master's. Yeah, I don't feel like they mean shit. They don't mean shit. I would have just preferred being a farmer. Or something like, because I would at least be healthier, have a community or something like that. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a mess. Like you said, it's a mess. It's escalated out of control. It's like continuous.
I can definitely tell you, Avian, that the happiest I ever was in my life was when I was younger and I worked on a farm. Because I'm telling you, I was worked to fucking death, and and working on that farm for the people who was taking care of me at the same time when that thing happened with the Bible underneath my pillow. I can tell you that thing, working from if you weren't in school, you were in church. If you weren't in church, you were in Bible study. If you weren't in Bible study, you were saying your prayers. If you weren't doing that, you were out there on the farm. You're helping me take care of the horses. You helped me take care of the peacocks. You helped me feed the birds. You helped me feed the ducks. You're picking up the chicken eggs. You're shoveling the pig shit out of the pigsty. I mean, that type of lifestyle is a lifestyle that I wish I can give to my son in a lot of ways. But even though I can't give him that type of lifestyle that I was luckily enough to be given when I was younger, he still has a very good sense of, what is right, at least when it comes to nature. My son, when he goes outside and he sees the amount of trash that's on the ground, or even my son, even though he's heard me say what chemtrails are, even he at his age, when he looks up, he goes, "Dad, why does all the cartoons that I look at have a blue sky, but this one doesn't?" Oh, well, I mean, what do you tell your child? What, God put on fucking shades for the day? I mean, you're stuck in a system, man, where it's 10 billion times larger than you, and you just have to do with what little bit you can in your space. And just, like me as a Christian, I'm just, I have my bad days, like you said. We all have our issues, but I mean, I strive every single day to be a better human, to be loving and to be caring. And, that doesn't mean I won't kick your ass if you don't push me a little too far, or, make me feel uncomfortable or threaten my family. But I mean, we're all human, man. It's just.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we see eye to eye, basically. We see eye to eye here, definitely, 100%.
It means you're human, Avian. It means you're not a head in a jar.
Yeah, I agree, man. I respect you. This was a good talk, but TML, like, I'm sorry if we derailed your, like, reading and stuff. Like, I don't know. You want to read stuff? Like, I'm sorry about that, man.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, I guess I'll, play some music here. We'll get into some things. We'll figure it out together. I appreciate the people that are watching this. 16 people still watching. I appreciate you guys. I think I'm not going to be here for too much longer. So let's get into some stuff. Right now, I think I'll play. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay, we'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. I really like this song. I've liked this song for like 10 years. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah. Bomb shot, abomination, the Holocaust, war ghosts, back to haunt you motherfuckers. What? Yo, I was born dead with a fucking horn on my head. The unicorn is my friend. I sleep in a thorn bed in the enchanted forest. Live these two thieves, their whole pieces. And spit these mystical fiery rhymes for gold pieces. These were the men who would contend with the emperor and try to free the minds of the slaves from this pretender. He brainwashed his empire to an army of vampires, and at night they all gathered around the light of campfires. On every full moon would begin the witching hour. They knocked down the tower, for it possessed great power. They were exiled and hunted from the evil they fled. In the wild you can hear the screams of the demons and dead. They cast a spell to send these devils back to hell, and vowed to fight this wicked kingdom till it crashed and fell. Their bones remain buried under a pile of stones, and the only thing to remember them by is their poems.
The permanent tarnish and them fall off they throne. The hearts of darkness shall reap what they have sown. For them a stone the chosen one with ancient bones. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome.
Men who by reason of their daring met tragic ends. Where I cure a mutant strain or smallpox is how it begins. A gunfighter died of bullets, maybe 10. Jurassic Ching killed 48 men. Where there, 2 bored Indians decide to rob a bank again. A blind mole can dig 15 feet per hour with power. Your body drowns in the ocean as Bahamas coward. A scaly and equilateral right obtuse and isosceles triangle appears and disappears your ship in the rain shower. Ninjas, the duchess, and the dirt water fox. Nighttime sunshine, beside the gun there is a shark. Oh, why does the Bible mention snow? Today the Holocaust, overlord of the last pageant. You reassemble and then explode. There is a musket, a red-winged dragon. You run like faggots, you gods, dance bastards. Nope. That all is lost, the king of all actions. With swords and guns, I assassinate an ambassador. I'm the Holocaust. You run, you cry in the last chapter. Then a cherry Elijah ran faster. We're all through Jerusalem. Strange things happened the moment Jesus died. At the temple, the curtain in front of the inner holy room tore from top to bottom wide. Tombs opened and dead people came back to life. They walked through the city and many people saw them. For a time, all the city was in chaos, right?
The hearts of darkness shall reap what they have sown. For them a stone the chosen one with ancient bones. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome.
Once lived a wicked witch who was half gargoyle. Appeared to be a beautiful maiden, but her heart was charbroiled. She took her husband's son far away and tried to hide him, cause she was tricked by the wicked king, a secret magic to blind him. When the son got older, he set on a journey to find him, only to find out that his mother had lied to him. He learned the devil's plan for the families was to divide them, mislead and misguide them so that he could get inside them, confuse and distract them so he can misuse and attack them and spread the diseases of evil. And this is what happened, possessed by greed, lust, anger, jealousy, envy, and hatred, and let them far, far away from all things that were sacred. Left them hungry and naked. Though they had plenty of food, they remained spiritually starved, quenched with the wisdom of fools. Now that he realized the truth, he never trusted him again. Inherited the trade from his father, thereby clutching the pen. Now his born legacy see was a defeated sworn enemy, which was a snake in the garden that was cast down with enmity. This child was blessed with serenity, the ability to produce tranquility for infinity. His words sharp as swords from the Lord when he wrote, and these were the songs that the wise men would quote. And yet, when they spoke, then his mother had awoke.
Them chromatonics and them fall off they throne. The hearts of darkness shall reap what they have sown. For them a stone the chosen one with ancient bones. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome. Them chromatonics and them fall off they throne. The hearts of darkness shall reap what they have sown. For them a stone the chosen one with ancient bones. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome.
Yeah, taste ashes, fall off the throne, sit in the dust.
Them so condemning, I'm a dead man them. Them so condemning, I'm a dead man them. Them so condemning, I'm a dead man them. Them don't know like me, and man don't know like them.
Fed me crumbs off the table when you heard the hunger. And now the elders should serve the younger.
Them chromatonics and them fall off where they grown. The hearts of darkness should reap what they have sown. For them I stone the chosen one with ancient bones. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome. Whoa, watch the kingdom fall like Rome.
All right, let me read some of this for you guys. Now, if you recall, right, Skolmowski has talked about bunch of different ideas throughout history, right? So he's mentioned several different shifts throughout history, right? One was the ideas that he mentioned in terms of world history, right? And he's talked about how, especially in the West, right? He's talked about certain concepts in terms of knowledge and values, and of course he's talked about the compartmentalization of knowledge itself, the loss of the sacred, right? And of course, in terms of the desacralization of knowledge, right, and the compartmentalization of knowledge, he sort of reflected on Aristotle, right, as being a main culprit, right? And sort of he talked about the union of beauty, goodness, and truth, right? So he talks about the successive stages. He points out the philosophy of Kant, right? The starry sky above and the moral law within, right? And how there's a separation between morality and reason, right? And sort of this is sort of the separation between the internal scope of man, right, and the external scope of reason, right? And the internal scope is mainly marked by, this idea of the ethical, right? So once you have the idea of ethics, right, divorced from reason, you have a separation of man from man, right? Once reason supersedes nature, you have the idea of God separating from nature, right? And so you have the desacralization of nature, the desacralization of knowledge, and the sort of loss of the ethical dimension, right, which seems to coincide with the loss of the metaphysical domain, right? So all of these changes are brought about, right? And of course, the main culprits he puts together, right? Aristotle, Aquinas, Kant, and of course the utilitarians and the logical positivists, right? And the analytical philosophers, right? And the behaviorist psychologists, right? All four of these seem to be sort of material reductionists, right? In the way they proceed, right? So there is a summation of the various paths we've went down in analyzing the views of Skolmowski. Now let me read some of his words here from the Participatory Mind. right? To put it all in context. Now, as I said, right, in the ideas of eco-theology, he's talking about this loss of the sacred, right, and this idea of desacralization, right, and how it applies to nature abroad, right, and how we can bring nature back into the reference frame of the sacred through the concept of evolution and co-creation and all these different ideas, right, which he's sort of ruminating on, right? Right, and he's sort of saying that, this concept of evolution, combined with the loss of the sacred, goes into some pretty whacked out territory, right? It makes us adjust humanity by the machine. So just as in the, Newton, right, was the guy, right, about this mechanistic view of the cosmos, right? Over here, it's Descartes, right, in the participatory mind in terms of the idea of dualism, right, seems to kill this notion of the philosophy of mind, right? So, so just as we don't have any idea of metaphysics, right, because we've sort of banished the philosophy of mind, we've banished the notion of consciousness, right, to a sort of epiphenomenon of the brain, cognitive network, or cognitive faculties, or what have you, right? So there's a lack of identifying with this notion of consciousness, right? So we need a notion of mind, right, to come back into the frame, to defeat this notion of materialism. Okay? So there's two ends in which we can attack the scientific worldview, right? One is, just in general, the notion of the loss of the sacred, right? The other is with this notion of the philosophy of mind, right? This notion of consciousness, right? How does life or consciousness arise from dead matter? Right, of course, it's going to point back to the notion of evolution and a bunch of other questions, right? So yeah, let's get up in this. It says, in the great spiritual traditions of the past, right understanding of the mind is a prerequisite for following the right path. The premise is that to understand life is to understand mind. To understand mind is to understand life. Okay, so he's saying that this notion, right off the bat, he's saying the notion of life and mind are connected. That consciousness and life is connected. And of course, the bridge between consciousness and life is perhaps the great realm of the spirit. But yeah, so he says, therefore, a deeper understanding of the mind invariably means a deeper understanding of the self and of the cosmos at large. There's that word, cosmos. Right? We heard earlier that was coined by Pythagoras.
Yeah, exactly. And the materialist or physicalist will have you believe there is no mind. Like it's just ridiculous. That mind is the epitome.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so he says, understanding mind is deepening our understanding of our own life. Right? Because understanding the mind is understanding life. And he says all this changes with modern philosophy. Since Descartes, right, since the mind was separated from the body, and furthermore, mind and body from the soul, right? There's sort of a Trinitarian thing there, right?
I had this friend, okay, and he believed that, he lived off grid a lot. His name was Tristan. I'm not gonna tell you his last name. And we went bowling together, And he thought video games are bad because it takes you to different realms. In a way, maybe he was right, because when you think about, like, my mind isn't really in this body as much. When I keep playing games, I'm going to different realms. You know what I mean? I'm going to different realms. You know what I mean? Like, what does it mean? The butterfly dream that Shang Tzu had. Like, when I play a game so deeply, sometimes I forget this body. You know what I mean? And I become that game. When I was 6 years old or 8 years old, my parents were fighting, and I had an experience where I saw my body shaking in third person, and I became a part of the narrative of the cartoon. Like, I was changing the narrative of the cartoon. I believe it was Hey Arnold or something like that. Like, I saw my body shaking in third person, and I became a part of the cartoon. That's how powerful the mind is. You know what I mean? And it cannot be fully reduced to brain activity. You see what I'm saying? Like, it can't be fully reduced to brain activity. I'm playing games like Harvest Moon or Story of Seasons, and I see that this is the way things should have been, like, the coupling of the agriculture and the community. You know what I'm saying? And, like, we did, now I'm lost in endless dreams. You know what I mean? Like, what is this body? Who am I? You know what I mean? I'm lost in these dreams, these endless dreams, these worlds, with TV and video games. Maybe my friend was right. Tristan, maybe he was right. Maybe playing too many games isn't good for you. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like, sometimes I wonder who is speaking. Who am I? Like a who too. You know what I mean? I don't know, I'm a mess. You know what I mean? Like I was saying, I'm a very big mess. But I don't know. I just wanted to give a comment about that. So you can continue. Sorry about that. Just a
I
comment.
did want to comment on that too. No, when I first got to play virtual reality for the first time, Hitman was one of the first games I ever got to play, and I'm gonna tell you, dude, for probably the first month of playing it in VR, it gave me a sense of feeling like God. I'm not gonna lie. To be able to be able to walk on a level with a bunch of obviously not real people, and to literally be able to do things that in real life, even if you're not killing people, like there are fun things that you can do on Hitman just to fuck with the characters on there and not kill them. So I mean, but I can tell you that, like, I still play my VR games every once in a while, but that feeling that it first gave me when I first got to experience it, it didn't last very long. Like, when I go and put it on, I'm already ready to take it off. So I guess in a way, I know I'm safe in that aspect, that, like, if it's something close to that, I'm going to reject it. Like, I already don't like being in a physical body. And I can tell you, there's nothing that you can throw at me in a, holodeck type, Matrix, style, that I think in reality, like they said about the first Matrix, because it was such a utopia, that they rejected it. And that's kind of how I am even with video games. Since I've been doing this music and trying to, like, get away from, my hobbies and stuff, I can tell you, I wouldn't say my mental health got better, but, constantly not consuming content, because I don't watch movies much anymore as it is anyway. So, and I don't listen to much music anymore anyway either. So I can tell that for maybe the last 3 or 4 years, I've slowly backed off of playing games. If I get bored every once in a while, I might do it. But, it is, I would agree that in some aspects, for people like me, it is an escapism. You can go into these, beautiful, crazy worlds, and, and go and live a life that, you can go LARP in that universe that you can't do in the real one. So, but then you turn around, you're being told that you can be whatever you want. So, I think really the discernment is just realizing that, what is real and what isn't. And, anything that, no matter how realistic that simulation is that they're putting you in, you have to always strive for what's real and what's, physically in front of you. And, video games are one of them kind of things where I think it can be helpful but damaging, and you have to be careful on what you're using it for. So,
That TML, that Shang Tzu dream thing, the butterfly, like the man who dreams he's a butterfly, and then he wakes up and he's a butterfly dreaming that he's a man. Well, now we have a recursion of that, with the growing technological complexity. Like, are you like the man who dreams he's a butterfly, and then the butterfly dreams he's I don't know, a warrior, or then the warrior dreams he's blah blah blah. It's like a recursion. That's what it leads to, like endless false awakenings within false awakenings. That's what happens with the growing technological industry and stuff. Yeah, I didn't want to. You can continue reading. I just wanted to give a comment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like with the mind body dualism. It's very much like Inception or Dream Within a Dream, right? It's like you're
Have you ever
always
have
yeah.
you ever had a dream of false awakenings? I have. It was very painful. Like I had it like 10 times in a row. I had a dream that I woke up, but I
That's
didn't
messed
actually
up. Yeah.
wake up. And then it's happened 10 times in a row. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to respond to a rant about where he said grown men shouldn't be playing video games. Well, I can tell you that if I didn't choose to take my anger and aggressions out in video games, I would have took it out on humanity. So while I can agree that video games can be, a crutch or a hinder in most people's lives, it again comes back to how you use it. It's not like, I just sit on the, a game, 24/7 all day long, overweight, fat, grown, beard eating Cheetos and McDonald's. So. I've been in a few studies for the help that video games, and I can tell you, it also helps a majority of people with memory problems and reflex problems. So while I can agree that most video games are not good for you, a majority of the video games that are structurally morally good, like puzzle games and stuff, has been shown to keep people who already have dementia. It does help keep their reflexes. So. Again, it depends on it. Are you someone who just buys violent video games because you enjoy watching someone die constantly over and over again, or or like what Avian is saying about them, the more kid type of games where it's more of a sense of community and care and a reality that everyone should want to aspire to, instead of just wanting to get on Grand Theft Auto and get inside of a car and go window shopping, as I would call it.
Yeah, they will do that for for movies and video games. They will sort of try to choose characters that have the most sort of generic features, even androgynous features, right? So that any type of person that's playing the game, they'll be able to relate to the character, and they'll have a sort of didactic shift, right? So this notion of the didactic shift, right, where you actually identify yourself with the character, in a movie or something, right? It's actually a very interesting, concept. It's sort of a temporal lobe, epilepsy, that goes
It's
along
kind
with
of
it.
it's actually kind of strange that you say that, because it is strange that they seem to be making a lot more games here first person. It's like they want you to be the character that you're playing, even if it's not a role playing game like Resident Evil. I never thought Resident Evil would become a first person shooter, but I mean, Resident Evil 7 is in VR, and so is Resident Evil 8. And so I do agree that for the people who can't, who don't just pick it up like me, you pick it up for a few hours, you put it down, you don't touch it for a few days, you pick it back up, compared to the people out here who really have a problem. I can tell you, if you think I fucking role play on Red Dead Redemption, go look at some of these actual people online who literally dress up like the characters. Their entire farm looks like the character's house, and you get what I'm saying. Like, it really comes down to, like, with Star Wars and role playing, it's like they want you to live in a false reality, whatever it takes to get you out of the one that you're living in right now, basically.
Yeah, I heard that, like, like when they were designing, like, Snake, in the, man, I forget what video game that was in. Shit. It's like you sneak around, right? Right. The
Oh, you're
guys in the
talking about
military.
Metal Gear Solid, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Metal Gear Solid, right? Like, I saw the creators of that video game, and they were talking about how they wanted to make the character, the main guy, be like as relatable as possible to as many people as possible. So they try to give him like generic features, almost. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, when I want to relax, I play something like Harvest Moon, the older titles, the Story of Seasons, like Friends of Mineral Town for Game Boy Advance. or I play like wholesome platformers with like animal mascots, like like I don't know, like Sonic or something. That's the kind of stuff. Not too
I'm the same way,
crazy.
dude. When if I need a sense of calmness, I go back to the old Resident Evil games, Dino Crisis, the games that I grew up with, Tekken 3, Mortal Kombat 3, and that type of stuff. Because in my sense is, even though when you go back and look at a lot of that material, it's no different than the psyoping stuff that you got today. But I mean, you know, I definitely say that if there's something that you find that has made you, like Resident Evil is a big part of my life. A lot of my care for humans comes from Leon S. Kennedy. That no matter the horrors that you go through in life, if you can't save one life, you're never going to save any. So there are a lot of good things and the bad things that you can find. Like with the games that you're talking about. But I mean, it's just, I think another thing that they're trying to kill is, things like nostalgia, things that not really keep you in the past, but like in reality, things that like make you, it's like they want you to kill it, like how Kylo Ren says in the new Star Wars or whatever, let the past die, kill it if you have to. So, if you can find stuff like that, even if it's Dragon Ball Z, Resident Evil, or anything, Pokemon, if there's something that makes you, that, that is that tender piece of you, never let it go. Because in reality, they've basically eradicated, in my personal opinion, they've eradicated that just about from everyone I've ever met in my life, so it's rare that.
The tender piece of me is like the older Harvest Moon titles, like Friends of Mineral Town. That's like that one for Game Boy Advance.
Anything that keeps you human, I would say, really. Anything that keeps you sentimental and human.
Yeah, that keeps me sentimental and healing. That's basically what the kind of stuff I was talking about before. Yeah, I didn't mean to derail this. You can continue, TML. I just wanted to give a comment.
Yeah,
my bad.
Yeah, I think it's even in songs and movies and all sorts of things. People try to identify themselves with the characters in those things, right? And yeah, so I mean, it's a form of dreaming, definitely, right? To identify yourself as a person, even in the rap song or
I would agree.
video game.
What happens if people start identifying with the dreams more than the here and now? That's what's happening now. The hyper real. That's like the hyper real.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty
Right.
messed up.
That goes back to the Shang Tzu, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
dreamt he was a butterfly, right? I mean, he woke up, he didn't know if he was a butterfly or if he was Shang Tzu. So it goes back to, the dream, right? Sort of the morphology of the dream is sort of, where you go in your mind, and so I mean, yeah. So the connection between the mind and the body is elusive, right? But there is not an elusive connection between mind and life. Right. So that is a significant point I think that Skolomowski is making here. The deeper understanding of the self, right, goes into the understanding of nature as well, right, of the cosmos, right? And there's that word, of cosmos.
I still have lots of dreams of my childhood town. I was overweight as a kid, and I would ride this bike, and there was this, I keep having dreams of it. There was this place, like a creek that was kind of downward, in front of the house. It's like, I don't know what's the proper word for it. And I would ride my bike around the town, and I don't know, for some reason, the light coming through the trees, it always felt more beautiful. I don't know, when I was a kid. I mean, I keep having dreams of it. And I looked at the trees too, like the dogwood trees in Georgia, and I don't know, it looks more beautiful then. And I would look at the lights and coming through the trees, and then the creek that was in that area. And it's like, I don't know, my brain or my mind kept making a duality between that darkness that is in the depth and the light that comes through the trees. It's like my mind naturally made that association. I keep having fantastical dreams since then. In a way, I never grew up. I mean, I keep circling back to my childhood dreams. You know what I mean? To that town. You know, that little cul-de-sac that I lived in. You know what I mean? With the dogwood trees and.
I mean, I'm not trying to sound gay, but I think that's another thing they want to kill. You know, I don't think they want men or really anyone to have a sense of what it still means to be a kid. Like, yeah, I'm a grown man, but am I really that much more different mentally than when I was 12 or 11? What? I grew up. I experienced sex. I experienced porn. I experienced weed. I experienced violence. Like, what really makes us much more different than when we were children, other than the things that we grow up to become and do later in life? Really nothing. And I am one of them people where maybe I hold on to it a little too much, but I feel like if you let the past die and just kill it, then, you know, there's nothing much more left, because the future is looking bleaker and grayer every single day. So, you know, I'm always going to be one of those nostalgia writers, and, you know, it may get old after a while, but in all honesty, if I didn't hold on to what made me me, to be honest, I would be 100 different person than what you're speaking to today. I wouldn't have morals. I wouldn't really care about any one person who I've ever conversed with, and I would just go about this life being and doing as I please, and not care whether or not I'm going to be held liable by a god or by a court. So, you know, I'm very thankful for the type of person that I grew up to be, and the things that I have experienced, and the people who I have met, because that's what made me me. I will lay down my life for a stranger, compared to most people nowadays who, like the Joker says, if it were me laying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me. And I prefer to be that kind of person where, you know, I mean, I have diabetic blood, so I can't give you my blood, but, you know, I don't care if, you know, you got AIDS or not. You know, if you're bleeding on the side of the sidewalk, you know, if I'm there to provide first aid, I'm going to do it, because that's just the humanity in me. So, you know, that's where I strive to be. And I just don't want the world to go to the sense of where, like in the little shorts they show you on Facebook and shit, where, you know, the people are, you know, burning alive in a building and people are just standing there with their cell phones recording it. So, you know, anything that I think that can keep us human is the main goal of things, especially like when it comes to our mind. Because I can tell you a lot of the stuff that is centered toward people my age, it wants you to kill your younger self. It doesn't want you to hold on to anything sacred. And it wants you to be all about that alpha male mentality of, you know, you got to have the biggest, fastest car. You have to go get the woman with the biggest booty. You know, you got to have this, you got to have that. It's nothing about what's sacred, you know, a sense of community, a sense of really mind. I mean, in reality, I don't think a majority of people even realize the assault that their own mind is on, because, I mean, when you go out in your daily life, a majority of people can't even seem to make logical decisions, like people driving down the wrong goddamn side of the fucking road. So
I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
For you video game players, how do you support yourself and your family?
Yeah, well,
because Rand, I have designated days where it's me time, where, you know, I have plenty of time for family, and then one day of the week it's a me time.
No, tell me about it.
Well, you want me to respond or hit him? Yeah, I can't respond now. Well, because, you know, I have, you know, I'm gonna start a job soon, you know, but, you know, my sense of time is really distorted. You know, I will say that definitely. My sense of time is distorted, you know, but I do work and I'm gonna get a job, so I can't support myself. But I do feel like a slave, you know what I mean? So I'm telling you that upright. I am kind of like a slave, you know. But yeah, you know, I just, you know, I don't have kids personally because I'm a big dude, you know, but I don't have anything against people who have kids. I am not an anti-natalist. I am not an anti-natalist. But yeah, that's just what I do, you know. I just have a distorted sense of time.
And Rand, I hate to say it, and Rand, I hate to say it, you can bash video games all you want, but there's people out there making millions of dollars doing things like playing video games. So you can call it useless, but apparently they're doing it right. So,
do you have wives also?
Yes, I have a vagina I can stick my thing into. What's your point?
Yes, I do.
How do you support your wife?
What the hell does that have to do with it? Do you know how many 50-year-old men who I played DMZ with who, like me, can work a job and still have time for wives and children and sex?
Well, what do? You still
none of your goddamn business. Maybe I shove my ass full of dildos. It's none of your business.
Maybe you just collect a check every month.
Boy, I wish I did.
Well, what do you do?
You.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give my personal details that much. You know, I'm
Anybody else playing video games want to talk about how they support themselves and their family?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you my personal life details.
I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm just saying, anybody else want to talk about it?
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you, man.
I already got your card. I got his card. Anybody else? I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to tell you that playing video games as a grown man is a flaw, right? I've fallen victim to it myself.
Well, let me say something, Rant. First off, there are different kinds of games. Like, I would agree with you on MMOs, but not
playing is for children. Playing is for children.
Depends on the game. You know, I wouldn't want to.
No. Playing. Imagination Land. Playing is for children. Children play.
Like, would you say the same thing to someone telling folklore around the fire, like a primitive?
Yeah,
man,
go tell that to Donald Trump as he plays golf.
You're talking about people telling folklore around a fire, right? Yeah. I'm assuming this is in a primitive civilization where they've likely already went on a successful hunt and they're cooking it and sitting back. They didn't have any other entertainment. That's what this is. This is the campfire. I'm not saying this is bad, but that's not a video game.
But
we ain't playing games here, bro.
Where's the campfire now? It's gone. There's no more campfire anymore. What do you want me to do? You want me to go bomb myself in a data server? And I'm just speaking hypothetically. You know
this is the campfire.
There's nothing I can do. No, I can't destroy the industrial order. It's a cancer that has spread. You know, the cancer.
This is the campfire. But if you had a guy that was sitting down at the campfire after we all just went out and hunted and he was playing all fucking day, we'd be like, this guy ain't eating.
That's more ideal.
Imagine assuming it's just because someone plays a video game they can't hunt though.
That's more ideal, okay? That's what you're
saying. How are
saying.
You going to do two things at once?
It's more ideal. But what we have is not ideal anymore. It's not ideal anymore. We're living in a cancer. We're embedded in the cancer.
I'm trying to help you. You could take the correction or you could just wipe your ass with it and go back to being a fucking man-child. I don't care.
Well, I mean, I play a guitar, so I guess I should never play a guitar again because it doesn't make me any music. So that's just as useless as playing video games. It doesn't make me any money.
Now let me tell you something, Ryan. Let me tell you something. This society is wiping its duty-ridden cloth on us all the time. You know, this has a duty-ridden cloth, and he's rubbing all the time. That's the society we're embedded in. So what am I supposed to do about that? Like, I'm having shit rubbed on me all the fucking time. So what do you want me to do? Okay, like we cannot go around the fire anymore. The fire
Mr.
is
Hanky, the Christmas poo.
You gotta fight against it.
There's no, it's futile now. You know,
it's an everyday battle.
No longer
and if you sit there and just play in imagination land while other people are fighting.
Have you had an FBI visit? Answer honestly. Have you had an FBI visit? Answer honestly.
Why have you had an FBI visit?
Because of this kind of stuff I talk about. You know, I mean, I've had
what kind of stuff?
This kind of stuff I've been talking about endlessly. What are you talking about? Like this anti-industrial.
Listen, talking doesn't bring the FBI to your house. Talking recklessly without knowledge brings the FBI to your house. Being loose with your words and not calculating what you say brings the FBI to your house.
I've had the FBI to my house. I've had it, and I'm not a criminal. I have never done a felony. I've never been in jail. And I've never done
too smart for that to happen. I know it happened, but you're too smart for that, bro. Honestly.
I'm telling you the truth. I've had the FBI visit.
Yeah.
Wee woo. Go ahead, T-Mail. What were you saying?
I know. I'm just saying. Same thing. I mean, it might not be a surprise that much. I think with me and Avian, I think it has to do with the background of like where we're from, most likely.
You had the FBI come to your house?
Yeah, definitely. So
yeah, I would go to agree. Yeah, they tend to target automatically.
Yeah, it's probably because of because we're brown or whatever. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm a Persian. I'm Iranian.
Right, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Right. I'm Pakistani. So it's kind of like similar situation. It's like two countries.
You know what's funny? What's funny is when I was a kid, my dad was married to a woman who was a Muslim. and he was buying a bunch of computers and shit to build his video game arena. And he had the FBI come to his house.
Right. So, you know.
And they were like, oh, you guys are Sicilian? Forget about it. And they left.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
it definitely did have to do with the fact that Yus is probably brown.
Right. So.
I don't know if I look brown though. I'll show you my face in my avatar, but it's fine. You know, it's okay because you can't really. Does this look brown to you? Like, I don't know. Like.
Yeah, you look brown enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
You said it, I mean.
Yo, he looked like Jack Talcott with no beard.
I ain't gonna
at
lie,
a young age.
A young
Yeah,
Jack
look,
Talcott.
Yeah, I've been called a Mexican before. I've been called all sorts of stuff. You know, like when I went to Virgin Islands, you know, this girl said, "Oh, you look like Richard Ramirez," and all this stuff. Right?
There's lots of pitfalls, is what I'm saying, right? And don't get it twisted. Video games are fucking awesome, but it's a trap. That's what I'm trying to say. And if I didn't give a fuck about you, I wouldn't tell you.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I mean, again, I think it depends on what you were using it for. So I can tell you that I can tell you that 20-something years of playing with video games taught me how to use nunchucks and use firearms at a very effective pace. So I don't know about you, but it taught me how to be tactical.
Firearms or nunchucks?
But you know,
tell me about the story.
But most of the video games I play are military tactical games. So.
Bro. You're a fucking superhero in your head.
Well, I tell you what, come right over here. I tell you what, come right over. Yeah, because everyone needs a gun. That's right. Because people are pussies and need a gun. They can't step out in the arena with their hands and fists anymore. That's right.
You understand? Try to find the entry wound.
All this butt play. All this butt play.
It's just because, man, they ain't gonna find no entry wound when your gun's up your asshole. Okay, pussy.
Fucking.
Pussy.
Well, fucking silly ass bastard, fucking collected SSI, bro, calling yourself a working man, huh? Fuck out of here, bro.
Fuck out of here. Ma, it's that cat. Anyway, anything else? Because you're still wrong.
Hey, if the FBI don't check all these bullies, who's gonna do it? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Not me.
No, we got a clairvoyant over here. Maybe we should ask him to play some lottery numbers. Oh, wait, that's
I'm
Rick,
still
too.
waiting for you to tell us what you do for work. I mean, you could have made some shit up, but you're too dumb to even do that.
Because that's called lying. Why would I lie?
All right, so then tell the truth.
Why would I tell you the truth? Do you pay me to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? No, I don't think you do.
That's what I do. There you go. And it's on the table. That's what I do.
Wow. And I can build a house too. It's called a dog house. That doesn't mean anything.
Hey, Rant, are you hiring?
No, I get paid for it.
You hiring?
And I can get paid for building dog houses. What's your point? Your point's mute.
Is that what you do?
It's funny. I know plenty of people who play video games and still work a job. I don't get your point.
Are you guys hiring down there?
What's the job that you work?
I know plenty of guys who, you know, have sex with each other to make money too. So what's your point?
Why aren't you doing that then? At least
you don't have enough money. You don't pay me enough, Rant.
Go to Gen X Jeff's channel. He'll fucking pay you.
Are you guys hiring to build houses?
Argument.
Always hiring.
Look at
Always
this.
hiring.
This is harvest.
All right,
hit
me up. I'm interested. Hit me up. I'm interested.
Basically,
fucking Daddy Trump just got rid of all the immigrants. We need workers.
Oh boy, Madhouse.
I'm dead
Madhouse.
ass serious. I'm dead ass. Dead ass.
You work on the farm. You give it to your
I'm dead ass, bro. Let me know.
Yeah, feel their echo on the video.
I'm letting you know.
It's something to do with avians screen share.
Right.
You are now entering the chamber of God.
That sounds crazy.
That sounds like
Meet the president, Abraham Stinkin.
Win their hearts. Like all of the Harvest Moon games, you have to win their hearts by giving them a bunch of shit. And when I say that, I don't mean that stuff you find in your cow shed after a long day.
I was gonna ask Rant one question. What do you think about ARGs? Is that a waste of time?
It's actually kind of fun. I know it's hard and tiring.
I mean, basically.
Just to win their heart, it's actually kind of rewarding. You see the reaction. You give them something they like, and you slowly.
I mean, you could have learned some shit if you played Cicada about cryptography.
Farming now, so I'll tell you about it. In Harvest Moon,
Shambala.
planting crops is by throwing seeds on the ground, watering them, and waiting. Not much to
But
it.
the reason I ask is like, if we
crop system cycles by season.
do you think that a job that is a game designer is that a waste of time?
Not all to the farming. You can also own cows.
For the most part, most game designers never go bankrupt.
Day to day like an effing Tamagotchi, or they'll die where they stand. But you can also make a profit from these animals by collecting.
For example, Hank is a game designer in his head.
The lasting fun of this game. Personally,
Well, that's actually what I was kind of thinking about. I was kind of thinking of that as well because he says that he calls himself a video game for e-thugs. So
I'll tell you why. Because no game is.
Oh, just wait, bro. I got a whole fucking dossier on that faggot.
well, I was thinking
Ruh-roh.
it would be interesting that if we were to start actually going around the campfire and playing guitars and sharing information and job opportunities. And maybe making opportunities as well, you know, and then we'd be too busy to play video games because we'd be actually doing things.
People just need to be responsible.
Attempted to do a battle video on these two titles.
I know that having a high level intellect sucks when you fucking swing hammers for a living. But that's the sad reality we live in.
It'll let you do a power up, which will let you do more powerful hits, or gives you the ability to.
No, that's true. That's true.
Just ignore the story.
Of course we should be fucking rocket scientists and running the fucking world with the highest level of intellect, but that's the reason why they won't let us do it.
Of course, it's not that easy. As they've either
Yeah, they slammed the door in our face for a reason, is so we put a bullet in our brain. Allegedly, hypothetically, at least.
That is correct, allegedly, hypothetically.
The story again, if you want. The world is quite large, almost obnoxiously large. There were quite a few.
So they've done everybody down.
There's a reason why you could go on YouTube right now, type in open panel, hit live as a filter, and see about 20 or 30 fucking channels that are about nothing.
It's terrible.
Populated with tons of fucking people. Then you got valuable content like this getting no plays. Why is that?
Because they don't want people to think. Because they want you to stop thinking and stop living and stop breathing and stop having.
That's right. They promote brain rot. You know how you combat it? You bring it to the real life. They cannot algorithm your fucking daily interactions with human beings in the physical world.
Yeah,
they can algorithm the fuck out of this.
I was really contemplating, like, I've spent many years on the internet before, when it was more analog, you know, when you actually had to, like, write emails and talk to people and do shit, right? And,
yeah, and all these
there's nothing organic
gonna
about it any
troll
longer.
in real life. Because they'll get slapped the fuck up.
Yes. Yep. I'll leave the fucking in.
Yeah, versus brain rot.
I kind of like this echo, though.
You know how we combat the machine?
Look at that.
We go into the physical world once again.
I went and cooked.
Make reality great again.
This is super early for me to
I agree with that message.
Let's go touch some grass.
Hearthstone, Bachelorette's Let me ask you, which woman you prefer the most, GBA bachelorettes? Yeah, because in this game you choose a girl
I
to
want
marry
to.
with.
I want to share my childhood memory now.
Karen, Popori,
I was standing on my back porch
Ellie.
eating
I like Ellie
snowflakes
the
at 8
most.
years
You know,
old
Ellie is good.
and seeing
Ellie is a nurse
the stars
working at the local
twinkle
clinic.
and the
She's my
snowflakes
favorite.
glisten.
She looks like my wife. Ellie looks like
And
my
I
wife.
never fantasized about a cartoon girl.
You know,
except for Final Fantasy VIII. I'll admit, Final Fantasy VIII I did, but other than that,
Final Fantasy VIII sucked. Final Fantasy VIII was the worst Final Fantasy game, to be honest, compared to 7, 6, or 5 or 4 or whatever. 8 was terrible. You know, Skull is a jerk and Renoa is poorly written. You know, this is better than Final Fantasy.
Yo, my
But-
favorite anime girl is Launch. Cause she gets it popping.
My favorite anime girl is I forgot. My favorite anime girl is I forgot. It is Karen. You know Karen from Harry's my friend.
Dude, lucky someone's got a good idea of which rap video games that someone else drew and showed you. You get to pick between which one of those is the best.
The echo is crazy.
Real Factory 4 is good too. You know, like check this out. Like
No, I just
my
don't
favorite
go to
Margaret.
video games. I think you're gay.
This gay. This is Margaret from Real Factory. This is nice. She's an elf.
Gaming is gay. It's that simple.
I guess I'm gay.
Same as watching sports ball or believing NASA. Those are the three things that are gay. Gaming, sports ball, and NASA.
We get it. You don't have the mental capacity.
But the Real Factory 4. Real Factory 4 is great. Real Factory 4 is
DK, don't worry about this guy.
You are the world's
I like how you pick one thing and only pick at that one thing, right? But I'm just a Jew cunt. Can you shut up? I'm not listening to you.
Why are
Real
you a
Factory
Jew
4
cunt?
is good too. Real Factory 4 is great also. You know, that one is also has. Yeah, Margaret is great. You know, I like all of the characters. The sense of community is great.
It's
great. It's great.
Wii U.
You know, I love Real Factory. Yeah, Real Factory 4 is great. I'll give a what you say. It's great. Shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about. Real Factory 4 is good. That's great. And Harvest Moon and Friends of Mineral Town is great. I know what I'm talking about. It's great. Yeah. I have a great vision. You know, I'm an intellectual. And, you know, these games are important to me.
I'm gonna do the anime exit song. Good day, Kikachu. Get the beat the protect my balls. There is fighting love.
That's good. Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town. For GBA, let me tell you, they made everyone bisexual in the remake, which is gross. But in the original for GBA, it's perfect. You know what I mean? The GBA one. The Game Boy Advance one is good, but the remake is terrible. Avoid the remake. I know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm pretty smart. I know what I'm talking about. You gotta listen to
I'm
me.
gonna
Even
just avoid all of it.
Yeah. That's not very good. Let me see. Review. Review is better than you know, this is the way human beings were meant to live, you know, like in a local community. You grow your shit, and you pick your shit and you give it to the village. You know, that's what you gotta live like. You know, and you choose one wife to marry. One wife to marry, and
What
then you
kind
have
of brain rot are you force feeding us right now?
Shut up. This is not brain rot. This is
Go back to the neuroscience, all right? This shit ain't rocket.
You work at your farm, and then you get your farm, and then you grow your produce, and you give your produce to people in the village. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I'm an intellectual. forget it. It's like, it's like.
I would rather you be an intellectual.
This is the light of a Hura master. This is the light of a Hura master. I know what I'm talking about. This is the light of a Hura master. Yes, no.
That's what I'm gonna call the stream. I'm restreaming.
I know what I'm talking about. This is
The light of a Hura Mazda.
the light of a Hura master. See, you get married. Everything is good. You have your community. You have your social safety net. You have the people in your fucking community, and everything is good. This is.
yeah.
Oh wait, guess what the
These are your
autocorrect
options.
wants
I
me
like
to
Ellie.
say?
Ellie is my preference. Ellie is my preference.
Yes, the infamous restream. The ultimate non-tent grip.
So everything I was saying was of a higher wisdom and higher logic, you know, because I am like cool, you know. So I am cool, and I am.
Light of a Hura Mazda.
I think you're cool. I think you would be a lot cooler if you spent more time doing the cool neuroscience shit and not childish video game shit.
Not a single positive thing
Like
has
man
come
to
from
man.
what has come from
Man to
neuroscience. You know, if we
You know
live
what I'm saying?
in this connection with our rural community, that's better than more knowledge from the crap, the neuroscience. You
No one
know?
Well, I mean, you could do that too.
Great Inquisition.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I'm cool, and I know.
I really don't care what you do as long as it's in the real world. That's probably a good thing. It's better than in the fake digital space.
But you have to admit one
I
thing.
recognize that
You have
voice.
to admit one thing, that I have better understanding of the real world than people who actually fucking live it. They promote the growth of technique. They promote the growth of industrialization, but I do not. You see what I mean? I do not do that. You see, I say that the growth of industrial complexity was negative. You see what I mean? So I live more in the real world than people like.
You're assuming that these people lived in the real world. They lived sheltered lives in a bubble that was created around them.
Could be
So they didn't actually live in the real world. They were raised by Walt Disney.
Yes.
So was basically everyone in the world who's ever been born. What's your fucking point? We're all in the LARP. No one's outside of it.
I'm telling you, you can break free from it. And you're just
no, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Just like this picture right here. Just like this picture right here from the video games that you bitch about, right?
You're just sitting here fucking defending.
You're just
your
a fucking
business.
idiot, Rant.
Genius.
We all know that you're a fucking troll. Can you, shut up?
Throw some more sigil magic.
You suck at being a troll. You are worse of a troll than me.
Talking about you're a Christian throwing up sigil magic. This is great.
I'll show you some juju dildo magic.
I called it out for you, dude.
Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town.
I can't even hear this fucking silly ghost.
I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, motherfucker. Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town supports traditional Christian values, traditional values, you know, of monogamy and communal belonging and helping your community. I am on a higher level of intellectualism than you, even when I am drunk. I am incredible. I know what I'm talking about. You know, motherfucker.
I'm happy that you.
Got him going, son.
You can do that.
Got him going, man.
The Game Boy version.
How many kids do you have again?
Town for Game Boy Advance.
Mine are
How many
grown.
kids do you have again?
I have 2 adult children.
I'm not talking to you. You're irrelevant.
I have
Avian, how many kids do
Yeah,
you have?
because I'm a girl,
I come
huh?
with a message.
Okay,
I come with a message. I come with a message. You know what I mean?
What's your message?
I have 12 kids, and each of those kids has 12 kids.
Denizens also irrelevant.
Grant is trying to play the
I have
part of Andrew
hundreds of
tonight.
grandchildren.
I win because I say that Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town for Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance version, supports traditional values. And
I thought you said Game Boy, but
How can it? It's a video game. It's part of the technique.
Yeah, I do have a Game Boy Advance.
It's like
I don't have any games for it.
Promote the values, but it's still you're still playing a video game. That's still
the advanced Game Boy too, which is like technologically worse.
You don't play games.
Moral.
I went.
Train is not game.
It's like having a Game Boy Color, right? It's like even more
Game Boy
odious.
Advance.
Is that like a black one?
No, Game Boy Color is racist.
No, I repeat. Let me explain. You know, even though I play Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town for Game Boy Advance, I understand reality better than Elon Musk or these stupid ass technocrats. You know, I'm still on a higher level than them. And I say human beings were meant to live like in a community like Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town. You know, with a nice tight ethos and one wife, and they raise their kids well, and they grow produce from the farm, and then they help people. You know,
I agree. Are you doing that?
No, I win. You agree. I win. That's it.
I agree, but are you doing
I win the argument.
I'm
I win the argument. I win the argument.
Are you doing it though?
You agree, so it's done and over.
My argument is, are you doing that?
I win. I win.
But are you doing it?
He's trying to say that
Listen here, avian pigeon chest. Okay, are you doing it or not?
I'm doing it right now.
The goats, and
I am so doing it.
Access.
I hope you got toilet
And I'm
paper.
working on it.
I win.
Toilet paper.
Well, you might not have tissue. You know, whatever you. Maybe you use rubber gloves. Who knows?
I order a woman with no top on to come in with a silk towel and wipe me.
You sure it's a woman?
Yes.
Did you check for balls first?
Mine are internal.
Always.
You can't check.
Sad trombone.
You can't check them. They're called ovaries, and they're almost empty.
Congratulations, you're old. No, I'm just
I am. I'm on level 48.
Yeah, see, let me tell you this. You know, some people, when they get drunk, they get like stupid. You know, they're not on my level. You know, I'm drunk and I want the debate. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Yeah. Anyway,
debate is good.
I'll debate you, Avian. Can I debate you? I want to debate
So
you.
you won.
You must be drunk if you think you want to
homoeroticism.
I want to debate. You say you agree, so that's the done over.
You must be
You want
drunk.
to debate rant? Because I think that's kind of boring.
I think you're boring.
I think I am too, because that's one of my family names.
Okay, what do you want to debate?
Is that a ghost?
Go ahead and
shaped
debate
dildo?
me. You're gonna challenge the guy.
Sad trombone.
Go
It's a
ahead,
ghost
challenge me.
disco ball.
Just be aware that I'm like a paladin. You know that light is glowing, is diffusing from me. You go ahead and challenge me. Go ahead. I'll beat you in any debate.
I mean, you can be a paladin.
Fuck with a sandwich.
Yeah, go ahead, beat me in debate. Go ahead. Let's see what you have to
You
say.
gotta understand though. I'm like a berserker.
Okay.
So you're on what drugs?
You know, I was talking about the warp spasm of
And
CTUHLU.
you have PTSD? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know what the fuck to say.
That's what
Eventually,
berserkers
you'll
are.
realize I'm not going to interface with you because you're irrelevant. I'll just wait until you figure that out.
Oh, how kind of you. I will just keep talking until you figure out that I'm not stupid.
So what did you want
I'm
to
very
debate
persistent.
about? I'm confused. Like, what is it about? I forgot.
From winning to
So first of all, there was no
I don't know
debate,
how relevant
so
I
you
am.
couldn't have won a debate. Second of all, I didn't challenge you to a debate.
It's
What did you want to debate about?
It's a
I feel like there's a third of all.
It's okay. Okay, listen. All right
Hey,
now,
Jonathan, you wanna
listen. Right
you wanna
now, we should not
debate?
derail TML's.
Not really. Debate's
do
gonna
you have
get.
anything
I'd
else?
rather
Yeah,
have a
I kind of think
blowjob.
so too. I just wanted to do it. You wanted to do it?
Avian, the insane asylum was let out like an hour ago.
Over
How do you
an
know
hour
that?
ago.
Did
Yeah,
they finally let
probably.
you
Yeah.
out? Finally
No,
let you
trust
out,
me,
huh?
trust me, trust me.
I gave you
I'm not
guys
the
hours
I'm not the patient
before
wearing
I
the
even
straight
came
jacket.
here. I gave y'all
I could get
hours
out of
to
it even if I
demonstrate
was.
your abilities. That's all I'm saying. TML had hours. You guys had hours. I came up just to say
Not all
you guys
clowns are in
shouldn't
the
play video
circus.
games with children. That's all I
Hey,
came to say.
man.
Oh, okay. We'll get right on
Harvest
that.
Moon is great, and you know we can use it as like a platform to promote the positive growth. You know, Harvest Moon, Friends of Middletown, the Game Boy Advance version. The later remakes make everyone gay. You know, that's not good. Make
Avian?
everyone bi and stuff.
Avian.
But the original for Game Boy Advance supports traditional value, and I know what I'm talking about. You know,
I mean,
You do.
we
Avian,
know.
I have a
We know.
suggestion. Can I give you one suggestion? Whenever you
What?
say Game Boy Advance, you have to really enunciate the M.
It doesn't matter. You know, like
Yeah, it does.
I'm a better writer than I am speaker. Even so,
But
you
I mean, I'm just saying,
doesn't
just
matter.
think about that. You can just tell
Doesn't
your
matter.
subconscious mind
Join
to
the
do it.
PC master race.
I'm right now, and I don't know what the hell you're saying. And the point is, if you
Okay.
understand me, that's sufficient. You know what
Handhelds are
sufficiency
for
versus
goth
necessity.
teenage girls.
I
I'm a better
understand
writer
him.
than I am speaker. Actually, I haven't spoken to anyone besides my wife.
Pull
in
your
over
chair
10
up to a
years
keyboard
outside of
like a real
professional
man.
I could
Avian,
understand
we
you.
agree.
Avian,
We know
Avian,
they're trying to get rid of traditional values.
Listen, I have self-worth, okay?
The
And
only
you should
traditional
spend time with
values
your
I'm
wife
trying to
and
get
make
rid of are joystick
Right,
controllers and
that's
console
the way it
you
is.
don't
wars.
belong amongst these lunatics, all right?
Those people are Luddites.
Yeah, so then
Who is
instead
we?
of bringing me up, you want to debate me, then bring up the topic, and I will focus on the topic itself.
Yeah, I'll
Besides,
debate you
I don't
right
want to
now.
debate me about.
Game Boy is trash, and PC is the
Polyamory. I
master
think
race.
Well, you just emulate
I
it on
win.
PC then, Actually, PC becomes master race when you use emulation, and emulation has significantly progressed in the past 5 to 10 years.
No, nobody wants to emulate old
Right.
trashy shit that was barely fun when it came out.
No, it was fun. You're the one who has low taste. If you look at all the reviews and you look at all the critiques of it, people
Yeah,
have
so
only
you're
opinions.
appealing to the common denominator. That proves that your taste is not so good.
No, my taste is good. Like even if you look at the
That's what's wrong with democracy. A majority of
I know I
people are
taste
dumb
good.
and have really bad
I agree.
taste in
Democracy
everything.
is crap. Yeah, I agree. But if you look at the niche interests and you look at the the elitist or what is the word? It's a kind of it has a cult following. Games that tend to have cult followings tend to be better because they attract patricians.
Mario and Luigi just lied about being brothers so that people wouldn't think
Mario
it
and
was
Luigi
weird
is
that they
not-
lived together.
Mario and Luigi is not patrician. I'm a patrician.
They're homos.
Yeah, I agree. I don't care for Mario and Luigi games. I have more sophisticated taste than that. It's like watching an art house film versus Hollywood blockbuster trash. I tend to be drawn more to the art house films. Like let me think, like Robert Bresson, like Ingmar Bergman, stuff like that. I tend to be drawn to
So
art.
the super gay, the uber gay.
No, not super gay. If you're gonna call what's patrician gay, then you might as well call high class literature gay. Do you consider Dostoevsky gay? Do you consider
No.
Dostoevsky gay? Dostoevsky
No.
is high literature.
Dostoevsky is based.
Yeah, Dostoevsky is based, and the same thing applies to pretty much films and all mediums of art. You see what I'm saying? It applies to everything. It's extendable.
Even gay porn.
No, not gay porn. That's more of a low class crap. That's more like degeneracy. That's not applicable to what I'm discussing. That's cool. I like that doll. It looks like I don't know, it looks like an anime character from an older Tezuka anime or something like that. It's nice.
I'm just a baboon with a blown out ass.
I think it's you, Avian. It's like a little character of you. It kind of looks like you.
Yeah, it does. Some people have claimed I look like an anime character. You
do. I could tell.
I
Yeah,
do. That's
except for he
cool.
needs curlier hair. He needs actual real hair, but he's wearing this cool bucket hat. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
And
Yeah,
I'm not going to show you his T-shirt because he has a corporate logo, but I'm going to change that.
cool. Yeah. Yeah. I like anime. I have very sophisticated taste in anime too. I do tend to be elitist when it comes to taste and like literature and film and other
gay
stuff.
cartoons.
Where I attack people.
But not game cartoons. Do you watch game cartoons?
What
No.
did
You
that
don't watch
mean?
gay. I don't watch gay cartoons.
I'm not
I don't
gay.
like hentai either.
I don't watch
Yeah,
either.
Avian, you have to learn to look past the jabs.
Yeah, I'm great. I can take on anyone, even when I am drunk. I can take on anyone. That's how powerful I am mentally, but physically,
If you just act like you got the joke, I'd quit ribbing you. Jeez.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't get it. I am above all jokes.
I don't need to get jokes.
Yeah, I'm the
He's
king.
turned
I'm the
and
king.
wasn't
I am
afraid
You're
of
too
the
anything.
serious.
I'm the
Oh my
Shah,
God,
I'm
I
the
would
king.
fuck you up if we met in real life.
Getting
Better
jokes
the
are
eldest
beneath
son
me.
of a king than the descendant of a peasant.
He'd be duct
That's why
taped
I'm
in the
king.
corner.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can't keep me on. Can't beat me. You lost the debate. Looks like you lost the debate. I won the debate.
I
If
agree.
Uncle
I
Ted
think Brad
could
lost.
see
we
us
were
now.
having a debate.
Start.
Oh.
When did it start?
It started when you agreed with him.
For some people, maybe the debate never ends.
Yeah, I heard
It always
it.
starts.
I heard it. I'll back that up.
I think we all
I won the
lost.
debate. So I won the
What
debate.
did we lose?
Humanity lost.
You are a master debater, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
And you are a cunning linguist.
Right. The debate topic was about how human beings should live close to Harvest Moon, friends of Mineral Town. You know, for Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance, that is more ideal to live like that than like in the city urbanized context. So
I
I
bet
want
you that's how they call it advanced.
so I want the debate. There you go. So
Well, I mean,
I want the debate.
the real start of the debate was him saying that everyone who plays games is gay, but I can tell you right now that a good majority of my good morals came from characters like Leon S. Kennedy. So if he wanted me to be like Albert Wesker and not give a fuck about saturating the world and eliminating it, I guess I shouldn't have loved Leon. So
Damn, mic drop.
What?
That was good.
Who?
Denizen, I'm assuming you know Resident Evil. Would you prefer a bunch of Albert Weskers who want to destroy the world and remake it in their image, or a bunch of Leon S. Kennedys who, despite no matter how futile the situation is, you still try to save as many as you can? So again, while I can understand how games may make someone gay, there are a lot of things that video games like Resident Evil taught me as a kid, which was you do your best to save the world, even if it's fucking futile.
About Resident Evil, I beat like 3 parts through the remake, and I beat number 4, and I beat number 2. I still need to beat the other ones, but I do like Resident Evil a lot. But ultimately, I prefer Silent Hill over Resident Evil. Like, I recommend checking out Silent Hill 2. You know,
I like Portal.
Silent Hill 1.
Portal was my
Silent
game.
Hill 1 has a lot of occult crap too. Like, they actually have like allusions to, you know, experimenting on children in Silent Hill 1. You believe that? Silent Hill 1 is very creepy.
Yeah, I do believe it, but
So
I like
check
the
out
back
Silent
room.
Hill 1. For PS1, I beat Silent Hill 1 on PS1. It's very creepy stuff, and I like it more than Resident Evil. Atmospherically and gameplay-wise, Silent Hill 1 is very good. But yeah, it is very
I get you. I just didn't grow up on Silent Hill. The very first PlayStation game I was exposed to was Resident Evil 2, and ever since then, that thing, you know, that game helped me be who I am. If it wasn't for Leon and
Leon is cool.
you know, he's one of the main reasons why I haven't given up any of my morals. You know, they're like with Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee. I choose very carefully who I choose to want to, you know, have as a, if you want to call it, a role model. You know, I don't look up to Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Bill Gates, that's for sure, or Andrew Tate or any of them.
If I were to say who is the most evil person, it would be Albert Wesker. Albert Wesker.
What's wrong? Is it because he's blonde? Is it because he's blonde hair and blue eyed? Is it because he's an Aryan?
No, it's because he's a tricky bastard. That's why. It's not because of that.
Who would you guys have at dinner if you could have anybody to dinner that was living or dead? This is a good question. One at a time. Well,
I don't know.
first.
Can you repeat the question?
Let Rand
I
go
didn't hear
first.
you. Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear you.
Who would you have to dinner, living or dead, if you could have one person to dinner? Just you
One
and them.
person to dinner.
Like living or dead. Just for one
living
night.
or dead? Let me think. That's a good question. It requires a lot of introspection and a lot of reflection, you know, and it's a difficult question. I guess I would have,
Well, I can make it easier and just say living.
I guess Bodhidharma. I guess Bodhidharma, maybe.
Yeah.
Bodhidharma.
Why? Why would you have that
Because I
person?
think
Who is that?
Bodhidharma experience was real. You know, he experienced the true nature of mind, which was beyond
could take down his story.
conceptualization. I answered your question. You know,
Yeah, would you have him convince you like of his story or tell it in his own words and remember it, or would you write it down?
No, I just talk to him and that's it. You know, I eat dinner with him and that's sufficient. There you go.
That's it. You got it.
Thank you.
What if Nirvana is just a video game in your mind?
You know,
like the shotgun was in Kurt Cobain's.
You could go to sleep, have a dream, and be sitting with Bodhidharma.
Bodhidharma. Yeah, Bodhidharma. The first patriarch of Chan tradition or Zen tradition. The sixth patriarch was Hu Ning. You know, but I would probably choose Bodhidharma. That's my decision in this regard.
Okay.
But yeah.
Who's next?
There is
Who's
a
next?
video game where you could be Jesus and fuck up the whole world. That's true.
I don't know. I have to go
But
use the bathroom. I have to go use the bathroom. You know, I'll be back, I guess.
Make sure to wipe.
Always. And wash your hands when you're done, just in case.
Well, I mean, you have to wash your hands when you wipe with your hand, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely you would have to. I wouldn't know. I have a bidet.
Oh, you don't just wipe with your hand?
No. Do not. But I do not disparage people that do.
That's right. Eat it like some Nutella.
Why do you ask?
I just wipe with my hand and then, you know what I'm saying, I wash it off like later.
That explains everything. You breathed in too much fecal matter. You breathed in way too much fecal matter and it's done fucked up your brain.
Do you wipe backwards too?
You know
Oh
what I'm
yeah, it
saying?
doesn't matter. I forgot you don't have a.
Are you that dude? Are you that dude from the Hills of Ice who was hiding in the porta potty?
Wipe back to front. You gotta wipe back to front.
Yeah, you could do that as a guy. It's probably all right.
Yeah, in Soviet Russia, it's the standard to wipe with your hand and back to front.
Yikes.
Or you just,
No
go
wonder.
back to ancient Greece and use, a gigantic sponge that everyone else uses.
No wonder those Russian girls are so sturdy.
And
all
manly.
All the petite
You could
ones
also
died.
just you could just grab a small animal and use that as toilet paper. They work really good. They're absorbent.
Yeah, it reminds me of that joke. The bear walks up to the rabbit and he goes, "Hey, does fur stick to your skin?"
Well, we all know
Rabbit
that
goes, "No."
We all know that Rant's not against animal testing.
Yeah. I can't say that I am 100% either because I still wear makeup sometimes.
Yeah, so there's a
Right.
guy in the chat that has an avatar of a gaped butthole, and he's like just chatting to like put it on the screen or whatever. So
what the fuck?
So I don't know.
How do you
if
know it's a
anybody-
gaped butthole?
Is
I'm
that actually
surprised.
showing up in the chat? Yeah, I'm
Like, it
afraid
could be
is.
anything, right?
Oh my god, it is.
I have to ban this or hide this person or whatever.
See what his channel's like. Let's check it out.
Looks
Nothing.
like a gaped vagina.
Then you can report him.
It's probably actually laundry.
No, he said, "What the fuck?" If he says FTW, then maybe I might let him stay.
It also looks like the
I am
mouse
back.
to a
I am back.
garbage pail
I'm
kid
back.
card.
I'm back. I'm back.
So
yes. To answer Brown's boy, yes, Brown's boy. There has been Jesus in a video game. Grand Theft Auto 5 put an NPC in there who's basically a retarded Jesus who gets high.
Speaking of AGI, I bet you that there'll be somebody making Sexy Jesus AGI.
Well, I mean, I could go and make sexy Jesus right now with my AI. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that it probably already exists already, right? Yeah,
is that?
I bet it does.
Well, isn't that what is that rule 32 of the internet? Anything that exists, there's already a porn of it. So
Yes, absolutely. That is the rule, as I recall.
I mean, with enough people
Allegedly.
that hate Jesus, there's definitely a lot of fucked up shit there about him. Needless to say.
Whatever. Whatever. You want to debate me? Then bring it on. I'm ready. Bring it on.
Oh boy.
Okay.
We missed
What are we
Fruit
gonna
Loop in the
debate?
back.
I don't give a shit. What do you want to do? I don't.
I'm the only Fruit Loop here.
Oh, okay. I was like, "Who's Fruit Loop?" I see
I'm
them.
Fruit Loop.
What do you have to debate?
Hi.
I'm ready to debate. Bring up the topic and I'll beat you again. I'll beat you again. It doesn't matter.
All right. Why don't you try to pursue the lifestyle that you believe is the correct one?
Because let me explain. Technique, it has an automatism and it shapes and molds our behaviors to a large extent. It kind of comes down to like who has the bigger guns. You know what I mean? So you can choose to live in a local community, but as a consequence, if you don't have the bigger guns, you will be cucked. Does that make sense? You will be fucking cucked if you don't choose to follow the industrial system. It's like IMF and World Bank are all controlled to maintain the illusion and they impose that way of living on you. Does that make sense? So if you don't follow their fucking imposition, then you will get cuffed. Does that make sense? You will get fucking exploited and cuffed.
Is
There
that
you
your
go.
opening statement?
Answer.
Maybe some people like that. Some people like it.
No.
right.
No. I will rather
I'm
die.
gonna rebuttal it now.
Never get cuffed. I'd rather
I'm gonna
die.
rebuttal
than
it
get
now.
cuffed.
Oh shit! It's a debate.
There's plenty of people that have existed outside of the system completely unaffected by it because they have implemented the survival skills and the self-sufficiency required to live that lifestyle.
So tell me some of those people, okay? Tell me some of those people who have lived unaffected by the invasive cancerous.
Yeah, please do tell me who lives outside the matrix other than the rich, powerful
Well,
elites.
you got pygmy tribes that live to this very day.
I mean, I don't know about that when you still have constant white men going over there and bringing them diseases and taking pictures of them, but yeah, sure.
Those are the ones that have human contact. There are pygmy tribes that don't have world contact.
Won't be for long.
You know
But
what
it's
happened
still
to
true.
Pygmies were literally abducted and used in like circus zoos. You know that like they had like pygmies and like a zoo which you can go and observe. You believe that? It's like really fucked up, but they did do that. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
They don't
pygmies
do
are
it anymore. So it's not a good argument against why you're not doing it.
Well, why don't you do it then? Like, why are you like here telling me about that when we are doing an analysis rather than an is-ought kind of thing? Like, what?
That is what I do. That is the goals. That's what I was doing until further circumstances caused that to be fucked up, and that's still the goal.
So then, why do you own
it's
a
a
phone?
process.
How are you able to come on
process.
here then? How are you able to come on here with a phone or with a computer then? You know, because if you were living that way, you wouldn't be able to come in
What
here.
is being self-sufficient, growing your own food, having children, and living a lifestyle that is traditional? What does that have to do with not having a phone?
Because by having a phone, you would have to be like enmeshed in the system itself, you know, because
you
if
don't.
you're truly self-sufficient, you would see no need to come
You don't
on
need to be enmeshed.
strangers.
Now
You see
I'm
what I mean?
agreeing with
You got
Grant.
people in
Oh my
Africa
God.
that fucking shit in buckets have phones. What are you talking about? They're
By
not
having
enmeshed.
a phone, you're being surveilled. There's surveillance on you right now. By having
But
a
it doesn't
phone. You
change
realize
the
that, right?
point.
Because why would someone who's truly
Being
self-sufficient
surveilled
need to
doesn't
have a
change the
phone?
point.
That's
Why are you
changing
not
the point.
attempting to live the
That's more
lifestyle
like a
that you believe
further
is correct?
elaboration and exploration on the causes and conditions, you know, on what you claim to
Look,
be.
you could use all the word salad you want. I'm not
It's not
impressed.
using word sound. Like, why would someone
Word
truly
salad.
self-sufficient even need to have a phone?
I'm gonna
to
just
come
throw
on
out a
here?
bunch of big words and hope that you just feel like
There's
I
no
won.
big words. What are you talking about? I'm fucking drunk. You know what I mean? I'm fucking drunk.
Photosynthesis.
I'm not using
Okay.
big words.
Automatopoeia.
There's no
Wingardium
automation.
Leviosa.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I got a
Lavadelos
lot of
Mano.
deal.
It's simple.
Yeah,
Why do
I
you
Okay.
think
have a phone if you're truly self-sufficient?
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Like, you have a
his
phone.
Listen, I'm
argument is
throwing
going to
out
be,
big
Avian,
words
that
here,
you're
okay?
not doing it. Like, he's going to think that you're not doing it until you
Listen,
tell him how you are doing it.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Well, that was
Boom.
impressive you said that. That was,
How you like
have to
that?
admit that was impressive that you said that, but I don't see how it's
How you like that?
How you like them apples?
How you like dem apples?
Seesaws
Apples are
by the
yummy.
seashore. Seesaws by the
Pears are yummy
seashore.
too.
Myocarditis. Okay.
Iridocyclitis.
There you go.
Sounds like
Petrodactyl. Okay.
Petrodactyl.
Myocardio
Oh.
infarction.
So you have hard fingers?
Epidermis.
Looks like I won the debate.
Petrodermis is like, that would be stone skin. It'd be like the Elephant Man.
I will say, in regards to what you're saying, Rand, I can agree. You know, I myself, I am trying to get the community close to me to care more about the amount of trash that these corporations are constantly dumping. If I had to guess the amount of trash that this Dollar General has dumped within a year that I've been noticing, probably well over 50 semi trucks worth of trash that they'll leave out there laying for hours and hours and hours and hours upon end. But I know that if I owned a little mom and pop shop, and if I were littering, the BBB and whoever would be right there closing down my business, slapping me with fines. But yet this corporation can literally dump hundreds of tons of trash a year, and they're not even getting in trouble for it, to the point where, like I said, my son is looking at the trash and is not really on the verge of crying, but you can see the sadness in his face when he sits here and sees a fucking squirrel sitting here climbing over so much trash that, because the reason why is because people use a lot of these places around here. They just dump their trash. It's not even the trash from the places. But I mean, again, I can only get so much change in my community. Hush! I can only get so much change in my community. I can't force everyone to go out there with, a bag of trash and pick up the trash. So, even though I play video games, my change in the community is only as far as people who are willing to go that far to do what I would like them to do, which is clean up the fucking trash. I can tell you, no one around here, even where I live, they can't even make it to the fucking trash can. So, again, it's not me that's the problem. It's every other human being who doesn't seem to care whether or not your earth is dying, whether your creatures are dying, or whether you're dying. So it's not really me. It's how much can you get other people to care about a situation. So don't blame me that the fucking turtle has a beer can around its neck, because guess what? I don't drink the beer, motherfucker.
That's a good
Dollar
point.
General makes trash.
Okay, I get the
Surprise,
point.
motherfucker.
It went on for a long time. So let me tell you this, okay? I won the debate. Yeah, I won the debate.
All right, now go walk around your house, right, and tell your wife about it.
I'll do that, okay? I'm going to do that right now, maybe in like 30 minutes.
Go tell your wife you beat Rand in a debate, all right? Maybe she'll fuck you.
I'll tell her that. I'll tell her I won the debate. No, I'll get a trophy and stuff like that. But anyway, the point is that
getting a trophy is technique.
What was the debate about anyways? Like, I forgot. It was about like why am I not living the life I preach, right? That was what the debate was about. And my answer was that you have to look at the circumstances. And some crazy man may tell you not to drink the bleach. Okay, don't drink the bleach.
You hear that, Trump?
Right. He's still right, even if he's crazy. He tells you not to drink the bleach, but he's still
You gotta
right.
inject the bleach. That's where they went wrong. You're trying to drink it. You gotta inject it.
Do not inject bleach. It's not good to inject bleach. Do not.
Salty. You're
some ammonia in my veins.
Yeah, there you go.
My president told me that people is injecting bleach. Okay, I'm gonna go with him since he's the president. He must know a few things.
Yeah, like Epstein. Oh,
your president is Jeff Acosta.
Listen, man. My president is Mr. Clean, actually, but goes without saying.
Is that why Dorothy wore red shoes?
Mr. Clean.
Of course, she was a murderer.
But your mind has not been truly freed from the confines of the industrial cancerous system because you referred to Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean is a brand image. Why would you refer to Mr. Clean, a brand image?
Dorothy only had
you just hating on the bald man. Admit it.
Toilet paper because she was Jewish. Everybody knows that.
I'm not Jewish. Are you claiming I'm Jewish?
Why? Because she said ATM.
I'm talking about Dorothy, bro.
Okay,
from the Wizard of Oz. Stop inserting yourself into my fantasy LARP, okay?
I have a K-I.
Nikki, I can't wait for you to shut me up.
You're claiming I'm a J here? You're claiming I'm a J here? I don't think I'm a J.
I'm not even talking about you, bro. I'm talking about Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, the one that had the green
Spin the dreidel, spin the dreidel.
I'm not even sure what a Jesuit is.
Maybe. So anyone else want to challenge me to debate? I will beat them.
Yes, I already did. I challenged you and you lost.
No, what was the debate?
PC Master Race is better than console faggotry.
No, you can just emulate the consoles. Yeah, just keep it simple. Emulate. Put a CRT filter and just emulate.
All that is yet another argument why PC Master Race is superior. Because even if you're gay enough to want to play console, you can still do it on a PC.
Well, there are better games on consoles overall than PC. Maybe you have like Fallout 2 or DSX. But you can just emulate shit. So that does mean that PC is better, but I never
See,
agreed.
you agree.
Video games are bad, all right? My whole generation was raised on fucking Pac-Man, and then they wondered why we was running around dark rooms gobbling up little pills and tripping the fuck out seeing ghosts. I'm just saying.
Pac-Man is not a real game.
I mean,
Pac-Man is
you do
just a
kind
fucking
of do
waste
got
of
a
time.
point.
You have to first play a real game before you can talk about games.
It was so dumb. I knew he was going the whole time, but he got me with the seeing ghosts. That fuck got me.
First, you have to play a real game before you can like talk about
Right
games.
at the last minute,
Pac-Man
he
is not
got
a
it in
real
the
game.
clinch.
So it looks like I won that debate. You know, I won the debate.
Got
Looks like I
you.
won. So it looks like I'm still on the top of the Colosseum. You know, I'm still on the top
I'll
of the.
debate you about monogamy and versus
It's a relative
polyamory.
term.
Ew, that's gross.
Sir.
Yo, go ahead and debate me about that. Go ahead. Yo, you know, let's say seriously, that's gross. Polyamory.
Yeah, that would be my whole argument. Ew, that's gross.
No, that's not my
Yeah,
argument.
that's such a great argument. I think I already won.
You should isolate that full free.
Monogamy brings.
I mean, I'm all for polyamory if it's a bunch of women and me. But if
No,
there's any other penises
Well, what if
involved,
it's
I'm
a
out.
bunch of women and like my guy? Because
No,
are you
monogamy
okay with other
brings.
guys doing that?
No, I mean, like,
What you're referring
it sounds
to
like
is
a good deal for him.
with
I
an
don't have
N
a
in
Yeah,
to respond.
exactly.
So I want to.
Especially if he doesn't have to, like, take care of all of you.
No, we would
So
take care of
that's
each other,
argument.
all of us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, monogamy is better because let me tell you that you want to stop
No.
accelerationism. So that way, by having a stable nuclear
He's
family,
lying now. He
you
also
can-
lost the debate already.
I think
you
so.
can help your family. You can help your
Monogamy
You
is
can do
gay.
that with multiple people too. Why
Sorry,
can't
but
you do
your
that with
best
multiple
just
people?
ain't good enough.
Can you help each other?
Women that
I would
want to
like
be
to
in
have a lovely
polyamory
Asian girl.
want to be a lesbian, but also have access to a man's income.
That's gross.
No,
I
I
mean,
have my own
I
income.
might be okay with that, though, as long as she has regular access to my penis.
Oh wow, that's
If that was the, if
I'm
that was
sure you'd be
the
okay with
contract
anyone
you
touching your penis,
set,
Jackson.
I'm sure you could.
Well, it looks like I won that debate also. You know, I keep winning debates.
If
left
you
and
say
It was
right.
a
so.
flawless victory. It was a flawless
Yeah.
victory. Right now,
Well, I mean,
Zephyr is like a
you're always going to win a debate if you're, talking to the wall. But yeah, sure.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's right. I won the
Good
debate.
thing it doesn't
So
matter.
Avian won 2 out of his 3 debates. No, wait, 2 out of 4.
You know who I feel worst for? I feel the worst for TML and Reddington. They're just sitting here like, why the fuck are we here?
That's what I'm wondering as well.
Reddington always does that.
Secret machinations, maybe.
Deep down, they know I won the debate. Deep down, they know I won the debate. I won the debate. I keep winning debates left and right. I keep
So
winning
none of you
debates.
guys answered my
Put another
my
notch
question,
on the wall, Avian.
except for Avian.
I won the debate. Yeah, monogamy is better than polyamory. Monogamy is superior
Negative.
to
Dude,
polyamory.
you already
You
won,
have
right?
to give another stick to a crow for his crow's nest.
Yes, the crows are very smart. New Caledonian crows can use tools. They can make hook-shaped tools or whatever. They're pretty smart, you know.
Have you ever seen Becky Let Me Smash?
Who the fuck is that? I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Hey, listen, it's about birds. It's a
Becky what?
documentary. It's called Becky Let Me Smash.
Becky,
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
Becky Let Me Smash?
I have seen Blowjob Becky,
Yeah, it's
which is a
about
blow-up
birds.
doll.
You have a blow-up doll?
No, there is a blow-up doll with the name Blowjob Becky. And my friends
well, it's not not a blow-up doll. It's a bird. Becky is a bird. There's also Ron the bird, and there's Ben.
Yeah.
Ben is a hoe.
That's really funny because there's a comedian puppet that's a bird.
So basically, Ron brings Becky stick and blue and yellow, and she still fucks Ben. And so Ron hates
Ben was my
Ben is
ex.
a hoe.
That's so crazy. It's like they were spying on me.
Wait,
Wow.
so let me tell you this, guys. We're kind of derailing TML.
Kind of derailing. I don't know about that. I think we've been long
that was like
past
2
that.
hours ago, bro.
TML, do you have anything else to read?
No, no, that's pretty much it with the show. So if people want to, sort of, close it down here.
Yeah, that's it.
I've been waiting on you to release me, brother.
This is going off the rails on a crazy train, okay?
Yeah, I mean, if people have closing statements, that'd be great.
Closing statements? I don't know. Like, my closing statement is that, my closing statement is this, play Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town for Game Boy Advance. Get the Game Boy Advance one. Not the remakes. The remakes suck, but play the Game Boy Advance one. And realize that's closer to what humanity was meant to live like. The Game Boy Advance one. And that's my closing statement. And I won the debates. I'm really great.
I'm gonna make you a gold star, Avian. I'm gonna send it to you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's good. Gold star. I always liked
I'll make
gold
one for your
star.
wife too.
Yeah, I like gold star. When I was a kid, it's like social engineering. The gold stars. I always liked receiving the gold star. That's nice.
Is that why B.O.B. made a song called what about a gold star?
Airplanes were nice. I like shooting stars. I was in
No, I don't mean that one.
Asylum. Oh, okay. That was B.O.B. too.
I said B.O.B. The you're a good
It's a different B.O.B. song.
Anyway.
For my acceptance speech, I'd like to thank God, Jesus, Chef Boyardee, Colonel Sanders, we can't forget. You were ready,
KFC Santeria.
Ridge Farms.
Final words. I'm going to be over on my channel. I'll be up all night, or I'll be surfing, finding some shit to do online. Because I'm sitting here at the laundromat while Dana's at work for another 8 hours.
You should stream the clothes spinning around. It'll be more entertaining.
Oh, well, I might just do that.
Sheesh.
You're such a connoisseur of what is entertaining.
That's so cool. Yes.
I mean, with the kind of brain rot, I'm not shocked that someone wouldn't sit through the whole 8 hours and watch
They
it.
probably
So
would. It would be like ASMR or whatever shit that.
Laundromats go in a circle. They keep rotating, and so
Wash, dry, spin, repeat. Yeah.
You kind of feel like you're losing yourself in a circle, like
They
a cycle.
fold, too.
like a loop.
Yeah, it's a loop. It's a
Who's
loop,
next?
yeah.
Who's next?
Yeah, I don't mind going there. I do not want to be put into a laundromat.
Cleaning the lint traps is lots of fun though, because like last time Dan cleaned them, he got like over $200 in quarters.
And do not put me in a laundromat. So
Yeah, it's crazy
do not put
how
me
many
in there.
people lose quarters underneath the machine.
Yeah, quarters. Yeah.
That's like 800 quarters. I don't believe you.
Oh,
I could use
well,
those.
it doesn't matter if you believe me. It paid the lawyer bill this month, so.
I would argue that a lint trap cannot hold that many quarters.
There's a bunch of machines, dude. There's more than one machine.
How many machines?
It's not the lint. He pulls the lint traps
The machine
out,
lies.
them,
Don't you
and
understand?
they're underneath. They're underneath the machine, next to the machine.
Just bring the next person for the final remarks or whatever.
Okay, fine.
That's
I'll shut up.
sufficient.
Just tell me to shut up.
Yeah, that's good. Next person, whatever. Bring the next person. Final remarks. Bring it right now. I'm ready.
Do it now.
Dead air.
That's cool. Thank you. I look forward to the next final remarks. Who are the next people? I don't know.
I don't know. I usually go first, but this time I'd like to be somewhat last. So
Nobody answered my question either. Just so you guys
I just want to say it was probably the coin slot that you guys broke into and stole the money from. It wasn't the lint traps. Just saying.
Well, it wasn't. So fuck you.
Those are some nice final remarks. So, Denizen, do you have any final remarks? Not really.
Yeah, I mean, basically, consoles are for people who are a bundle of sticks. And only real men play PC games, man.
I play PC games. Yeah, I'm a real man.
How materialistic of you!
Let me
you
tell you
only
this.
emulate when you're like trying to hit on a girl or something. That's the only time.
Let me tell you this, man. Have you played
emulate?
Planescape Torment? I'm just asking you. Have you played Planescape Torment? I'm just curious. Planescape Torment.
Planescape Torment?
Yes.
No, it sounds
I don't know if
scary.
you low IQ homies caught that, but he called y'all fags.
Listen
Just
here,
saying.
boy. I'm older than you.
Yeah, I did. It's
Boy,
just I
I'm
don't
older than
fucking
you,
care.
and I've been a long-term PC gamer longer than you. Okay, I've been playing
Who?
System Shock,
No.
Fallout, and Planescape
No,
Torment,
sir.
Black Isle game. Yeah, I'm
No,
the
sir.
real PC gamer. Okay, I'm the
No,
real
sir.
PC gamer.
No,
I am
sir.
on the top when it comes to PC game. Have you
No,
played
sir.
System Shock 2? Have you played
Have you
DIONYSUS?
played the Seventh
More
Guest?
politically correct. So I
Have
guess
you
we add
played
that on.
Jump Jet? I
Yeah,
was playing
I played
PC
real
games
games. I
before you
played
were
the
born,
classics.
son.
Son, I played the classics. I played the classics. I'm
You
not
don't know the classics. The classics came on 5 1/4 floppy disk, kid. You don't know what you're talking
You don't
about.
even know.
I know
I play Pong, dog. I play in television, dog. All right? You don't even know.
Pong
You don't
in
even
BASIC
know, son.
on my Commodore 64.
Yeah, dude. Like, have you ever played Boxer?
I played the Sierra
That's
Click and
a
Adventure
Texas
game
Instruments
on
PC
PC. Like I played those, King's Quest. King's Quest, and I
Yes,
played
that's right. I played King's Quest.
yeah
That's the
on
one with
the
the
floppy
keys?
disk.
I
Yeah,
played
played
King's
that.
Quest years after I played Jump Jet.
Yeah, I played Jump Jet. Yeah, I think I played Jump Jet. Let me
Is
see. Let me
King's
try
Quest
to
the one with the keys and the
Jump Jet.
dragons?
PC
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I played that too.
It was the one where you had to solve puzzles
I did
And
not
to
play
get to the
Kaboom.
next part of the game.
Yeah, we played Kaboom, and we had
Uh,
Pong, of course.
Well,
What was another one?
I played the
Dig
original
Dug.
Doom. I played the
Dig
original
Dug.
Doom on floppy disk. Believe it or
Dude,
not.
You mean
I played the
Wolfenstein
come
original
on
3D?
now.
You mean Wolfenstein 3D?
I
Don't
was
underestimate me.
already known regionally for my PC gaming skills by the time Doom came out.
If you
I was
challenge
on
me
a
in Counter
BBS.
Strike, I'll beat you.
And I bet you
I'll beat
didn't
you in
play
Counter
Doom. I
Strike.
bet you didn't play
Okay,
Doom over
Peter
a modem.
Dinklage. Okay, Peter Dinklage. We get it. You're best at Pac-Man.
I bet you didn't play Doom over a modem
Miss
either.
Pac-Man.
Oh, dang, that's well, I'll beat you in any first-person shooter. You
Because
challenge
Doom
me now,
precedes TCP/IP, son. You used to have to install packet drivers and use IPX.
Yeah. You'll
You
never
don't
beat me
even
at
know,
Tetris. I
kid.
guarantee
You don't
you. Nobody
even
will beat me
know,
at Tetris.
son.
Dang, well,
Look,
any
you don't
other
even know, all right? I come from a
final
time
remarks?
where you didn't even have people to play with. You had to play with yourself, okay?
Yep. Tetris.
I started playing with myself before I started playing video games.
I was about
Yeah,
to
it's the
say.
original joystick. You don't even know.
That's the original
Look,
joystick.
I don't say that kind of shit. I have nobility and integrity. I
Laughing
am
at
a
his
noble
own
warrior.
jokes.
I am a paladin. I don't say that kind of shit.
You are a
Well, your
paladin.
penis probably resents you.
I am a man of virtue and
It
integrity.
thinks you think you're too good for your penis.
For too
Are you
long.
chaotic good? Or are you are you
If
what
you
kind
don't
of
lose it, if you don't use it, you lose it, all right? That's
I'm lawful good.
science.
I'm lawful good. I
lawful
don't
good,
know.
really? I'm chaotic good.
Anyway, any other person want to say final remarks? Like I
I won the debate again. That's the
Yeah,
way
I
it
just
is.
wanted to let you know I won the debates, all of them. So
Oh wow.
I'm gonna go scratch about 10 notches in the debate wall, and you guys have a good night.
Final word. See me and being
Thank you.
It's at Avian's house.
I appreciate your.
He's gonna carve 10 notches in the drywall at Avian's house.
I appreciate your humility in admitting I won the debates. I appreciate your humility. Thank you.
I mean, I agree.
This shit's a bunch of Andrew
Technically, you just
Wilsons
won
over
another
here.
debate.
It looks like I won the debate, and I hope you have a good night, man. It was nice talking to you, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you, Rand. It looks like I won the debate, and there's not much else to talk about. So I appreciate all of your time, and I appreciate Tim and all of his his wisdom and great inputs. This was a great talk. It was a great talk. Hope all of you have a good night, and I'm sorry you didn't win the debate. I'm sorry you. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I don't want.
Alrighty then. All right, Zeph's gone. Yeah, blessings to Zeph. Yeah, all right. So I think yeah, that's basically all we have for today. So we'll continue with the pre-Socratics. Right, I got tons more information on that. Seeing as I've done like 6 hours of stuff here. Right, I guess it wasn't all about pre-Socratics. I sort of went around the map as well, right? So yeah, so we did at least like 4 hours or so, right, on different pre-Socratic thinkers, right? So yeah, so we'll bring more, right? We'll expand on that entire thing, right? Obviously we're getting into the participatory mind, right? Skolomowski. Okay, we didn't have time for lots of stuff. Right? We didn't have time to look at documentaries. Look at Jerry Mander, his views on mega technology. Look at Mumford, right, on authoritarian and democratic techniques. Right, look at obviously the thoughts of ellul and obviously the Shangzu. So we're gonna bring all of that stuff back. Right, and of course lots more discussions, right? So we'll try to have discussions. And of course I've been trying to go around different of these communities, try to gain new perspectives in terms of the audience. And so that's happening, right? So what a lot of times ends up happening is I accidentally make a bunch of people mad, and then we burn a bunch of bridges. And so this also happens, right? So but then that reconfigures in terms of new avenues and people. So yeah, so we'll see what happens, right? Yeah, so yeah, with all the discussions, please mind the TOS guidelines. Obviously, certain subjects we talk about are too important to risk. Those minor, to have to, risk those minor complaints, right? Especially when I do like, 2 hours of shit on, different pre-Socratic thinkers and stuff. I'd like people to mind that. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I greatly appreciate your time. And yeah, so all the people yeah, so we will continue with all that stuff. Right. So thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Yeah, pre-Socratics. Yeah, we did a lot of that. Yeah, I'll send you the video, Hostile. I already did like 2 hours earlier, right? So yeah. So Avian's out here. Yeah, blessings. Fruit Lorp.
Yeah, look, I'll go. I don't know. Just reiterate what I said earlier. Don't let the nostalgia die. As someone who doesn't want to really lose the good thing about the '90s, I can see that they're trying to kill it. So just I don't know, man. Try to be I don't want to say be gay emotional, but just don't let the past die, as Kylo Ren says, and definitely don't kill it. So hopefully we all get another day. You know what I mean? I appreciate what you do here, TML. That's for sure, and I appreciate those who have shown that they truly have a heart in the matter. So that's at least a little bit of faith in humanity, I guess, because there's not a lot out there. So have a good night, and don't let the butt bugs bite. There you go. I'm gone.
Good night. I enjoy talking with you.
Yeah,
Also, this is my waifu on my avatar. But good night. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all
don't ever be afraid to hit me up on Discord if you ever want to have a discussion about anything. I'm always down to talk about whatever. So,
thank you. Yes, I appreciate everything you've done. I hope we have a good night. Dark
you too,
Lord.
man. Blessings, everyone.
Blessings.
Easy.
Peace.
All right. Does anybody else does anybody else have any comments here?
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, well, this was a spicy meatball. So we'll see what happens to this episode, to the fate of this episode. But yeah, obviously we have an alternative channel, right? So there's a lot more stuff there. There are original videos on the alternative channel, and we will be making a hit piece video on Flowstein. They like that name, right? So yeah, so we're gonna be doing a hit piece on his debate with Andrew Wilson, because they tried to cope and act like they weren't trying to clout chase over there at the Crucible community when they absolutely were, right? So now they're trying to act like they were above it all, right, by trolling Rob Nowhere or whatever. So, we're definitely going to expose them. They were on Andrew Wilson's nutsack, right? So we're definitely going to expose the shit out of them and look at their previous debate. So we will have an extra show coming up. Right, if you guys haven't caught, we did some drama material, right, in lieu of these guys, right, making a hit video. So yeah, we're gonna continue making videos. Obviously, we will be reviewing more of Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson, right? So we'll try to do that at some point, right? I know they did some recent performances, right, that I think are worth reviewing. So yeah, so we will be doing that, right? I don't think that Cockboy Hotline has done anything interesting for a while, so we'll leave them alone, right, for a while. Everybody else, we are trying to work on a new channel called The Juiceable. Right, so essentially it's going to be different fruits, and
None of these people are anything compared to me. Doesn't matter if it's powder, dusty, or laundry. None of them are anything compared to me.
Yeah,
yeah, none of them are anything compared to me. I can beat them while drunk. That's how powerful I am.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, I could. Yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely.
can beat their ass like it's nothing. Yeah, come for me, motherfuckers. You're nothing compared to me.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah, real talk. Yeah,
that's it.
Trash.
Yeah, they're trash. Yeah, they're trash.
Yeah, digital. I'm a digital parasite, like you said. Definitely. Definitely digital parasite. So yeah, so we got a little bit of that. So we will have an extra show coming up this week, right? At some point, we'll have a music show, right? But the music shows have been costing us, obviously, in terms of copyright and all that stuff. But yeah, I like doing them, so I'll continue to do one this week, right? So yeah, that's it. So yeah, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, right, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right? And of course I've laid out the topics, right? So that is what we'll do, guys. So yeah, so here is a steel covered dragon forged in iron, and yes, he's destroying a great portion of humanity. And yeah, this is the video. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I greatly appreciate you guys. I played this video yesterday, but yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys.
Peace.
Yeah, peace, my friend. Blessings. Yeah, we got some stuff with Truther Cop. Yep.
It's nice talking to you. Bye-bye. I appreciate the talks.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, excellent time. Yeah.
Easy.
your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas in front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I was always taught by do's and don'ts, for do's I did, and for don'ts I said I want them from Brooklyn, a place where stars were born. Streets shot up, apartment buildings are torn and ripped up, stripped up, jacked up and backed up. Things put the bosses on the scene and got it cracked up. Kids are slinging in my lobby, little Steve and Bobby, getting paid, but it's a life-threatening hobby. Yeah, they still play hide and seek. The things seek for the crack and they hide and let the cops speak. Grown folks say they should be out on their own before the gangs come and blow up their mom's home, because their lifestyle is hectic, so fucking hectic. Blah, blah, blah. So ejected. My lifestyle was so fucking well. Could've wrote a book with the title Age 12 and going through hell. Then I realized the plan. I'm trapped in the debt and video game with just one man. So I don't only watch my back, I watch my front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. Back on the Ave of the Bonia in Bristol with a pistol, sticking up Pamela and Crystal. You know your town is dangerous when you see the strangers. Kid, I hope I'm doing the big nut changes. What is the meaning of crime? Is it criminals robbing innocent motherfuckers every time? Little shorties take walks to the schoolyard, trying to solve the puzzles to why is life so hard. And as soon as they reach the playground, wow, shots went off and now one of them lay down. It's so hard to escape the gunfire. I wish I could rule it out like an umpire, but it's an everlasting game and it never ceases to exist, only the players change. So I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, but your best to watch your front. Cause it's the niggas who front, they be pulling stunts. I got your back, 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 so the rest of the watch the front. If the niggas get you front, let me put this guns. I got your back, but the rest of the watch the front. If the niggas you front, let me put this guns.
Y'all know it's hell when I come through. I cast spells with the Bellevue want to, and we can settle it with shells if you want to. Bump you, squeeze first, I'ma haunt you. Or better yet, I let the gun butt lump you. Dog tail up your ass when I confront you. Faggot, I'ma hunt you. Nay, a nigga could collab with me, cause when I spit my 16, they get mad at me. Have them write their verses over trying to battle me, and nigga, that'll be a fatal tragedy. Shit, you better off shooting and stabbing me. You stepping in this fucking rap ring and jab with me. Get your weight up, motherfucker, with a belt on the crown. Posing niggas like a 30 guy, I'm melting them down. Stuff in the ground, fucking with a higher force. Niggas be sacrificed, you die on the cross. Ain't you on a pale horse? Leave you with multiple wounds when they find you. Your man's coming right behind you. Y'all know the flow chops ridiculous. We're like the blow niggas cop on St. Nicholas. You think I'm pussy motherfuckers stick your dick in this? Like Biggie said, shit, in fact, it was syphilis. Got a red HIV flow sick with this. Put a condom on your mic, tryna spit with this. Tryna get with this, I'ma hit with this. Make you slit your wrist, I'm on a clitoris. Like chlamydia, hard to swallow, I burn dough. Getting rid of you with hollows, you mob turncoats. Word to the safe in the ceiling. My flow's like a burning panani. Hit the clinic, get the penicillin. You see the logo, nigga, STD. Fuck what you heard, son, it best be me. From Red Hook, y'all niggas know how long we waited. Y'all motherfuckers about to get cremated. Up, put your house up, put your tools up, nigga, put your spouse up. We could go at it, motherfucker, album budget for budget. And let your A&R judge it. Shit, I have your label push your project back, cause I get hyper than a fucking hypochondriac. Ain't no responding back, my magnum I can push your conscience back. Give your ass a Holy Spirit, make you haunt to try. Blaze, blaze, gun, gun, spray, sprays. Leave your whole record company in a day's day. Tell your CEO, stop calling my house. Or the next fucking song, son, I'm calling you out. Better prepare for the long awaited, finally made it. Y'all niggas about to get cremated.
What happened? Is the stream over?
Technique got him.
What happened? What's going on? Did I win the debate? I won the debate. Yeah, let's go. So the stream is over? What's going on here? What the fuck is going on? It looks like I won the debate. Oh, that you're back.
Whoops. Yeah, I don't know why this is not working for me. Huh. Oh, okay, I see what happened. So they've added sound effects to the backstage, so some of my I can't upload any more songs here. Is this what's happening? Yeah, give me 1 second, folks. Let me check something. I'm supposed to shut down the show. I'm trying to play music. But I'm like looking at this. So give me 1 second, folks. We're gonna play some music. We're gonna end the show. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to delete some of these things and attempt to do this. And I appreciate you guys. But yeah, this is very frustrating. They just changed these settings on the StreamYard. And of course, we have no way to, deal with this at a moment's notice. Try to change our entire fucking program to fit the adjustments here. Fucking annoying. God damn these people. And of course, they can't send everybody an email and say, well, this is the new setting that we've put in. I mean, it's ridiculous to try to keep up with this stuff. So, yeah, wow. Anyways, so, yeah, we appreciate you guys. Very embarrassing.
They message flying guided inside a world divided. I'ma lead up the resistance that's already been decided. Nothing will divide us. Egyptians used to get around and glide us. Trappers always abound as pounds of blood and guts inside us. Arizona Wilder said Diana was a sacrifice, bringing in the age of Horus, pentagrams of appetites, slaughterhouses, abattoirs, meatworks, cattle bras, depopulation and HIV by John Rappaport. Baba Sama hunger, Jabalon's a strange god, great architect of the universe in the space pod. Oak leaves, fascies, Nazis and V-signs, symbolisms everywhere, it's all up in the designs. And every time a peace sign is thrown up, that's the devil's claw. Did you know there was a base under the Denver airport? Art Bell, George Norrie, call us with they war stories. Hotlines from east of the Rockies with all the ghost gories. Diabolic, Scientologists sedated. L. Ron Hubbard, mashed potato brain, the famous mother of the darkness. Castle hallways of enormous, near the village of Muno in Belgium next to farmers. They program children inside the walls of that satanic building, referred to as the castle of the kings by all the noble gilded male phallus. Upright pillar in the chalice, with a blindfold over the eyes and a balance. There's cloud busters, shooting ports up at chemtrails. Applaud a vagabond dog as dog eat up your entrails. High and up in Enfamil, high as hell off Seroquel. Depakote's a silent killer, Rosicrucians loving hell, the beast is risen. This underground, this ain't commercialism. Women feeling good about themselves, injecting botulism. World war, shadow of spaceships, Illuminati, Matrix, conspiracies, all that shit just what you know about fucking you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to Planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fast and send devils to heaven.
Supreme deities with angels and demons. Brain is misleading, genetically spliced and altered and faltered for their convenience. Outside they acquire galaxies, valiantly rousing maladies, balancing found in fallacies, bouncing across the boundaries of all dimensions. It's just perplexing, rifty comprehension. Open up your third eye, realize the herd's blind. 6 billion sheep belong defenseless cattle for the evil. After golden human flesh, I beg and sacrifices equal to all these false gods, Anunnaki devils and shapeshifters. Like snakes slither, hidden from our visions of slates written in ancient times. They tried to warn us, but we didn't listen. Olden wisdom banished by new systems of religion, driven by the very lizards themselves. Brainwashed society, Illuminati in on the action with full sobriety. The governments are earth undeniably serve the serpents under the surface. Cold-blooded politicians have heard us. It's urgent that we learn the purpose of this. Prepare for Holocaust, civilians, kid, your name's on the list. The mark of the beast, unleashed within the physical realm. Exist the digits that spell the 666s of hell. Imprisoned in cells and underground labyrinths unfelt. That's where the demons be. I call the colonies the autonomy of atrocity. No theories or hypotheses, it's real as it gets. I'm trying to tell the population to unite as a set. It's you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to Planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fast and send devils to heaven.
I peel reptilians' caps just like Hannibal Lecter. Rip off they fucking mandibles and spit cannibal lectures. Hang your intestines around Christmas trees with skulls dangling. Decapitation of Grand Dragon Master Masons. Halfling faggot faces blowing the fuck off, brains dangling. Chop up these spineless motherfuckers worshiping Satan. Eating women and children, raw as all vanilla. Your face is fucking shape-chipped into Godzilla. The Zodiac killers, we behead Leviathan. Iron like a lion from Zion, spitting fires, wind, divine design to rhyme Christ-like and mass snakes. Sublime light to these kids and finite beyond the blind side. Designed to tie this shit. Fuck trilateral commission, satellites trying to fry my brain. The gods must be crazy, no, not insane. Escaping gas chambers through the astral projection, laughing peasants. In a fraction of a second, I pass back and
you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to Planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fast and send devils to heaven.
I spit prophetic poems regarded in the omens of the ancient. Mystic gifts in the mist like the splits, the mind's meditation. So levitation, break barriers to solve the equation. I'm hardly impatient, look to the darkness, calm for a spaceship. The entire human race basis in this oasis. A genetic experiment where a mixed breeded with semen, we're not aware of it. Religion is false, evolution is false. Get down on your knees and pray to the reptilian boss, killing the cross. Mass media corruption, influence of the seduction. Shapeshifters in the shadow behind the panel, pushing the button. The Ronnie Martin authored novel, The Coming of 10. They done it once, so what the fuck does it matter if they did it again? As the code attacks your spinal cord, I'm dropping final thoughts. We in the final war. Millions of years ago, they was here with the globe with nukes, killing the dinosaurs. A prophecy from Anunnaki to the Illuminati that probably body me for my philosophy. I rock the beat. It take more than you slimy snakes to top of me. I do a verse, it's soft and tragic. Conspiracy theory epitome in this universe, holographic. With the thoughts of a master, throw a fit when I spit over the patent.
Abolitionist crew, what you wanna do?
Likely to see people forming interest groups, common interest groups, to challenge their institutions, to challenge their society, and to challenge their government. This is the message they set out.
Catch me above the abyss, let's begin at zero. A rather attracted to tracks, move to act like a black superhero. Cable connected to the collectivist mind streams. Lines of code, eyes and nose make elementary rhyme schemes from the chattel of slave owners. Battle rap personas emerge, the symbolic scourge of urban crack corners. Through honest eyes, our common ties commodified. Who wants to ride with Spanish? Yo, these niggas' brains are fried. Dissociated like Jekyll and Hyde, and their lives are entertainment for the ethically blind. World syndicated in a consumer bulimic design. They only recognize the value of signs, sweatshop, mid-drip top, seasonal fashion statements, baggy denim with the inside crotch, their whole Glock. Gangsta nigga copper top, got freedom and choice. Just take a camera crew down to the ghetto and see him rejoice. I'ma keep spitting this shit until people internalize it. It's all a matter of what you subjectively circumscribe. Tinted vision through designer sunglasses you hide behind at night. Signifier of the colonized mind. Shit's colder than dry ice in your science class. Verbal depiction shatter fake fucks like candy glass. Out of the play of words comes the archetype tricks to the way that this truth dropping leaves a spike on the Richter. But me, I'm just another rat cat kicking abstract flows encoded with mad facts for you to grasp at. Not for those enclosed in a having mode. Consciousness soon to implode on a financial fast track. Perverse with a thirst to devour the other. The light of the sun against the smoke of the burning earth at the doors of power. Yo, don't hate the player, hate the game. Cause he ain't greedy, he just trying to do his thing. That's all the same, that's why he changed the name. Now it's ambitious to want riches. Fuck the third world, yo, we VIP, we're brain dead bitches. Here's a lecture for your new semester. The MC wants a profit, gradually reduced to the role of a court jester. From the start to the finish, his wisdom slowly diminishes in the eyes of their innocence. Heard the will of the iron fist, trying to twist the image of the prophet to blemish it, restricting the innocence, freedom disrupting their inner sense. Breathe easy, y'all, it's all analogical. Peep it, don't let your ignorance be an obstacle. Can a rapper be socio-philosophical and still affect y'all? Is it possible?
Okay, like father, like son. He says, well, father is the same. Like we want to give you sympathy, fam, but if you treat people just as bad, if not worse, than your dad treated you, how do you plan on wanting people to empathize with you if you're a dickhead? Speaking of someone who's not a dickhead and a good brother, what's going on, Machine Lies?
Nothing really. I was just about to start a stream and then I seen you live. Every time I'm about to start a stream, I see you live already. I'm like, shit. I gotta hop up in this one. I gotta hop up in here before I do my stream.
Yeah. I'll probably do the handoff to you. I'll be like, everybody go on the Machine Lies.
No, it's just music. It's just music. Don't fuck with it. Send it to somebody who will fuck with you, because it's just music on my end. So it's not
here's
really...
the thing, bro. But here's the thing, Machine. Like me and Shadow Blue and I were discussing this the other night. Like the more I look at it, Machine, I think you're one of the only people that actually does fuck with me.
That might be right. That might be right. Yeah, I can see how you would feel that way because I feel lonely out here as well. So right. So definitely, right. Like I could count the people on my, on my fingers and shit that are really. I don't even need my toes. Right? So that's what it is. That I could actually fuck with out here. So it's a very slim list, and despite of going for so long, right?
Right. And like you just ended up here a couple months ago.
No,
like you've been at this for a minute.
Yeah.
And like like I always tell people, you're my first friend. There's support and shit. It was great, and you've been solid since the whole time, man. Which is rare in this panelverse. How people just go back and forth and stuff. So she's a peace and blessing. Shift said, says peace and blessing TML.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Toilet Bowl Earth was one of my first friends out here. Right? So
Oh wow, see
it's
how that
kind of
works?
weird. Kind of weird. You know.
You mean this guy was?
Yeah, I related to him because he was brown. You know,
understand
so
it.
I was like,
All I can ever, I would always welcome. We would always say hello to him when he walked in the house. Hey, Baba. That's what we say to. That's the name for my father, Baba.
Yeah, that's what my son calls me, Ba. Interesting, but yeah. So you're like, oh, another commonality, quote unquote, minority in the Panelverse that are not only that, a brown one, and you guys bonded off or had a commonality on there, huh?
yeah. I also saw that he was critiquing people like Jim Bob, even though he himself was an Orthodox Christian. So I found that to be a very endearing trait. When I first saw his show, I saw that even within his own tradition, just because somebody was the same religion as him, he wasn't going to, not hold them to a higher standard. And right, so I thought that was, kind of an endearing quality that they had. So I kind of joined forces with them because I saw they had Made by Jim Bob on their stream. Right, so I found a rare opportunity. Yeah, I found a rare opportunity to talk to him, but then I, increasingly found out that their entire Discord was sort of like littered with sort of people who were very supportive of those types of people, right? Like the Ortho Bros, right? Even some people attending their classes. They even had somebody who made clips for Jay Dyer in there. So I found and then I found kind of weird hub.
Yeah. I mean, that's TBE, Jody. She said TBE. Yeah. I mean, like I was like looking at it when I first got into Panelverse. A little after I met you, I found his channel and I was like, okay. And he wasn't talking about times I watched. He wasn't really talking about people. I mean, he's kind of funny. I like how he brings up some of this truther stuff. I like his aesthetic. Got some style.
Yeah.
And then like
I got like
stuff about that.
Yeah, I got 24 hours over. Recorded of him talking about me. So
24 hours.
A lot of footage of him talking about me.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah,
and
even threatening my family members. I'm even threatening people on my stream. I got footage of him saying he wants to grape Rock E and Rose 777.
What?
People on the Panelverse. Yeah.
You shouldn't want to grape anyone but Rocky, a man.
Yeah. Yeah. So
like, come on. Disabled woman.
He went on a tirade saying he wants to grape people. That he was going to sexually assault all these people on the Panelverse.
Right.
So yeah.
Damn. He's wilding.
Yeah.
So Nano says, Shift says, those Ortho Bros just another grift with religion. Nothing new, huh?
Yeah, that's another thing is that TB is like saying he wants to grade people, and he's doing a stream in front of a Mary, a mural of the of the Virgin Mary. So,
shit. Damn, this doesn't really match up, huh? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's why it's funny, like this crash out he had when he was like drunk and shit, drunker than usual. Right. He's saying all like he's doing better now and all this, but we fast forward to last night for me, and he's just like trying to shit on Joe Cool for smoking weed and shit.
Yeah, I missed that one.
What's revealing is your inability to answer.
Yeah, right from behind the keyboard, Jody.
I answered like 6 in a row. Right, it was.
Sorry, Joe. I'm sorry to do that to you, dude. What you're doing?
Is that a man in a nun's outfit too?
It's actually really weird because despite being an Orthodox Christian, he's an ecumenical promoter. So he thinks that the Catholics and the Orthodox should be one with each other. So it's a picture of the figure from the movie. No, it's from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. About Richard of Lionheart. The guy with the mask on his face, right? So it's a Catholic figure, right? So so it's kind of weird that it's a Catholic figure that he has as his avatar, even though he's an Orthodox.
Got a lot going on. Yeah. I heard Provo. He was going to a month ago. He was started going to ortho services. He was talking about in his broadcast. So a lot of people are trying to combine stuff.
Jack, I'm not doing anything except asking questions.
No,
That's all I'm
please.
doing.
Right.
Why
you
is this
keep
such an issue?
You hold on. You keep repeating that.
I'm just asking questions. That's like telling the girl you just met, you know, you're like, what's your body count? I'm just asking questions. Don't feel uncomfortable. Yeah.
Question is not, we're beyond the question now, dude. So catch up. Okay. Now we're in the process of discussing your behavior. Your
That's the machine
behavior
lines. Thank you,
behind the
Markella.
question and since the question. So please break the loop. You're better than this.
My behavior behind the question? What does that mean?
How about you just be present here?
That's kind of interesting. But yeah, my behavior behind the question. Well, he's just saying a cool way of saying your motivation. What's your motivation behind your questioning? Are you really trying to help him out, Joe Cool? Or are you trying to like shame him or something? You know what I mean? I think that's what Jack meant, huh?
Yeah, and it's like when you got like a serious problem like he has, you know, admittedly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the problem. You have a public issue, so it's like, you know, you kind of leave the ability to kind of critique others, and you know, this is kind of the whole thing on my stream. And like, you know, him and a couple other people used to come up and, you know, sort of try to gaslight me about, you know, whatever I'm covering or whatever. So, you know, I let them on. You know, for the first few weeks, I just let them on.
Oh man.
And then I started banning them.
But then I noticed that they like, especially not Drew, but there's Toy Boy Earth, and then there's EBT. Is that his name? EB.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he seems to hang out more around. He seems to be a little bit more civilized, but he's still rough, kind of at times.
Yeah, you know, I think it's
From
kind of
the
like
edges.
the same type of, like, they'll stick up for each other from what I've seen. So so you know, I attacked them as a group. The CBO crew. I call them the Cockboy Hotline crew. And so
CBO. So Drew's like is he like the head of it?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a crank yankers type of prank call show. You know,
I love
whatever.
that show.
Yeah, it's basically what it is. So you know what it amounts to.
Real life puppets.
It's like
you say crank yankers.
Yeah, it's like WWE
when I see that.
Yeah, it's like WWE, like call-in show type of like crank yankers type of.
I
bullshit.
see.
Trying to get past this
I'm
argument.
very present. And I'm asking questions is present.
No, what you're doing is you're using your questions.
I think it's true.
Questions to control the narrative. Okay, and I'm trying to get you to chill out. You're not.
Okay, I'm sorry if that's what that came off as. No, I'm inquisitive about people and what they do.
Please, please. If you cannot censor yourself and stop repeating this, we're wasting our time.
The loop, huh?
Because every time I start moving us perspective forward, you bring us back into this loop again. It's a sign of an addictive mind. It's just what Joe was saying, and I don't remember exactly.
Oh, addicted to what? Holy shit.
How he was identifying it, but he was trying to talk to you like a man. He was offering you some genuine feedback on how you're coming through.
Chef.
And
but Jack, it sort of falls short when the man refuses to answer my question.
Oh my God, no! You're what you're doing is
he wants to know. He's been asking him the same question over and over again. Joe didn't really answer. He said, "When was the last time you smoked weed?" Yeah.
Your denial, your excuse, is preventing you. Sorry, Joe.
No.
My denial of what, Jack?
If I can,
please.
We can just look at what happened. When I walked in, you immediately called me a weed head that smokes too much. The attack has not stopped. Your questions, even if they were super sincere now would be perceived as stussly. And add that on with Jack trying to move the topic, and you must know about my weed habits. You know, I think Jack's correct.
I mean, you came in you came in with a mocking tone. So yeah, I asked about your weed habits.
God.
Dude. I don't think he was mocking when Joe came on. What is that? 228. Okay, let's see. Let's see how much of a good faith this guy is.
Oh shit on me.
Well, so this is when Joe came in. He claimed that he came in with a mocking tone.
Is this
how it is?
Is this a me problem or is this a me problem?
Dude, this is what God is doing with me.
I just wanted to hang out with Jack because I
Yeah, shout out to Frank Monday.
His fucking streams.
Look away.
Frank Monday in the house from China, right?
Yeah, he's an OG
Look
for
away
sure.
from the darkness, my friend.
I'm not looking away from the darkness. I'm just like, it's just weird and bizarre how people are just like.
There's
you
love
think
for
it's
you
funny. You think it's funny, Jack? You think it's funny?
It is funny.
You don't take anything seriously, do you, Jack? You think it's all funny? Yeah, then why
No.
should I take you seriously at all, Jack? When I
take
came
God
on here and said hello to you, you straight up just started laughing. Like it's funny.
Yeah, because it is. It's rather like cuss you out or laugh at you. You know, it's like.
I thought it was something out of like joy that you were happy to see me, but no.
Now, let's see Joe coming in. What do you say? Condescending and mocking.
Out of this weird, sinister, like mocking fucking tone.
Here,
wait, whoa! He accused Jack of that. Okay, but
let me offer a wonderful change of energy. Welcome to the panel, Joe Cool. How are you?
Guys.
Yeah, we didn't do nothing. Just smoke.
he just said good day, guys. So that's pretty mocking tone, huh? Joe Cool came in with, right? Machine.
Yes, looked like he conflated what he said to Jack, like it was Joe Cool.
That's the word. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like sort of like, I don't know what you would call that. It's like emotional, like substitution.
Make it up words. That makes sense though. I like that emotional.
Yeah, that's why I called myself his Muslim daddy. I said I'm your Muslim daddy because it's obvious that what I mean, right?
Taking it out on you.
Yeah, you're trolling my stream based on this one issue that my stream is not really about. It's not a Muslim apologist stream. And right, it's like
right, yeah, exactly. Because this happened.
Because it's so fucking Islamic coded that I can't respect this shit. My father was a fucking faggot ass fucking Muslim.
He's called you that before.
You're right.
Oh shit.
No, never ever in my day.
Well, it's just F-slur, N-slur. That's a whole stream.
That's
F-slur, N-slur. I'm gonna grade people. I'm gonna chill your mother. I'm gonna chill myself. Right. Last night his stream title was I'm gonna chill myself.
What?
Straight up. He just it's shock. It's shock stuff. It's emotion. It's a shock LARP or whatever.
Wow.
Right? Like
wow.
Like you're gonna run around, grape all these people. You're gonna blow up mosques and stuff. You're gonna do all these terrorist acts. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna blow up abortion clinics. It's a LARP, fully.
Brad's boy was saying that he's 5'2". Is there any truth to that?
Right. Yeah.
Oh shit. So Mike Ball was saying, does this guy have a following? What'd you say, Machine?
He has a it's the same following as the Cockboy Hotline, like CBO crew. They all have the same following. He's extracted his following from their channel.
Right. Okay. And then he privatizes them. Shift is saying, Nanos is saying, yeah, just a loser. Yeah. I don't know. Mike Ball, are you familiar? Machine, right? Machine, Mike Ball.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, definitely Mike Ball. You guys need to definitely have a combo. I think it'll be interesting. Let's see.
Give me a fucking break, man. I'm sorry, Phils.
Have you ever gone sober for?
I'm sorry, Phils. I'm sorry, fellas. Back to Joe Cool being mocking and mocking tone. How he came on Talcott's broadcast the other day. Joe Cool is so mocking right now. I don't know what we're gonna do with that guy.
Gosh, your bitterness is coming out. Welcome, Joe. How you doing?
I'm not bitter. I'm just identifying what's happening in front of me. That's not bitterness.
It's not bitterness. He has a very bitter, biting, cutting tone.
I'm trying. I came up here with a new approach, and then the next thing you know, I'm being fucking shitted on regardless. It doesn't even matter what I do with you people. You
I'm
people have
smoking the
thoughts
blunt
and-
just to make
You people. That's what a lot of people do. Like they just put everyone under the bus on the panel. I asked people like when they did that on my show the other day. I was like, "Who are you talking to? You talking about me personally?" Okay, because that's not the case. Now, if you're gonna say those things and be big and bad, might as well name names, right? You know. So let's see.
Beyond,
right
beyond my
smoke some
understanding.
I mean, he's mocking Joe. He's the one that's mocking. Okay, fast forward back to that.
See, the victim finds excuses.
I'm not playing victim.
The victim finds excuses to change the narrative and make excuses for why they're rude, and that's exactly what
All right,
you're
Mike's
doing,
up to machine.
Ancient Waves. Dude, you've been around
Good
here
man.
long enough. It's not like I don't know you and your drama and your drinking and your other patterns. You're better than this, dude.
It's sharp today, Jack. Fucking patient dude was up here, you know, with all of that negativity. You were laughing, you held your shit up well, and right now you're seeing well. I feel like you grew up while I was gone or something.
Joe, that's my hope. I have been working on growing myself. And the topic today, it's not just for the viewers. Again, it's for me. My goal is to become more non-reactive.
Yeah, that's a good way to end that. Machine, how would you say, in your mind, some of your teachers, what to look at for becoming non-reactive? Or incorporating that into our way of being? What's some good people we can learn from?
Yeah, I would say probably UG Krishnamurti. You know what I mean? I'm not the Jiddu Krishnamurti, but UG Krishnamurti, right? Because he makes a pretty salient point about how the body is sort of rejecting feelings, right? So this whole idea that you thrive on emotion and feeling, when your body tries to reject even pleasure, right?
Right.
So I think this whole idea of non-reactiveness, I think it's about not letting things stimulate you. So at this point it's a sort of mental hygiene, right?
There you go.
I would say in terms of turning off the notifications, not letting yourself be moved by like apps and different things, scrolling and that type of stuff. I think a lot of that stuff is reactive, right? Because you're looking for a stimulus, right? And in that way, it's a spoon feeding, right? So it's a sort of unconscious spoon feeding, right? A passive intake of information, right? I would say that is the best way to have non-reactivity is like way woo way, obviously. Right, is to let the action proceed without thinking, right, without thoughts, right, and that's involving yourself in a task that actually you can perform as second nature, right? So when you really are good at something or you really appreciate something, you do it without thinking, right? And it's those sort of tasks that bring out that non-reactive form.
No, I like that, man, because it's like even when you're doing work and you have a blockage or whatever, maybe some cerebral work, some intellectual work, writing or something. It's good to tell us to just get up and go for a walk, do some exercise, whatever, just to get out your head, you know, or into your body. I'll say not get out of your head, but get into your body more. And it can really clear out some stuff.
Right.
Because you're right about UG Christian. I remember this one in particular, when he's talking about the body was amazing. This short one.
Not that one I'm talking about. What is left here is the natural functioning of the body. That's what I'm describing.
It was already there.
It's already there.
It was already
That's
there.
the way the body is functioning.
Every cat.
It's not looking at the way you are looking at that thing. That's the way, that is the natural state, not enlightenment, not transformation, nothing of that kind. I'm saying this is functioning in a very natural way. That's why I'm describing the sensory activity of the human body. Nothing else is there. Even this sensory activity is something which cannot be experienced. I'm telling you that this is the way it is operating because you think that there is some continuity there. For your sake, I am experiencing this thing using the knowledge you and I have to tell you that this is not the way it is functioning. The eye is not looking at the things the way you are looking at. So, if that knowledge you and I have about that one is absent, you don't look at all. There is no looking there. So it is not that I look at that in a different way, different from the way you are looking at. So when I am using the knowledge which I have, like anybody else, you and I are looking at the things in exactly the same way. So when that is not in operation there is no way you can look at anything, because there is no way you can separate yourself from that and look at it.
Shift says, I find the best way to be non-reactive is doing heavy ass weights. The beast come out. Yes, you and me both, and Shadow too, for sure. That's a good way for us, because you have to focus on the matter at hand, right? Not being crushed. Dude, so that eye he was talking about, TML, he said it's looking at something different than what we're normally looking at. First of all, what else would be looking at something besides the eye? Or is that just a false interpretation?
It's the thinking about thinking, right? That is the false construction, right? And that's where the level of reaction takes place. And I think that where I guess Krishnamurti is saying, so your thoughts and your perception of the thing are sort of one, right? And they're actually related to a function of the body, right? It's not some sort of ethereal presence, right? That's floating above the body, right? So this whole thing, and I think that that's a powerful statement, because I think spirit and flesh are one ultimately, right? So
yes,
so I think
embedded, right?
Right. So to think that they're not inextricably, linked, or that, one doesn't totally cancel the other out, because they're part of the same system, right? I think that's a unique insight.
What do you think about this whole concept of people said they can go somewhere else, like if they're having a painful experience, or you're getting a tattoo, or you twisted your leg playing basketball, your ankle, you tore ligaments. What do you think's happening when people disassociate? What are they doing there? Like, what does that look like? What's actually happening? If it is true that the body and the mind cannot be separated, what do you think's happening when we move our consciousness away from our body? We think we are anyway. What do you think's actually happening?
I think what it is just it's mind, right? So I think that physical things don't exist, right?
Right.
So when I say body, what I really mean is sort of function, right? Which is more appropriate to mind, right? more mental processes, right? And I think that there is no body, right? This is what the mystics have really came up with, that there really is just mind pointing to itself. As a Bodhidharma said. So I think it's not mind over matter, so to speak, because there's no matter, right? It's mind attuning itself to spirit, right? Which is actually, I don't think it's connected to body, right? So because it's part of the ethereal substance, so it's not connected to anything that's related to, that can be distinguished by parts.
Mm-hmm. And then I see what you're saying, but then there will be people like, and even maybe TB, and then they would nitpick what we're saying right here. They're like, "What are you talking about? There's no body. No, there's no things." Where does that come from? That way of thinking? Is that the mass hallucination that we all agree on, or and what do you think about that type when people say that, or what are they really truly trying to say?
Well, I think they're asserting a premise of sort of mind-body dualism, right? But ultimately, the fact is that they believe that there's three different things, right? Spirit, body, and mind, right? So there's sort of a trinity of sort of substances, right? And I guess furthermore, these are primordial, and I guess they sort of etched this out because they had to understand, right, the findings of philosophers, because philosophy was the most up-to-date science at the time, right? So when they looked at nature, right, they saw that it changed, but they said God can't change, right? So they said, well, God, or spirit, because they believe God is a spirit, right? So this is essential, right? Because to us, right, anybody in my line of thinking, right, God is not a spirit, right? It's a body, right? So I think it comes down to that God is the actual essential being, right? All of existence is in the shadow of the Creator, right? So
right.
So I think at the level of being, right, not only is all of nature technically God, right, but it doesn't exist, right, as well, right? Sort of quote Ghazali. He said, not only is everything you know actually God, but you know nothing of God, right? And he said both statements are equally true, right? So it's a sort of mix of those things, right?
Yeah, and the reason we know nothing of God, even though it's around us, it's everything around us, is because what's up?
I guess because you can't describe infinity, right? Because knowledge is infinite, right?
I like
you're
that.
trying to play the game. It's like, you could just lose yourself. I mean,
that's why I like non-duality, when they say you can just point at it. The best you can do is point towards it.
Right. Right. It's a finger pointing to the moon, as they say.
Which is funny. It's Moon Festival here in Taiwan. It's the second biggest holiday of the year in Asia and Taiwan. Of course, Lunar New Year, but this Moon Festival, and one of the myths is the story of the princess who took some elixir or something, and she flew to the moon, and she became a rabbit in the moon, and like, it's interesting. And then there's like a warrior in there that tried to shoot the sun, because there used to be like 7 suns or something in this mythology, and he shot 6 of them down because it was too hot, and then he was left with this moon and the sun. So I don't know, but yeah, man. I don't get a chance to talk about this lately because I haven't put myself in a position to talk about things like this. But I think this does, having these type of conversations does make it easier to be okay, like we talked about earlier, being kind of like quote unquote a few in the many over here in the panelverse, for example, because you're pretty much the only one having conversations about like this type of stuff.
So it's not
You
that
and me.
I look at things in a different way. Not at all. Huh? I am different. I am looking at things in a different. Not at all. So what I am telling you is, you think you are looking at that. Huh? What you are looking at is the projection of the knowledge you have of that. That's all that you are looking at. So it is that is creating that one. So don't ask this idiotic question of the philosophers, Descartes and all that. So there is a thing. You see, whether you call it a chair or call it an object or call it a thing, it is exactly the same.
You are saying, more simply, you are saying that all the world doesn't exist objectively, but it is only our projection.
No.
This mountain is there because I have some idea of Switzerland, of tree, of Switzerland, and so I project this mountain. But this mountain is there.
No, who says that? Who says that? You can't say that the mountain is there. You want to
Why I cannot say that
So
mountain?
because you have been seeing that mountain all your life and calling that a mountain.
This mountain is
Who
there
says
only
that the mountain
because
is
because I project this mountain.
Yes, you see,
It is not there.
No, I don't say it is not there. No, it is not. No, it is not interesting. It is not interesting to ask that question. No. It is an idiotic question to ask. It's a silly question to ask there. It's good for a school classroom discussion. No, but is the mountain there or not? No, but as long as you are there, the mountain is there. So
And
what
if
are
I am
you?
not there?
What are you? What are you is the mountain, the word mountain, the knowledge you have of that. That's all you are. So you think that there is something there other than the word mountain, or the knowledge that this is Switzerland, that is ugly, that is ugly, that is...
That's quick.
And that's all you are saying.
So the mountain is that example. The mountain is not there. All there is the knowledge that we have that it's there. Did I get that right?
Yeah, and what he's saying is there's no separation between the knowledge and so you can't escape it with your thoughts, right? As Descartes says, right? He says, he says, I think, therefore I am. Right? So he's saying that thinking and existence are basically one, right? So he's saying that I can transcend, right, matter with thoughts, right? So he's presenting the problem of mind-body dualism, and then he's saying he's separate from nature. Right, and what Yuji is, basically saying is that that's not true. Right, you're not separate from the mountain. Right, right.
Right.
It's right there. Right, then the mountain exists because of you.
Exactly, the observer, huh? And he said, "Huh?" Dub said, "Huh?" Is there any way to make it even more plainer? I'm sorry to keep bombarding you with questions, but I'm going to take advantage of your valuable resources and knowledge you have.
Yes. For the philosopher Avicenna, right? He said, picture a man hanging in space. Right? He doesn't know, where he is. He said he's suspended in space and he's bound, on all sides. So he's just hanging like in the middle of space. He can't see anything. You can't perceive anything. Right? Yeah. But by thinking of his own awareness, right? He perceives of his own existence, right? So he's saying that, that even if you had no perception of reality, you would still come to the conclusion that there is existence because you can perceive your own thoughts, right? But what Yuji is saying is that reality is a product of our thoughts and our experience of it.
Okay.
Right. So that would be not true, right?
Yeah.
Right, so a person suspended in space is a person suspended in nothingness who cannot know anything. Right, come to the conclusion. Yeah. So I hope that simplified things.
Yeah, I think a little bit more. Yeah.
series of words. You are wanting to know what I am saying is the one that prevents the possibility of the eye looking at it without calling it a mountain. So then you wouldn't even all that I am saying has already become part of your knowledge. So it's impossible for you. Because you want to know. I don't know. It's not that I am a superior man, I am looking at, I really do not know. What all I know is what you know, what he knows, what everybody knows.
The knowledge is already there.
I know a lot more because I've been coming here for 35 years, 45
Vous
years.
avez quand même écrit que vous aviez eu une transformation d'ordre psychique qui était quand même...
No transformation is necessary there. Nothing there to be transformed, nothing there to be changed. There is no way you can stop looking at that without calling mountain. No way. No way. So you are...
Not even for you?
Nobody can look at it. Not me. I am nobody.
He's not special guy.
He's nobody. There's layers to that when he says that. Right? I love it. I love that when he says that. Because that's what I took from that. And I'm like, I think the reason why we stand out to certain people, to those who know, is the fact that like we know we're nobodies. So with that said, we actually look like somebody to other people. You know what I mean? Whereas the 85%, the deaf, dumb, and blind are more, they think they're, well, at least some of them, I'll say the 10%, to be accurate. 10%, they think that they're somebody's, right? But they don't even acknowledge the fact that they're actually nobodies. You know? So it is.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, and he actually had a interesting a video where they taped his dying, right? And he was and people were venerating him, and he was telling them, "Go away! What are you doing? You guys are stupid. Die like a slug, and that's it." Right? And he did not want to be venerated, or he thought it was stupid. He thought the entire funeral thing was kind of dumb, right? So,
that's the ultimate nobody. He's like, I am being true to my nobodiness. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Pretty humble man.
No. If there is no answer to that question, what am I burns itself out. Then there won't be any questions of any kind at all.
There is some other question.
No other question. All questions are the same.
All questions.
All questions.
Any kind.
Any kind.
So we have to stop there. Don't speak about things. Why we are here meeting?
Yeah.
Why?
You are the one to ask that question.
Why? Answer me.
You want to know.
I want to know.
Yeah, more and more. And through this, that will maintain its continuity. That's all. You are not even listening to me. Art of listening, forget it. There is no art of listening, there is no art of seeing. Just forget that. It's a romantic stuff, the art of listening. That the listener is interested in listening. And through this listening, that listener continues.
And through listening, the listener continues. Any thoughts?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is that thinking and knowledge and experience are really one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it seems impractical to the people who are sort of part of a naturalistic monism, because they want to succumb to sort of epiphenomenalism, right? Because they think knowledge and experience are not the same thing. Right? They believe that experience can give you knowledge, right? And that knowledge is say you can know everything about color, right? Your experience of that color adds a piece of knowledge, right? So they said that since experience translates to knowledge, right? And it actually adds something more, right? But of course, they're separating knowledge from experience in the first place, right? And they're separating it from thinking, right? From this process of thinking, right? So that's the huge problem, right? As Parmenides said, everything that is true for thinking is true for being.
Yeah. It's like kind of like all is mind type of thinking. Is there any resonance with that?
Yeah, that's personally what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I dyed them. I dyed them today, the colors.
Also,
If you are not here, I do some such.
at least you do something useful.
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 This is also an obsession, matching colors.
That's fine. Thank you.
You see, there is no way you can free yourself from your conditioning, no matter who says what.
So, you also are conditioned.
I am not trying to uncondition myself. Why are you bothered about it? Why do you want to uncondition yourself? Because some joker sits on a platform and takes you on a journey and tells you that you are going to have an unconditioned mind. That itself is conditioning you. You don't understand that. The very demand to uncondition your conditioned mind is conditioning it.
So there's no such thing as an unconditioned mind?
Not at all. And then you cannot describe that as love, bliss, beatitude, immensity.
I like that because that does sound like attractive. It has in the past, and I even heard it recently again, where it was like more of a truther person that's a truther, but they're more tapping into the quote unquote consciousness awareness, and they were like, my whole being now is to uncondition myself, but it makes sense what UG is saying, in the sense that like that's never gonna happen because the mind is never gonna stop, right? Per se, you have to give it something, and I guess what some of us are doing is trying to give it, knowing that it won't stop. We're always going to be conditioned. We're going to condition it with relatively positive things. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, and that seems like a pattern, right? That new information cannot undo the previous set of information that you've gained. It just sort of adds on. It's a process of information overload, and it just the backlog gets bigger, and you actually don't get anywhere, right? It's just you have more info stored up, right? But it's not really there to formulate new decisions, right? So I think this is indicative of the entire process of just accumulating information. When that information doesn't match with our desires, and then it becomes a backlog, and it creates information overload, right?
Right. And and this is when people get burned out.
Yeah, paralysis by analysis, as they say, right?
And you gotta take that metaphorical poop. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah,
right. And extremely deleterious to our moral process of decision making, right? Because moral paralysis is perhaps the greatest form of spiritual poison, right? Where you have a move towards indecisiveness, that's where usually the devil creeps in, right? As they say.
Yeah, right. You give him space to, right? Yeah, like the whole thing, the idle time. This is the devil, it's the devil's playground. Yeah, facts, dog. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm almost too exhausted to engage in fuckery this last week, in a sense. Oh man. Oh God, peak Birdo. Oh man, you want to see something funny? Have you seen this person peak Birdo before? I said, just when I say involved in fuckery, this person is one of the most, dare I say, fuckery engagers that I've seen here in the Panelverse. They speak like a mile a minute, Hey, Pete Berto, give us a sample real quick. What do you have to say about this? They speak a mile a minute of like almost nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if it's true, but it's like it's weird, bro. Yeah. We'll see if they come on, but like there is a lot of characters engaging, and I mean you like to laugh and have fun and stuff, but it's like people make that their MO, huh? Like just nonsense.
Like one thing with Toilet Boy that really strikes me is sort of his ability to sort of train to be like dumb. So like he has the ability to make himself look like fucking moron, right? So that is a unique skill that him and a couple others have, right? Where they're able to sort of hide their knowledge, or hide how smart they are, right? So that is a unique skill because when they do their show and they talk about their topics, they're actually well versed on several subjects, right? So they don't so their behavior is a LARP.
Right. Yeah. And we can see through it. And by the way, Berto, you said you should tell Markella to get the F out of here because she ain't from my sector. She good. Well, you ain't from my sector, and how dare you talk trash about my friend and #1 mod, Markella. And actually, other than like to probably laugh at you in the show machine, like how ridiculous this panel verse is, I won't be here in an hour. And maybe my if I was, my mind would change and not even have you up here. Damn. How dare you disrespect Markella? What's up, Cynthia?
Hi guys, how are you doing this afternoon? That guy, Pete Berto, is a trip. Why? I encountered him the first time the other day, and holy,
no one's like him, right? He's very unique.
I've suggested we go back and listen to the interaction on like 0.5 speed just to see if we could even hear anything he was saying.
You're welcome, Markella. Much love you. What happened? What was this? He said, "Get out of my." This ain't your sector. This is all.
He's from the beef.
I know who he is. I know who he is. He usually like bothers Resto and stuff.
Oh,
and Markella and my girls, they're the ones that introduced me to him.
I actually thought it was Resto's the first time I heard him. Resto, the first time.
Yeah. No, it's not. Unless he's like Resto does some crazy cloning,
right?
To talk to himself on the. Where did this happen? Because I want to get a sample just real quick. I'm not going to be here now.
I'll go find it. It said OTWs. I'll go find it.
I gotta show. You gotta show machine. Me tripping.
It's insane.
Yeah. No, but it was just crazy. Like this whole thing started when Cynthia, this shit stained episode, Toilet Bowl Earth, Joe Cool, Philosophy of Poop featuring TML, Cynthia, Jack Talcott. Like this Toilet Bowl Earth dude, he was just talking mad shit about Joe Cool right off the bat, bro. It's attacking him from smoking weed.
That's him though. That's the way he is, right?
I know. Yeah. I mean, this is the way he is too.
Maybe like a little bit of time.
Fucking accrued. All the money that he saved up, his miser fucking ass. What did he do with that shit? He didn't do nothing with it. What did he do? He gave it to a fucking lawyer to protect him after he was blatantly found guilty for fucking killing her. He didn't give any of his money to his children.
Is that story true?
I think it's 50-50 that it might be fake. Honestly, I'd go 50-50 because it's just like a lot of the Iranians, right? Some of them are Jewish, right? That came here, right? So if somebody was a devout Muslim,
a crypto Jew,
right? So I don't know. I get like maybe that vibe, somewhat. Right, and the conversion to Eastern Orthodox Christianity seems kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, that, but like the murdering the story he was saying was his dad murdered his mother, shot her, and then like shot, I guess, harmed his sister, who's 4 foot tall, or something like that. Yeah, it's a lot going on there. But well, either way, that's a tragedy. However, it doesn't give you the excuse to bully and terrorize people on the internet.
Yeah, maybe because he did that character a few times where he like goes on stream and he's crying, right? And then last night he did that I'm going to chill myself. I mean, sort of move. So I personally think it's a LARP. I mean, it's kind of like this thing where it's like he gets to now say that the name change represents a new, like, coming to terms with this past behavior or something like that. In terms of the drinking, especially because he was called out for the drinking, falling asleep on stream. I mean, right, and then then Cockboy Hotline made a stream, and he was like, "I don't want to work with them anymore."
Oh, you said that, damn. Drew
yeah, because he's like too drunk or whatever. So, so he told him to clean up his act.
It's like the band when the drummer gets too fucked up. They're like, "We can't even work with you, bro. We're gonna have to move on. We're gonna have to get They're gonna have to get Provo to sub, like to be come in, or anyway." But yeah. Cynthia, what were you gonna say? Yes.
OTW put it on like the highest paywall, which is like I can't get to it.
Yeah, Provo is another dude who's highly performative. You know what I mean? Provo is a highly performative dude. I've seen him change the LARP many few times, right? Like from being like, weird, like Mormon, like he did a Mormon thing, and then he did a Zionism thing, where he's like pro-Zionism. Then now he's doing a pro-Eastern Orthodox Christianity thing. So, he's another guy who's very performative. Like, right? It's like, like they're obviously like it's like a full-time LARP when they come online. So it's like,
Well, yeah, I would say that about Provo. Like, I know, I can see that, but like, I like Provo. We worked good together, and I wish him the best. He definitely does seem like a stand-up comedy when I see him walking like all over this, back and forth with the microphone, holding the microphone. It's
I try to antagonize him.
Yeah. It's funny how he could do that, like hold the microphone, but then TBE, like he has to like nitpick you for holding a microphone. Remember that? Like he was just like, look at him holding the microphone like it's a so-and-so. It's like,
I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one.
That's one of the newer ones. It's like, dude, the bro's holding a microphone. You really that petty?
Or they don't. I mean, some people they think it's more like organic or whatever. And then, but yeah, it's a powerful mic for $20. Works very well with StreamYard. So, and
well, I'm holding a mic right now, so. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. You do sound loud and clear, very professional.
Yeah, I don't like I like being able to move the cable around and being able to adjust where I'm sitting instead of like like having a mechanical setup. Yeah, I don't really like that.
Yeah. Fuck the machine. Now Markella, if you could find, is there any way you can find a clip of Berto and put me in a direction? Like an example of peak Berto, because he's definitely someone that everyone should experience at least a little bit. His I mean
that's another thing. With Toilet Bowl Earth and EBT, they could edit videos and even edit audio and sound, right? So why they produce like stuff that looks like terrible, right? It's kind of weird because I do like I try to make my show look pretty professional. It's just done with a screen recorder, right? So
yes,
I don't know.
No, it does. It look like something that I would see like on a avant-garde a cable, or arts or educational programming. Definitely, yeah, it is top notch. Your broadcast, and even if you were just listening to it as a podcast too, very professional. Chuck in Tennessee, blessings, brother. Good to see you. It's been a minute since I've seen you up here, man. Dogma Free Radio. Good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings, brother.
Blessing. Yeah, Cynthia, so yesterday you said you went to OTW. How was that? I think I missed it.
It was pretty good. I was over there a couple of days this past week. So there was the Landry drama, of course.
Yeah.
Then there was Paw drama, but from other places kind of carried over there.
Okay. Yeah, he was reviewing our broadcast over here that we had.
Oh, they were?
Well, a couple of days ago. Remember OTW did, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, that was that. So
yeah.
The same old.
Same old, yeah. Yeah, it's been a chill night.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys came up.
You sound tired.
Yeah, I didn't get much sleep because I forced myself to wake up at 4:30 in the morning, even though I went to bed like at 12.
Why did you wake up so early?
Because I wanted to get this stream out, and I knew I couldn't do it later because I have to teach later.
Oh.
And I was like,
what day is it for you right now?
It's Saturday morning.
What time?
7:47 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah. Like I don't have no problem getting up if I have something I'm like, I have to do, especially if I'm passionate about, like stream it. Yeah. Yeah, because when I saw that TV on Joe Cool, I'm like, what the fuck? It's funny. Then again, I'm like, this is so petty and a good example of kind of being open-minded because honestly, and I was talking about it earlier, for me, weed is not conducive for me to get my stuff done right now.
Oh yeah,
I just get like sidetracked and stuff. I would say it's more of a luxury. If anything, if I do end up smoking in the future again, it would be more like the icing on the cake for me, where I can just kind of like rewind the shit of the day and all that. But then again, I'm not so dogmatic where dogma free, where I'm gonna act like I know how someone else's narrative of life experiences with that substance, with the medicine, because it's like I don't know all I can do is trust them with what they say, how it affects them, and most of the people I know that's like that are actually getting things done, like Machine and some other people that smoke a lot. Oh, even you smoke sometimes, right? Right?
Oh yeah.
Like obviously you guys are being productive, so
yeah.
But that's the way he was coming out. Joe was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Even Joe Cool, yeah, he smoked 24/7. Yeah.
I smoke 24/7.
I used to.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. But the thing about it is that one day out of the week I quit for like 24 hours or something like that. It's usually Monday or Thursday, trying to fast or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's never like an issue if I don't have weed. I mean, so I don't know.
I couldn't think like that back in the day. Like when I was smoking 24/7, I really, even if I wanted to, I didn't have the strength or discipline just to be like, yeah, you don't need that, bro. You don't need that right now. It wasn't until I actually forced myself to move to another country where it's definitely not conducive to the culture or the laws.
Really?
And the quality sucks too. So I'm like, fuck. So I just don't do it here.
Oh God.
That was the catalyst for me to stop.
Yeah, it's also eating and drinking tea and different oils and tinctures. I'm a huge just fan of just cannabis in general. Just cannabis products. And, so
yeah, they got to a point where I did like the tinctures and the oils, like and those used to get me blasted.
For me, it slows me down. Now, when I was younger, it was from sun up to sundown. Like second I woke up to the second I went to bed. However, now it's usually later in the afternoon because I try to be like on the go on the in the mornings, and then when I'm ready to slow down and focus on things more is when I'll do that.
Yeah, kind of like the nightcap, right? Your nightcap.
Right, but then
yeah, I
like my kids can't do it because they get super paranoid and start freaking out and stuff. So that it's weird how it affects different people differently.
Yeah, I think the paranoia definitely, if you're not used to it, that's definitely could be a thing.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's why I developed a huge relationship with cannabis, is because the first time I had smoked it, I freaked out. I just tripped out, and I started hallucinating and shit. And then I got really scared. So then I wanted to figure out what that was. And then because other people are just like smoking it and nothing happened to them.
I'm never gonna do it again. Or they'll say, I'm never gonna do it again. I don't want that feeling. Even though you probably didn't want the anxiety, but I'm sure your curiosity, your like a warrior nature was like, I want to explore this shit, bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck's going on? Yeah. I feel what you mean. Yeah. Dude, I had a good for the first like 3 years smoking, I had quite a few of those experiences where I got freaked out, but I would still keep smoking. And then I got to a point where I'm like, oh man, this is like, I need more and more. more and more. Yeah. It's nice. I used to love to go to edit videos and just make them really surreal and use the music overlays and podcasting. I used to have fun smoking and making them, and then like smoking and watching it on the playback. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm teaching tonight. This morning, and I'm in my first class. We're reading this book called Challenger Blue. It's about a young kid in high school who's a schizophrenic, and the way the book is written is he's journaling his experiences in high school and living with his parents as he's slipping away from his sanity, and it's like he's living a double life of being in high school and also on a pirate ship that's going to the deepest trench in the ocean, towards the deepest trench in the ocean. Fascinating, but also confusing to read. Very psychedelic. What's up, Blue Ivy in the house? My favorite people, absolutely. Bill Ivy, it's been a minute. Hopefully you can come by. I think Tuesday is the next time I'm going to be streaming. I think you'll like the episode. It's going to be like streetology and some consciousness and bodybuilding stuff. Be cool. Yeah. Hey, do you guys ever meet a schizophrenic before?
Yeah. I've been married to one.
Oh.
Well, really? Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it like I could say I've met them online? I'm not sure if I've ever met one in person.
Yeah. Yeah. How is that experience, Machine?
Yeah, how was that? And that, like, what is a schizophrenic? Can you give me like some of the characteristics of them?
There's different types. So depending on what type you have. Now, if you got a paranoid schizophrenic, right? That's somebody who they could have, if they get too excited, like in terms of anxiety, right? They could start getting flashbacks to situations that they've experienced and think things are happening that aren't really happening, right? They can confuse people for other people and shit. Start seeing things hallucinated just from getting a little bit too scared or excited. So yeah, it's wild.
Do they go just up and down, or is it come and go?
I guess it depends on the person, right? But yeah, I think it's made up or whatever, personally.
Really?
But yeah, I think it's fake. Yeah, I think it's just like, I think people have just been through stuff and they got like bad like energy, spirits, whatever you want to call them, right? That sort of prey on those weak aspects of them. So it is what it is.
Do you think it can be cured or healed by?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it can be healed with like herbs and fasting and stuff. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, anything can with that.
I think I read an article that it can be cured now.
Yeah, look at this.
I
This
could
is,
have to go back to it.
I've seen this woman's shorts before. It's interesting. She's a schizophrenic, and she does this like tries to show us what it's like. It says, "I'm hanging out on her couch at night." Yourself? Oh wait a minute. There's a better one there. Let's see.
I like to watch the people who do art on different drugs.
Oh yeah.
Like the schizophrenic or the bipolar. Like
Well, that
drugs, different disorders.
I think that meme of the guy that was an artist. I think people say that that's actually not. He was actually not a schizophrenic.
Right. Like a lot of people are.
Oh, Jason Pollock.
No, this one right. Oh yeah, Jackson Pollock. Yeah, for sure. Well, you see this
Jackson
meme, right?
Pollock is the CIA asset for real. In abstract expressionism, its connection to MK Ultra, it's crazy.
Go ahead, man. So, what's up, OTW? You were just talking about your show. Cynthia was giving us the heads up.
Oh, I was trying to show him the interaction with the pink thing. What's its name again?
Yeah, Pink Birdo. Yeah.
Yeah, but you had it. I'm not that high of a member yet. Sorry.
Here's the thing, OTW. I think I was a member. I don't know why I'm not right now, but but OTW, I remember you had said that if a creator will ask you if you can drop the membership, so that so they can review something. Yeah, we did. I just want to show these guys about who Pink Birdo is, and I guess he came in your broadcast yesterday. So if there's any way, maybe you could you could drop the clip in the back, or and so we could watch that small part real quick.
Because you have to experience
Pink Birdo,
yeah, you can't describe it.
Speaking this is a rare but beautiful moment. Markella's coming up. What's up, Markella? How's it going? Are you ready,
I think
Markella?
she put something in the back.
Is that Markella? Oh, she put something in the back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Markella.
I think it's Pink Birdo in the back.
All right, we got it. Oh, we got an OTW. So, well, yeah, you're always welcome to come up, OTW. Oh, by the way, speaking of maybe Pete Birdo's schizophrenic. Shit, who knows? Check this out. So it says Brian Chaney, a painter, suffered from schizophrenia and decided to take a risk. Now, I don't know if this is true. Let's see. He reduced the doses of his medication. He surrendered to his illness and continued to paint. Yeah. So we can say it's very hyper real. Hyper realist before when he started, like very realistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not very abstract, right? That's cool. Yeah. So he deleted himself. They said, okay.
It's interesting to see their mind and to see their art, because like when he had all the darts shooting at
No, go ahead, Cynthia.
When he had all those darts shooting at his head, like are those all his thoughts come into his mind? Like it's always interesting to try to decipher that type of art.
It is always interesting.
You may never. I mean, of course,
it's psychedelic
perspective. Yeah, it's just my perspective, definitely.
No, I like it too. Hey, Markella, what's going on, my friend? Number one mom.
All right, before you play this, just know that this clip, he went on for 6 hours like that.
Oh,
6 hours.
Holy crap. 6 hours? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
That's wild. I know you're not. All right, so let's go. I see it. First of all, I want to say what's up to Who's there? Oh, Clue Studios. He said the artist formerly known as NPC the game. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to see you. And TB, what's up, man? It's not fair. My height viewed video was watched. Watching video was a TML show. You can see why I'm mad. It's not fair. My highest video was so you guys collabed on it kind of in a weird way, Bashir.
No, it was this negative review of a public debate that I had. It was his highest watched video that he ever produced.
I see.
Yeah, I downloaded it for show. Yeah. It's called The Worst Debate Ever. And it's got my face on the thumbnail. So, yeah.
The worst. Shit. And by the way, everyone, new people coming in and stuff, like, don't be ashamed. Donations are welcome.
I mean, when it comes to business and anything that's successful, a friend of mine the other day told me, he said, I don't know what it was, but someone was around and said, yeah, because money can't buy happiness. And he turned around and he said, no, money does buy happiness. You just got to give it away. That made all the sense in the world to me because it's the truth.
Yeah. Oh, before we do the Big Birdo one, Snaps just sent me this one about Bob Ross real quick. We're talking about painters,
the Bob
right?
Ross theory. We all know Bob Ross is the lovable, curly-haired painter on television.
Okay.
But what if I told you there's a much darker theory surrounding Bob Ross? The Bob Ross theory. We all know Bob Ross is the lovable, curly-haired painter on television. But what if I told you there's a much darker theory surrounding Bob Ross? This theory claims that he's actually a serial killer, and it's all because of this painting right here. This painting is called Happy Little Accidents, but the story surrounding this painting is anything but happy. What looks like a typical serene forest landscape actually looks eerily similar to this location. This place is known as the Devil's Tree, and the bodies of 5 females were found unalived and buried here. Is this all just some strange coincidence, or was Bob Ross really a serial killer painting the locations of his victims for the world to see?
I think maybe just being ironic. He could be a serial killer, right?
Anything's possible. Anything.
Yeah. You know, it's funny how people they like that Steven character. He watched my stream the other day. He barely makes any comments on it, like for 5 minutes, and just lets it play. And look at this guy right here. I think this is him right here. Hey, what's up, man? I thought you were banned from my channel. What are you doing here, man? What are you doing here, man?
Crying?
Yeah. Why are you here, man?
Please,
it's so wild.
Are you crying?
What the hell is this?
What is wrong?
Nigga, please. Where? It's you, Crybaby Gabe.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah, hey, but okay. If I'm hold on, dude. I'll let you get your shit off. But if I'm a crybaby, okay. If I'm a crybaby, why are you incel?
You're a crybaby. I'm not an incel. I have a girlfriend.
Yeah, right.
You're a crybaby.
Stop lying to me, bro. Come on, bro. That guy has a girlfriend. Let's go. Come on, man. What the hell?
I think this person lives in a cave in the forest somewhere, but that's me.
like
I
would say Fiona. At least she's kind of cute, Fiona. But
I don't
what
know.
you call it? Like he probably looks like he doesn't have no girlfriend. Fuck that.
Would that be an example of schizophrenia? His outburst and stuff.
Right.
I
think
that was
it is
wild. Like he came up a second after you mentioned him, so that was weird.
He's
that was weird as fuck.
Yeah. People be listening, bro. He's like Shadow Buddha says. I agree. He's an obese loser incel, right? And that's something that he really should probably focus his time better than utilize his time better than doing stupid shit like that. Yeah. That's how like gay people are. Like he's banned from my channel. Yeah, he has to make this. He like watches the videos.
Several accounts.
And anyway, is that Imperious? No, that wasn't. But they both like to use the N word which is fucking weird, bro. That's not normal shit.
Too. Would y'all consider Tommy schizophrenic?
I'm not a psychologist. I think he's fucking.
Would that be like just an outburst?
Weirdo.
Always yelling?
I mean, Tommy is an actual actor. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, he's actually just an actor.
Oh.
Like he's actually dressed up as different characters, and yeah, he's actually admitted that on his show. So I don't know if you guys know that, but he's admitted that several times. Like that, it's a LARP. He's acting.
I really don't watch Tommy. I've just interacted with him on panels here and there.
Yeah, I really don't watch him either. But but from the different times I've seen him on the shows, I've heard him say that.
So yes, yeah. So look at this. We got Steven, Jody. That was Steven, the dude that we did the stream about, where he was doing that Black Jesus watermelon shit. Tried to, not trying, but being very fucking racist and bigoted. That was him. He can't get enough. So you got guys like that. You got you said Tommy, and then you got Pink Birdo. Thank you, Markella, for bringing this in. Look at this. No, this is Pink Birdo, Machine, and Jody and everyone else. He was in the chat earlier.
Hey, like I said, I'm just like that. I just tell you, about this because it took you out there, I'm not taking my fucking hand. I guess I'll tell you, y'all ain't gonna be no more for a match. I mean, y'all supposed to motherfucking match, ain't so this way, this, like I said, it don't even matter. I guess anyone, it's all like my one motherfucking panel, and guess what?
You understand that, Machine? Panel?
I was just thinking if I was kidnapped and he was one of the kidnappers, and like when the kidnappers would go back out and do stuff, they would leave me there with him. I would like go crazy just sitting with him.
Yeah. I mean, Clue tried to talk to him. Like he always bothers Markella, tries to right, Markella? If you fire up a stream, he'll try to jump on or whatever, wheels.
Yeah. I went over to Will's to go find hers, but I guess she's private in it. So, but that one, Nicolina, captured. And I just want to say rest in peace, Biz Marty.
Okay.
That was a panel that he was on.
Okay. Rest in peace. Yeah. And and rest in peace to you and your loss a couple months ago, Markella.
Thank you. It's still under investigation. I still haven't got no results yet.
Wow.
So
telling you, man. Neutral Ground. What's up? Happy Friday. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Thank you. Yeah, happy Saturday. It's Saturday. So here we go. A little bit more Pink Birdo.
Guess what? They almost bring the job every day. They all got motherfucking right every day. They all got motherfucking trailer every day. It is what it is. Like I said, at least I get around on this motherfucker. YouTube race. At least at least a lot of people say, very, really, screen recordings. But at least a lot of people don't know they visit. But like I said, at least people take videos. But like I said, at least people talk about me. At least doing on a regular basis, and like I said, you're doing this every running without
Machine, any thoughts?
Yeah, kind of sound like the auction guys.
Thank you. I actually have told him that he needs to put his talent to good use. He needs to become an auctioneer.
Yeah, that's what we said too.
Yeah. You're right.
People are doing that, and like I said, I'm not even gonna get my freaking time. And like I said, I've been doing this on a regular basis. I can normally believe I get my freaking thing. At least I get around this motherfucker. At least there are people that says to me. At least at least we follow me around around there. At least people do on a regular basis. Like people try to sit there and wouldn't be be motherfucker afraid of you. And I keep trying to tell them, I'm not afraid anyway. They try to they're
Yeah, that's Pink Birdo.
Can you imagine that for 6 hours?
No.
I don't know how he done it, honestly. I really don't.
Where was he on there for 2 hours?
That was 6 hours on Biz Marty's.
And then now did Biz Marty have him in the back, like down below, and then we bring him up. That's what Resto does. Like he'll drop Pink Birdo in the basement, and then he's spurring Pink Birdo. And like we'll be talking, me and Resto will be talking, for example, for a couple of minutes, and then he'll bring back Pink Birdo, and it's like he never stopped talking.
Marty, just let him have it.
Okay.
I think that OTW and I did a thing where we noticed that if you bring him up, but act like he's not on stage, it takes him a second to get going. But the second he realized he was on stage, he went into it that quick.
I see. Yeah. I see.
My nigga. Microphone
What up,
check.
OG?
Cool. What is this?
What's up, OG?
What's good, guys?
How's it going, Joe?
You got it. I just tuned in and saw somebody rambling like he was an auctioneer. That y'all got it right, but I don't know who it was or what was going on.
Pink Birdo.
Oh,
he
Pink
was in the chat
Birdo.
earlier.
Yeah.
Nah, so Joe, like I might perk my interest on Jack, seeing you on Jack, your interaction with TBE. What's his new name now?
I forgot. I didn't know it was TBE
Modern something.
until after
He
I
has a
left.
new name?
Yeah. I didn't know it was him until I left and I heard, I think, Blanche or Jack say formerly Toilet Borough Earth. I said, oh, it was that knucklehead. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ancient waste, modern gay, or something like that. It kind of sounds like modern men. It kind of sounds like modern men lost again.
Right. That's what it made me think of when I read that long ass title. So,
even though I never heard them talk, it's like everyone be watching.
Oh,
even if you don't see them.
TBE and Modern Man have been on a panel together. Like,
really?
Modern Man went over to TBE's one time.
Oh.
I like
he
that.
makes sense. He's been making the rounds, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Joe, this is the guy you were talking to that was telling you about your weed smoking.
Yes, I know now. I didn't know it was TV.
Look at
All right. Okay.
I don't want it. It's
this guy. You're nothing about his alcohol abuse.
life has just been ripped apart, man. You know, this is just what it is for me. You know, and I have to fucking deal with this shit. I'm a fucked up individual, and I've been trying my hardest, and I'm giving my life to God to the best I can. You know what I mean?
So making fun of Joe Cool.
What is he crying about? What is he upset about?
It was a few months back. He
says life
got
falling
wasted
apart.
in
Did I
his
hear him
life.
right?
That's what it sounded like.
Is that him right there? I'm looking at. Is that TV?
Bye, Marcella.
Oh, bye, Markella. Thanks for coming up, sis. Much love. No, that's not him. This guy looks like him. It's Mike David from Red Bar. Kind of looks like him.
Okay.
TML. Yeah.
And I'm ashamed. You know, the things I do and things I say.
He's ashamed.
The things I do online and things I say to people. It's not the greatest thing to say. I'm not crying.
Yeah. That's why I thought it was ironic he was talking. When he was talking to you, that clip was playing in my mind.
Interesting. So you had already seen that and knew of that. That's interesting. Then you saw more. That's interesting.
Yeah. OTW. Yeah, he's great. OTW, one of your favorite channels. Went to the merch store. But okay. Would you get a hoodie? Yeah. But yeah. So, what's up with you, OG?
I'm taking a break from my editing and just ate again. I would not fucking ate last time I saw you. I ate again. And I'm taking a break, so I'm going to smoke break and hang out with you for a while.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, don't tell TBE because he's going to get mad at me smoking weed and shit.
Yeah, he was already in the chat. I don't know if you saw him.
I
said
did
one
not.
thing and left.
I didn't look at the chat.
Yeah.
I was looking. You was. I was about to say you was the first motherfucker I saw. You was the second.
Blue was there to you.
I just sent her told you I was here. Okay, hey, Blue.
No, you said that his episode that he made reviewing Machine Lies, his stream had the most views.
I wonder which stream, because TML got some interesting shit. I think it's interesting. You think it's interesting?
Yeah, but it's like probably a shit talking stream, right, Machine?
Yeah. There's a Tariq
drama
debate.
show.
The debate I did with Tariq that one day.
Oh,
Yeah, I know you. Yeah.
I don't know if I saw it, but that's interesting.
Yeah, he's getting better at debating.
He is. I agree. I told him that today or yesterday. Whatever, Rocky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
He was debating you, TML, or someone else on your show.
It was me, but it kind of turned into a debate. One of the debates I did, it kind of turned into a 2-on-1. I mean, and then Hank versus everybody. Hank just took on everybody.
that's how it goes. Teriyaki he's always giving a counter opinion and pushback, and I love him for it. And Hank wants to fight everybody. Whenever he comes, he wants all the smoke. So that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Hank, huh?
Yeah.
That's right.
I like that.
What? More. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, so I don't really have much other than like I'm ready for my break. I just have to teach a couple classes, and I got like 4 days off. So it should be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you got planned, bro?
Just chill.
You got an old lady? Is that too personal?
Yeah, I have a wife. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
When I ask you what you got planned, even if she's not an earshot, you say, I'm gonna make sure I spend at least a day or two with the old lady, right?
Right.
That's
a given. When I say chill, I mean chilling with this beautiful lady.
Very good.
Right there, my son. This is the whole picture of my son right there. But yeah. So yeah. Oh, actually, my son has a triathlon scheduled for like on my birthday in November. On the 10th, so
running, biking,
and swimming.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. He's only 7, and he's already done like 8 of them already. The junior ones.
I'm trying to figure out how would they do that, because I know your kid is young.
Yeah.
It's very scaled down.
Yes, I'm wondering when it comes to the water part in particular, because I know they ain't, well, I don't know, maybe they do shit different over there. I know they ain't putting them in real bodies of water. I'm assuming since they're young,
some of them they do it on a lake, but it's very shallow.
Okay.
But it's very shallow, that part.
All right.
Most of the ones that he did they used a pool.
That's what I was wondering. You had to run.
They do like 100 meters
by the pool, and then you do a few laps in the pool. That seems safer for a young person.
Yeah, what it is, you start off in the pool, then you run out there, and then you put your shoes on, and then you ride your bike, then you do the running. Yeah.
As soon as I decided to stay in, I'm getting texts about action up north. I'm sorry, I'm talking out loud. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, he was the fastest kid.
Man, how many kids enter that?
Hundreds, but like his age bracket, there was like about like last time like 98 kids.
Wow.
He placed. This one we did last year, he placed second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they train for
first
it?
for running?
Does he like get up in the morning and go like Rocky, get his raw egg? And go, and go
that dude likes to snack, man. Yeah. But no, I take him to the track.
Wow.
We live by the university right here, the National University. He'll run laps. It's funny because we'll be running laps, and he got this little like. So it was really funny when he was 5 and 6, because 5 and 6 year old like running around with the college kids around the track.
Wow.
They'd be like, "What the hell, man?" Yeah. No, he likes to get after it when we motivate him, for sure. Yeah. But that's why I'm not too hard on him when he's like it's free time. Let him play his Fortnite. He has his friends. He plays with that, and then because with sports and school, the guy's time is taken up. A lot of his time is taken up.
So you want to make sure he enjoys his free time.
Exactly.
And if you can get the added benefit of him doing that free time with his friends and stuff, that's also good. That's going to help him relax even more. I agree with it. Yeah.
Because when he's playing the game, like either my wife and I are sitting there, so
Cool.
we know
Very good.
we can hear
Very
everything.
good. Very good.
Like he has a friend, it's interesting, a friend in Qatar,
Yeah.
a young boy, and then there's another friend in India, and one in the Philippines. It's like their little crew.
I'm curious.
Cool, huh?
I think it is great. I'm wondering, I don't know, maybe that's just some racist prejudice shit. But I'm wondering if the kid in Qatar lives under some strict so-and-so. I don't know what it's like. Last time I remember, Qatar was, in the midst of some bullshit when we was over there fucking it up.
Yeah, it's pretty modern. That's why I was
cool,
that's why I was kind of a shocker, because Qatar is like part of the GCC, on the Gulf Cooperation Council. So they're kind of like modern.
Okay.
They're kind of like like a lot of those modern countries like UAE, you got Saudi Arabia, right? They got big cities, all that stuff. But anyways, I got but I gotta go. Blessings to all of you guys.
All right,
Bye.
peace, man.
Are you
Be
gonna
blessed.
fire up your stream pretty soon?
Yeah. It's not anything big. It's just music. So if you guys like music,
but you're the music guy.
Your music is
so
good.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, tomorrow we got something different. Tomorrow we got the regular show, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So so come by. We might have a special guest tomorrow. To talk about some special philosophers like Hegel and Jacob Bohm and Teilhard de Chardin. So
Heemsa loves that D. Chardin, the Jesuit.
Yeah, I told her to come through and read it. If she has the book Phenomenon of Man available, so we might have her on as well. We might have Himsa on. She likes that book, so I'm saying it's an important text, but
blessings, brother Machine. Thanks for being there, bro, as always.
Yeah,
thanks for your wisdom.
Don't worry, I'll have to make sure Himsa gets there. I'll wake her up in the morning, give her some breakfast, and put her out the door so she can get on your panel. Don't even worry about it.
Exactly.
You're gonna give her the Spartan kick out the door.
I was thinking smack on the ass. Get on out there, brother.